What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, morning, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Umami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to be to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. That's a little loud. That's a little loud. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a shell in this late stage hypercapitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. It's midday for you? That's an interesting, no, it's not. Sorry, I'm not trying to say, I'm not judging time zones. I just like, it's a new one. Usually people are complaining I'm streaming in the middle of the night if they're in North America, but yeah, no, it's a lot easier to watch the stream if you're somewhere else, probably. Anyway, chat, we'll get back to the early time at some point. It's just like, it's an impossible. I don't know. I wake up, I don't know, chat. I don't know. We're the same time zone? Oh my god, I'm like, wait, where is it midday? Where is it midday? Where is it midday? That's so weird, yeah. Yeah, the one person whose time zone doesn't matter as much, the streamer that should find a way to go nocturnal so that, you know, she can get her audience back. Crazy, chat, I don't know. But yeah, we are in the middle of a Bad Empanada FD Signifier smorgasbord. A smorgasbord of delights. Many multifaceted delights. Chat, do you hear, anybody hear noise? Anybody hear noise on the mic, right? I have a problem. These fans, okay? Anybody have one? Anybody have a fan like this? It clips onto things, right? You clip it on, and it blows in your face, and it's great because you need to use less air conditioning that way. Anybody have these? I have started using them. They are great. They are so fucking useful. And yet both of these ones have, they sparked and they stopped working, right? I'm looking at the fan, right? Looking at the fan like that. I see a little psh, spark, and then it stops working. And I turn it on again, psh, spark, stops working, right? And eventually they just like stop working like altogether if I try to turn them on. Them little electrical fans. You've used them before. Okay, you can relate. Wait, did they do that? Like, what am I doing wrong? I feel I've broken two of these, right? And the only one I have left is this one, which, you know, if you can hear it, right? You probably hear it now. It makes my voice all tinny, right? So if it's audible in the background, that's not a good thing. That's why I'm trying to put it like behind me, as far away from the fan as possible. But yeah, if anybody knows like what is the deal, am I plugging the wrong, like them into the wrong, I don't know. Like I figure if a USB-C fits, then a USB-C should be okay, not that a USB-C and I kind of like leave them plugged in too. That's the other thing. Is it that? Am I overwhelming the battery, chat? I don't know. If you could figure it out, it would help me a lot. If anybody knows, put it out there. All right, leave a comment if you're watching me on YouTube on the VOD, and you know, I can't blame you. My sleep schedule is either yes or no. My body doesn't care what day it is. Our ability to try. Well, yeah, my whole thing is that when I wake up would be the perfect time to stream, actually. And we did this for a little while when I was in a hotel that I could go down and get breakfast and then come back up and do the stream, right? I am living, you know, in my apartment now. And so the whole thing is you got to have food before you start the stream. And I usually kind of like eat like on stream. And that means I got to order something, right? I mean, it's waiting for a restaurant to open. Luckily, there's some restaurants that open like hella early here. And so, you know, but it takes time. It takes time, and it's all this shit. Like today, I was trying to track down bananas, right? I was trying to get. I feel like this whole city is just like, it's out of bananas, right? All the convenience stores and shit that I usually go to and get myself some bananas, they are like, we don't have that me. It's my me gluai. That's we don't have bananas, right? I got to have my first conversation in Thai, and it was so bad, chat, because like I have been learning Thai for nigh on 6 months now, and I you know, I've learned a lot of words, but as far as like having a conversation, especially hearing, if you've ever learned a language, you know that like knowing the words, knowing the language, knowing vocabulary, knowing grammar, it doesn't help if you can't listen to a native speaker and pick out what they're actually saying. And yeah, they sound different than, you know, the words in the textbook, or the words that you, yeah, I don't know, so somehow it's like a different thing. But yeah, I did actually, because I had no other choice, I had a little bit of a conversation, and it worked out. I was like, Chan Put Pasatai Nitnoi. I didn't know how to say I speak Thai badly. I speak Thai barely. But what I said is I speak Thai a little bit, and she's like, oh, chai, right? You know, she's like, you know, right. So, you know, and so like, you know, I'm like trying to listen to, like, it's this incomprehensible stream of words that I don't recognize. Maybe I know some of them, but I'm not putting it together exactly what she's saying. And then it just pops out to me, gluai. And I'm like, gluai? Me gluai? And she says, my me gluai. We don't have bananas, right? And I'm like, shit, okay, you know, and yeah, I mean, I managed. I somehow communicated that, you know, it's okay, I'll just take the rest of the stuff without the bananas. But she said something like, she said something with saporot, which is a pineapple, right? And I was like, wait, are you going to replace the banana with a pineapple? I don't really want a pineapple. But I couldn't think of how to say, I don't need a replacement. I don't know the word for replacement, and I can't remember the word for need in Thai. And so I just was like, oh wait, what did I say? Okay, chai ka, and that was it. That was what I needed to say. Chai ka, got the job done. Try lychee. They taste similar to bananas. To bananas? Wait, so I'm so confused. Reproduction. The trick is holding your nose and try to speak Thai. Okay, well that's for them to understand. That will help them understand me. I'm having trouble understanding, you know, Thai when it's spoken in a natural environment, which is a little bit different. Whoa, how the fuck did that happen? Okay, wow. Chat, did we just learn something? Oh, happy birthday. Wait, is that a happy birthday for John Ross in chat? I believe we have a birthday. Do we need to sing? That could be a thing. I like singing, but no, I just noticed, right? And this is a good thing, that Repro Destruction was talking in chat. Someone is out there gifting. Oh, it's Narwhal by Nature. It's Narwhal by Nature gifting 5 memberships. And my understanding is it's random, right? Narwhal, you don't pick like who you're giving a membership to. You just donate memberships, and it kind of like it seemingly at random, but it doesn't seem so random now. Look at that. You were talking and you got a membership. Is there any connection? Maybe we'll find out, chat. I don't know. Also observe that I've got a blast off link on Twitch and on YouTube. You'll find that in the pinned right now. Oh God, and I haven't put a poll up for you. But you can go ahead and if you want to help out my blast off tweet. Yeah, Twitter's a little weird. It's almost like you got to upvote something to 10 before it will, if it's a link, before Twitter will treat it like a real post. Otherwise, they just hide it. They're like, oh, taking people off our platform? No, thank you. No, thank you. But yeah, we got some weasels out there. Repro Destruction, you just got weaseled. Contemporary Domain, you just got weaseled. Kellogg 99, you just got weaseled. Destructing, similar name to, no, Repro Destruction. I don't know. I'm trying to find a pattern here. Well, how does it decide who gets the memberships, right? It seems like something about like recency of chat, maybe. I don't know, chat. I don't want to look. We've been talking about supposedly YouTube has implemented something now where if you if you super chat or if you super sticker, it is supposed to. I haven't got. Well, sorry. Let me just explain this. Right. The idea is that when you do that, something called an ad-free window opens, and that ad-free window is open so that you don't like donate and then get hit with an ad. And I'm like, oh, hey, thank you for donating, but you were listening to an ad. So you're like, does she notice? Does she care? Of course I care. Of course I care. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know. YouTube's supposedly giving you like a ad-free viewing experience, I guess, for supporting the stream. What is the other thing that it does? I can't remember the other thing that it gives you that for. Oh yeah, when chat is super active, right? If it seems like chat, if I do something or say something or we see something and chat is like going hyperspeed, then supposedly YouTube will knock off ads during those times too. But we haven't. We're trying to confirm this. Let me read out. Wait, did I read out everyone's? Yeah, destructing. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And Izzy G194 ever, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Okay, so that's crazy. Some people can gift memberships, but they can't get one for themselves. So that the workaround there is to gift yourself a membership. That's amazing. Wait, how? I didn't know you could choose. I didn't know. Oh yeah. Okay. Renee Pro Destruction. I see. It's a shortening for a chatter that we already know and love. So but anyway, 34 is the new 24. Okay. Let me see. Do you know, like, I had this German teacher when I was in middle school, and he would use music a lot, right? He liked music as a tool for us to teach, including when somebody had a birthday. And all I remember is like Hohes Geburtstag für dich or something like that. Is that how you say happy birthday in German? Anyway, but he was funny, right? Because he would bring one of those little pitch tuners, right? You know, the ones that you blow on. Ooh, ooh, and it blows a note. He would go, ooh, 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 happy, right? He needed the note. He didn't want to sing like happy birthday, transposed like, 3.5 semitones down, right? He wanted to sing happy birthday on, whatever key it's actually in. So he'd blow his little ooh, ooh, ooh. And it was just really funny because he's like, class, ooh, 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 ooh. Happy birthday, so yeah. I don't have one of those, but I do maybe have well, I don't want to make this sound like a musical flex, but I kind of remember pitches. I don't know, is that perfect pitch? Probably not. I don't think I have perfect pitch. I'm not some kind of musical genius or something, but I can generally remember close to what a song starts in. So yeah, this should be easy for me. This should be easy. Are you ready, class? Are you ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John Ross 92. Happy birthday to you. There we go. All right. We did it. All right. Awesome. That's an achievement. Speaking of achievements, we got a massive achievement for today that I'm trying to unlock, and that is getting done with, and giving my complete take on after having watched everything everything that's important on the Bad Empanada FD Signifier situation, and it's frustrating to me because I feel like a lot of people are viewing this, consuming this, and not understanding it in various ways, right? My take, if you want to, simplify it, well, I don't even know. No, you can't simplify it. Watch the whole thing, Chad. It's 3 streams. You have to watch them. I will not simplify it. I will not reduce it for you. Or maybe I will. Maybe I'll put out a video that just has a more streamlined version of stuff. But that's easier to do with editing than it is to do with anything. And if I learned anything from covering the story, it's not to give a take at the beginning of the video, because we've probably got some team sports players in here. Any sports fans in the chat? Any sports fans that are like, no, I'm team Bad Empanada. I'm team FD Signifier, my person doesn't do anything wrong. It's the other person that's like really bad, right? So yeah, if you're playing here to play team sports, stay, kick your feet up, get comfortable, get some popcorn, and plug in, because it's you that I want to talk to almost more than anyone else. Unfortunately, though, I don't think either team is going to be super happy or was super happy with my takes in the past, right? I'm identifying mistakes and misstatements on both sides and trying to make sense of this thing. The trick is he has the bravado to win. Wait, who does? Don't remind me, all my teams stink. Funny enough, that's stinking is what Asmongold is accusing Stavros Halkias of doing. Chat, should we put the thing up here? Let's do first thing first, all right? First thing first, we bust out the bubble chat, pop it out. We restore the original chat. Empanadissimo. Oh god, chat. Yeah, too. Like, so yeah, anyway, what I always do what I've been doing in the past on these streams is giving a take up front and, I don't know, alienating like half of the crowd or even all of the crowd. Cause like, I'm my takes are going to cut against both sides. Right. And the team sports people, they're generally like tuned in to like, are you going to say anything bad about my person? Cause if you say anything bad about my person, I'm out. My person is flawless. My person is perfect. Right. And I don't want to hear any sort of this nonsense of, my person could have done better, or my person's giving a bad take or anything like that. In our world by nature with the abacus, I might need that. Actually, thank you. Yeah, I am going to need that to keep track of everything here. But let me see. What am I doing? Order of operations. All right, we got to get this on the screen first. But yeah, it's Bad Empanada versus FD Signifier. It's the third night. We covered first we covered the Noah talking to FD Signifier part. The main part of that was the clip that Bad Empanada released on his channel of FD talking in a panel show along with 4 other people as a short, right? And FD Signifier said that, the title is just a straight up lie. It's like in quotes, so it's implying that FD's really said something that he's like, I didn't say. So we looked at that, and it was a little bit hard to, like, FD, as he admitted that he got rambly. What Bad Empanada clipped was incredibly rambly. I've talked to mods about it and just had completely different interpretations of it. So it is kind of said in a way that maybe lends itself to multiple interpretations. But what I heard with my autistic little mind and just like adherence to a strict parsing of the text was not that FD Signifier thinks that Zionist is a dog whistle, right? That'd be, you'd never hear him talk about Zionist in a negative sense, certainly, or maybe like at all, if he thought it was a dog whistle, right? That's some Ethan Klein shit. Not even Ethan Klein, right? Doesn't Ethan Klein like to call Trish a Zionist in a negative way? Yeah. So anyway, it's hard to understand. There's multiple interpretations of it, and I just want to go through it in good faith and painstakingly, methodically unpack everything as much as I can to lend as much understanding to the subject. Funny thing, chat, in the Thai language, and I had to use this morning trying to buy bananas, right? The woman I was talking to said something to me that it went too fast. I couldn't hear it. And I said, my cow jai, right? My, not cow heart, or sorry, cow enters, penetrates, jai heart, right? Doesn't penetrate heart, doesn't enter heart. That's how you say I don't understand in Thai, right? If you don't know, it's my ru, I don't know. But if you don't understand, it's my khao jai. And that's kind of beautiful to me, right? That understanding is like, when you understand something, it comes into your heart. You're like, oh, I understand now. It's in my heart. Or mind. You could think of it as mind too. What sport is in the frying pan now? The sport of team sports, the sport of looking at a content creator as the be all end all, and you know, the infallible, perfect person that you can't disagree with, or else you suck, right? That's the team sports that I'm talking about today. So yeah, 3 nights in a row. I don't know. Like anyway, I have a lot to say about this stuff, and there's a lot of content to begin with. But yeah, I feel like the subject matter maybe is having trouble penetrating people's hearts. People are listening to it, and they're not understanding it. And I've just seen a lot of that in the comments, and I'm trying to deal with that. So yeah, I've learned my lesson today. Don't give your take up front. Just let everybody know that you're going to go through the material. What material are we going through? We're going through the end of Noah talking to Bad Empanada, so we're almost done with the actual debate part of it. There was something that I heard Bad Empanada say late at night that I was like truly surprised by, because it sounded like Bad Empanada turning the subject matter from being about Zionism and Israel to being about Jews. Which, you know, being somebody who has defended Bad Empanada multiple times, a lot of bad people, a lot of bad faith accusations of anti-Semitism from Vosh, from aristocracy, from any number of people towards Bad Empanada, I've looked at it and said, no, that's not true at all. And it's kind of actually low-key problematic that you think that his criticism of Israel is somehow coming from a place of anti-Semitism. It sort of sounds like you don't want him to criticize Israel. Like, I've defended him on a lot of that stuff, so I was like surprised to hear that. That being said, it was like late at night. I think I turned on the I turned on the stream. I started listening and I fell asleep, and then I woke up and they were still going somehow, or something was some iteration of the debate was still going. And so I don't know. I guess don't hold me to that, but I did hear something, and I still haven't gotten to it in my reaction. The only thing I'm worried about now is that there's like 5 minutes that we skipped because there's like multiple instances of the N-word being said, right? To be clear, it's FD, you know, when Bad Empanada is saying, like, you know, what's the problem with Zog? What's the problem with this? What's the problem with that? You know, FD's response is, what's the problem of, you know, N-word hard R, right? As a comparison. And yeah. So in other, anything close to that, I just stayed away from. There's a few instances of it, so it's pretty hard to avoid. But so yeah, maybe I lost it in there. I don't think Irene understood me about the Craven Empanadissimo. Yeah, let me see. I'm in the middle of explaining the stream and a million other things. Let me make sure. I want to be able to put the super chats and stuff up on the screen. That I think is my first order of business. So Gnarble by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships and for helping us solve maybe or shed a little light on the puzzle of who actually gets the memberships. How does that work? Because Renee was talking right before Narwhal sent those, and then Renee got a membership, and I'm just like, that has to be related. There has to be some, relationship there. Renee says the trick is that he has the bravado to win an argument. Bad Empanadissimo is too petty to let go. Oh, of the beef? Is that the one you thought I didn't understand? Here, I'm gonna scroll down. I'll admit I don't watch BE, but I don't necessarily appreciate his takes on the U.S. left because they're absolutist from what I've seen clipped and summarized. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna resist giving it too strong of an opinion on anything, because again, I want everybody to watch, whether you're a team player for the FD team or the team player for the BE team. I want you to stay here. I want you to watch. I want you to know that you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm not threatened by your opinion. If you disagree with me, please don't be threatened by mine. I'm just going to try to go through this in good faith and just unpack everything and see what we've actually got. Because I just feel like there's so much, just confusion and deflection. I mean, there's deflection in the debate, and then you're seeing deflection from you know, people talking about the debate after the fact. So, like calling yourself a tanky. Wait, who called themselves a tanky? Did Bad Empanada, is he calling himself a tanky now? I don't. I'll admit I don't want. Okay, wait. He doesn't believe that there is or can be an American left. I think the wires were crossed between convos. Yeah, possibly. Anyway, just I'm trying to catch up with chat. Okay, so those are, yeah, I've got that on screen. What else do I need to do? Oh, yeah, let's do this, chat. This is the second thing that we're gonna do. This is a new addition to the show. No, that's not it. That's almost it. New addition to the show. All right. This is the whiteboard. This is where we add things that we're thinking of covering, right? And specifically stuff that is going to be in the bonus goal for today. I have tried to use this also to solicit, you know, opinions from the chat as far as which of these things you want to see. I got no response when I do that, though. It's like talking into a wall. So I guess I'll quit doing that and just decide for you instead. Yeah, some of these things, like the DNC thing, well, we've got new stuff on the board. Let's see, what is it? What have I added? We got Jillian Michaels trolled by, okay, PBD caught up in a Ponzi scheme. That is a CoffeeZilla story. CoffeeZilla has uncovered what, like, I think he's saying is a Ponzi scheme by, oh my God, I'm trying to remember the dude's name. Let me find the video. So yeah, I kind of want to visually show you what I got on the plate, right? And that's just like everything that I got on mine, not necessarily stuff that's going into the bonus content, because we only have 4 of those to vote on. We're looking for CoffeeZilla PBD. And look, I'm always looking for a chance to include PBD in the content, because I'm a numbers gal, okay? People say that Paul Bet David is falling off, right? Falling off a cliff. His views are falling off a cliff. Nobody watches him. Nobody cares. He's got no motion. Let's grok it. Let's grok it. Can we get somebody grokking it out there? And somebody in YouTube, I want you to grok it. Somebody on Twitch, I want you to chat GPT it. We're numbers people here. We like to use numbers. We like to analyze stuff, right? We look at the big picture. So yeah, you're about to be value-tained if you choose that story. Okay, I think I found the thumbnail that I'm gonna use here. Let's see if we just pop this baby. And pop this baby? God, that's worse than splitting the baby. We're not trying to pop any babies, right? Babies are not balloons. If you didn't know that. Babies are not balloon animals. Okay, so what do we have? We have CoffeeZilla, and Patrick Bet David. This is no longer the DNC career autopsy of Ken Martin. This is now valuetainment, Ponzi, question mark? I don't know. That makes sense. We got the Hassan Supino that I have taken off the board, so I'm going to remove this check mark. I'm going to put what? I'm going to put the check mark right here. And then I am going to layer bring forward. There we go. All right, so yeah, and what else? Yeah, this one too. So we've added PBD, caught up in the Ponzi scandal. I don't know that much about it, but it's someone that PBD got involved with that has done what seems to be a Ponzi scam. What looks to me to be a Ponzi scam, even brought over a reporter to try to talk about it, to try to say, look, I'm sorry, I messed up. It wasn't a scam. I didn't mean to scam anyone. It just kind of happened to accidentally. Oh, by the way, check out my 2-of-a-kind pool table. There's only 2 of these in the world. It's very expensive. Also, check out my Lamborghini outside. And it's like literally the money you stole from people, like sitting around there as this reporter is, no, show me more of your stuff. So this guy's kind of digging his hole deeper. PBD is caught up financially with this guy. And, you know, is on the line. CoffeeZilla wants him to take accountability. And yes, there is a conversation between PBD, the second conversation, I guess, between PBD and CoffeeZilla. So we got that. We got Destiny's orbit implodes. That's this one. It's gotten worse, chat. But we're not just talking, like, so this Connor points, he dropped out of the Destiny orbit. He's really mad at Destiny. And he was trying to give him some tough love the other night. And he revealed a whole bunch of gross, fucked up shit that Destiny did, right? Including, what was it, like, did he have an affair with like a MAGA guy's wife or something? And the MAGA guy now wants to kill Destiny? Yeah, like Connor revealed so much, right? That Destiny definitely didn't want him to reveal, and was dropping out of orbit, was like, I can't take it anymore, right? You know, this is gross. I don't want to be around this. But now we're going to see Connor has sort of like, what would you call it? He tacoed, I guess, right? He thinks Destiny just needs a really good friend to not be such a pervert. If he wasn't such a pervert, he wouldn't be getting in trouble. Never mind the lines of, you know, consent that he's crossing. No, it's all about Destiny's sexual degeneracy, according to Connor. And we get to hear more about Destiny's sexual degeneracy, including supposedly some age play going on with Destiny. God, I don't want to get too much into that because that's just gross. But that's on the menu as well. Jillian Michaels, getting trolled by Matan Evans is here as well. That looks like a hot ticket. And then the last but not least, let's see if we can find this. Asmongold is getting roasted by a large Greek man that you may know. You may know this Greek god of a man named Stavros Halkias, right? Who came over to hang out with his friend Hassan, and they ended up watching an Asmongold video. You know, Hassan's introducing Stavy to some of the alts, right? Some of the alts, some of the ops, yeah, some of the ops. Alt, yes. Asmongold is Hassan's alt, right? It's not. He's somehow he's both guys. Asmongold, Stavy. Okay, that's not working. Okay, yeah. This is good. This is really good. Okay, I got it. This is the perfect image here. All right, so we're gonna add something new to the whiteboard today. My patented Professor Jang whiteboard. And yeah, there it is. Look at that. Stavros, Hassan, and Asmongold. All right, right here maybe. All right, so, and what do we got here? So yeah, the TLDR is that Hassan and Stavy roasted Asmongold. Asmongold reacted to it, and guess what he did, chat? Guess what his vector of attack was? That's right, Stavy's weight. A comedian who is constantly making jokes at his own expense about his own weight is Asmongold thought he could get at him by calling him a fatty. And the other thing too, right? The other like kind of, I guess, trope about fat people is that they smell. And Asmongold was accusing Stavros of probably smelling. Right? It gets weird, chat. He's like, if I ate a pizza and Stavros and Hassan ate a pizza, I bet my room would smell better than theirs, right? I don't know, Chad. It's weird. The only shame is we don't. I don't know if we got a Stavros response to Asmongold. That would be hilarious, right? We'll watch Stavros roasting him. Yeah, I think we'll have to. I don't know when we're gonna get when Stavros is gonna comment on it, because this is it's funny stuff. But yeah, Asmongold, trying to roast him back by oh yeah, you know what? You're fat. Like, what he called him a fatty. It's like Trump, right? Get like quiet silence, piggy. But anyway, kind of crazy there. So we got that, and what else do we need to move? Asmongold roasted, Destiny's Orbit, PBD Scandal. Yeah, I guess we're not doing this. Ashley St. Clair. Look at the Elon baby though. I'm like, I don't know. The Elon baby's kind of. Look at that. I want to leave the Elon baby just as an ornament. All right. To remember when fertility rates went up. Anyway, so yeah, Valuetainment Ponzi scheme, FD Signifier, that's the main topic, and Bad Empanada. Jillian getting trolled, and is there anything else, chat? This is your chance to put something on my radar if you want to. If anybody's got stories that they want me to cover, this is a good time to mention that while I've got the whiteboard out. Oh yeah, bullying the libs. Wait, we should change this one to what is it? There's like a Wick thing. Wick. I'll just type in Wick. And oh my god. Oh no, I forgot he doesn't upload there it is. Okay. So let's sub this out. Should liberals defend Hassan Piker is the topic du jour today on Wick TV. The death of certainty. Ha ha ha. The toothcock is back, chat. And God, the only thing that sucks about this is I would love it if there's a picture of Wick on here, because it doesn't really indicate that. But there we go. We changed that. We're gonna probably get rid of the Donald and Iran and Israel here for now. Maybe replace it with something else later. Hassan subpoenaed. I guess, chat, we haven't got a confirmation of this. I don't know where this information comes from, but Hassan maintains that he has not been served with anything yet. So it's a little bit speculative at this point. Oh yeah, Asmongold was talking about, this too, of like his opinion. Yeah, there's more shit going back and forth. Numbers guy, Vinny, let's grok it. Let's grok it, Vinny. And now we wait for the stream to get taken down by birthday song copyright people. Are there? What? That was a thing at some point. Holy shit! I wanted to be cowed by the strongest leftist personality. I would agree with B. And wait, I'll sniff Stavy over Asmongold any day. I know. Cause Stavy would not get laid as much as he does if he smelled bad. All right, just throwing it out there. Okay. There's one difference between Asmongold and Stavy is that Stavy attracts people and Asmongold repels people. So there we go. Stavy's giggle always, yeah, I know, something about his laugh is like infectious. My sexual orientation is Stavroa. Yeah. You're not the only one out there, Ravy. It's like a lot of, Stavy's, like I said, he's an attractor. He's got that like, he's got that charismatic pull. All right, I'm trying to just go through the chat really quick, see if I missed anything, see if anybody's got suggestions for content to add. All hail Majority Report, don't play League and watch chat. Wait, who was doing that recently? Oh, Noah. Noah was playing League, right? And watch chat, it's like driving a car drunk. I have trouble, responding to, if the chat's moving fast at all, it's hard to respond to while playing a video game. Destiny sucks. PBD is a career griftist. As Mein Kampf is a played propagandist. Bad Empanada is a loony wrecker. And FT is a disappointed lib pseudo. Okay, there we go. Just looking at chat really quick. Okay, so with this chat, since I'm not getting any extra, every episode of Come Town is like has multiple jokes about Savvy's weight, yeah, and most of them by him, but not all by Stavvy himself, right? Anyway, just scrolling through the chat here. So there's our whiteboard for today, chat, just to visually show you what I got on my map. And to request that if you see something, you're like, wait, why doesn't she have blah, blah, blah? It's like, just time to say blah, blah, blah in chat. Don't think that I'll be mad or think that you're derailing or anything like that. Or no, I want to hear what's going on in your neck of the woods too. But nobody's saying anything. So yeah, once again, chat. Once again. Oh yeah. So like, that's the next thing. Okay, we got that. We need that. All right. Let's make this happen. Let's add some hours to the clock. All right, reset timer to 10 minutes. Okay, well, we're not doing that, but I will say, okay, so here's the deal. Our goal low key, although I don't have the goal thing up, maybe I should add it. I've been thinking about adding it back, but it's like just too much work, maybe. I don't know. It adds more time to me having to do things. But it is that, if we hit like if we add 100 minutes to the time, right? Then I add 30 minutes to the next time, right? You in other words, like if we add 100 minutes to this, right? Then the next day, it'll be X plus 30. So if it was 3 hours the day before, it'll be 3 hours and 30 minutes the day after. If it started at 4 hours the day before, it'll be 4 hours and 30 minutes, right? Et cetera, right? So it's just a little goal that helps the next day, that gets us to start off with more time the next day. So since we didn't hit it yesterday, I'm gonna add 1 more hour here and just start us off at 3:30. And that's what I would say, chat, right? Starting it. That's what I would say, if not for the fact that people have already been supporting the stream, it looks like. And so what we're gonna do here is exclamation, sub add time, 20M, I believe. So look at that. Look at that. We're starting actually with, yeah, almost close to what we started with last time, because people support the stream. Every time you support the stream, you'll notice this. There's an association between when people do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, which now we know maybe go to the last person to talk in chat or something that doesn't have I don't know, chat. Anyway, let's not worry about that right now. Anytime you support the stream through patreon.com/nocommentchick or throne.com/nocommentchick, which right now I am trying to crowdfund for that Vietnam trip. It's going to happen in the fall. I would like to buy the tickets not in the fall. I would like to buy the tickets sooner rather than later, so I will lock in a slightly lower price. So if you want to help me be able to do that, you can go over to throne.com and you can donate there. If you support me on Twitch, right? Anytime any of those things happen, this number goes up, right? We get more time, and you're gonna hear a noise, right? You're gonna hear, you might get used to this noise, right? You might you might learn to love this noise. Wait, how does this work? Oh yeah, here we go. There we go. So that's the sound of continuity. Every time you hear that, you know the stream's going to last a little bit longer than it would have otherwise. And, you know, you can thank who's ever supporting the stream, because I get that not everybody can do that, right? I would love to support more streams. There's a ton of small streamers out there doing really good work, working really hard, and getting very little, you know, in the way of recompense. You know, obviously, like fundraisers, like Noah trying to resist Ethan Klein's bullying, Frogan, right? You know, there's a lot of places my money would go if I had disposable income. And for most of us, that's not you. For me, it's not me. And for you, it might not be you either. But you can support the stream for free in a certain number of ways. One of the easiest ways, one of the ways you could do right now if you're watching me on YouTube is to hit that like button. Because damn, there we go. See, you added time. Here is a whole $1. We do what we can. Yeah, well, I mean, if you can, yeah, do that. Yeah, no. But no expectation. And remember, there's ways that you can support the stream at no cost to you. One of those ways is to like the stream, right? That helps me out a lot. Another way that I might want to mention, if you are a VOD watcher, or if you do end up on a VOD, or if you just want to go over there and say hi in the comment section, that helps me out a lot, right? Liking the stream, commenting on the stream after the stream also helps out. What else helps out that you can do for free? If you're on Twitch and you've got Prime, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and you will receive what's called a Twitch Prime sub. That means you get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice, 1 per month, right? And if you use it on me, it means a lot, because I know there's only one that you can only use one, right? If you know, that means a lot, right? Of all the streamers on Twitch, you're supporting me with your Twitch Prime sub, costs you nothing, puts a little bit of money in my pocket, and also takes away money from a big evil corporation. I won't mention which one, but you could probably figure out. So that is based, and we do appreciate that. And yeah, that is a way that you can support the stream at no cost to you. So there, I think I've gone over that kind of stuff. We're not going to do a gauntlet today. I don't think, right? We usually do a gauntlet at the opening. That's either a playlist of news or a playlist of whatever, you know, maybe even TikToks and stuff like that. Or we scroll Twitter and we look at the clips on there. And I got kind of burned by yesterday's gauntlet, right? Direful took like a whole lot of time to painstakingly curate the FD Signifier Bad Empanada debate and give me the exact timestamps of like, here's where the slur occurs, you know, cut out here so that you don't have a slur end up on your stream. Even though, you know, FD's allowed to say, you know, YouTube doesn't have a moderation problem. YouTube will not come down on a channel for FD Signifier saying that word. It's kind of like advertisers, they will withdraw those. And if I have enough of that kind of stuff on my channel, then eventually maybe even the channel could get demonetized. So it's like more of a long-term thing that we worry about, and just a, you know, overall, you know, ad revenue and channel health and stuff like that. So yeah, we do try to avoid that. But yeah, I got burned on the first clip that showed up on Twitter of FD and Bad Empanada arguing, was one with a slur in it. So I'm hearing that Twitch Prime is kind of like the Highlander. Yeah, there can only be one per month, I've heard. We managed to mop my floor and do dishes last night and stream, if you really want to know. Peak housework hours. Yeah, and also good housework for me, because I was able to get rid of the durian. And I actually tied it, like I put it in one plastic bag, and then I put that plastic bag in another plastic bag, and then I walked it down the hallway to the garbage. Which is like behind a door, so hopefully I'm not making, you know, my neighbors pissed off. Anyway, what's the next thing we need to do? Put the bonus content, right? So you can see which ones I've selected by the ones with a check mark. These are the things that we have an option to take a look at today. What do you want to watch next is the question I'm going to ask you. What do you want to watch next? And the possible responses. Let's see if I can pare down these options for you. All right, Jillian Michaels trolled by Matan Evans. You know Matan Evans? He's the guy that came on stage and said something about Bill Clinton's rabbi. I don't even remember what that fucking was, chat. But he's on a whole nother level as far as comedy goes, and he's using those comedic skills against Boomer Con Jillian Michaels, and you love to see it. You actually do. You love to see it, right? We got PBD caught up in the Ponzi scandal. I'm not saying PBD is a Ponzi scheme. I'm not saying that Valuetainment is a pyramid scheme or anything like that. But it sounds like somebody he's doing business with, maybe. We got Destiny's orbit implodes. Chat, that's gonna be a lot of tea about Destiny and the sick shit that he gets up to, revealed by his BFF Counterpoints, who's a comet. Chat, we talk about orbiters, right? Destiny orbiters. Back in the day, it was people like Are Relevant, Dylan Burns. Trying to think of who else. Classic. Mr. Girl was an orbiter for a while. Yeah, so we got the orbiters, right? That's like the suns here and the planets go around, right? But Counterpoints is like, I'm not an orbiter. I'm not a planet. I'm a comet. I go way out there and say fuck Destiny. He's a sick fuck. He's a degenerate scumbag gooner, right? And then I come back and say, oh, Destiny's really being taken advantage of by all these clout goblins, all these clout demons. They're eating my man up, and I gotta protect him, right? So he's a comet. He's like Steven Universe's dad. He's Mr. Universe. Chat. Counterpoints is Greg Universe, I guess, a very shitty version of Greg Universe. And even went as far as to talk about like something about Destiny's a comet to me. I don't know if this guy knows how. The metaphor is this: if you have a lot of viewers, you have a lot of mass, like the sun, okay? If you have less viewers, you have less mass, like a planet, all right? Maybe some of these planets even have moons orbiting around them, smaller streamers than them, right? That's what makes the orbiter versus the orbited, right? The orbited has the viewers, has the motion, has the, attention. The orbiter wants a piece of clout. And then like if you're orbiting an orbiter, then you're, I guess, a moon or something like that, or some kind of space debris. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I think the man misunderstands. He's cringe. Counterpoints is cringe. He's fun. I'll say it. He's fun to watch because he's cringe. He's also fun to watch because for once he grew a spine a week ago or so, and now the spine has been sucked out of his ass by Destiny. Chat. Oh, speaking of Destiny, I gotta take you on a little here. I'm putting up the poll. Here comes the poll. You ready? Boom. The poll just dropped. And you can vote on this on YouTube, right? So I got those 4 options. Jillian Michael trolls Matan. Sorry, wrong. Trolled by Matan. PBD caught up in a Ponzi scandal. Destiny's orbit implodes. And Asmongold roasted by a man who knows his olive oil. No, I don't know what to say, Chad. He was roasted with olive oil. I'm sure Stabby would have seasoned him really well too, right? Anyway, but yeah, Stabby's roasting Destiny. So wait, here, what was I going to show you? Let's get to it, all right? I think this is something you'll really like. So what have I been up to on Twitter? Well, just like I don't tweet that much, honestly, chat. I like tweet maybe once or twice a day. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed. But in the past, I'd get some views. So some people would care what I had to say, but not that many. Things have changed. And now when I do like a little post like this, right? Just a little comment on Ogre Boy's Twitter post. I never knew Hassan got sex pestered by Sex Pestiny. Well, what did it go to? Looks like 7K. What? I'm sorry. I was happy to get 70 likes not too long ago. Now I'm getting 7K. What's going on? Why is Elon giving me free views? Is somebody botting me? I don't understand. It's weird, but whatever. I guess people are paying attention to my tweets now. Let's see what this is, right? What's going on? Nope, we can't watch that. We can't listen to the music, can we? That is Destiny and Hassan. Back when Hassan was a little guy on Twitch. Back when Destiny was like, oh, cool, you're Jink Uger's nephew, and you like let me see what you're into communism. Hey, tell me more about that, right? Hassan is trying to eat his meal here, and Destiny can't take his hands off of him. And there's a question about, like, especially when you got somebody, like, at this point, chat, Hassan is low-key, like, I don't want to call him an orbiter, right? I don't think he understands what orbit is at this point. I don't think he's trying to be an orbiter of Destiny. But functionally speaking, a lot of the views that Hassan is getting at this time are, yes, coming from his association with Destiny, is when he appears on a Destiny stream and so forth, right? And so you've really got to wonder, even if Hassan is like, I'm okay with it, right? When you're financial well-being depends somewhat on it's like I'm okay with my boss like getting touchy-feely with me because you don't want to piss your boss off. Maybe not because you like having your freaking boob grabbed. Like, look at that. Look at him groping the man. He's milking Hassan. So yeah, this was way back in the day, many years ago. Hassan, different fashion era for Hassan. With the Outcast shirt and yeah, it's like, I'm sure there's more context to this, but yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. But that's just me, chat. That's just me. Yeah, the kid who trolled the 2020 Game Awards, exactly. That's who he is. Andy Milanakis. Oh, that's Andy Milanakis. Okay, thank you. I didn't know who that was. No, most Americans couldn't name Angus King or his politics either, which is kind of my point. Okay, I don't know what. We're talking about election stuff. We're talking about primary stuff. I'm thinking Connor is just the best of his buddies. Stand up for Destiny's honor. Yeah, stand up for Destiny's honor and like talk about his sex life, right? Like my reformed rabbi Bill Clinton. Okay, wait, Bill Clinton was the rabbi? I will never understand what that joke was about, probably, unless I have Matan explain it to me. But anyway, those are the options for today. Again, chat, and again, if you go over to YouTube, you'll be able to vote on those items, right? You can even come over from Twitch if you want to. Go to YouTube, search nocommentchick, and click on the stream, and you'll see a little poll there. Right now, Asmongold roasted by Stavi seems to be in first place. Jillian Michaels trolled by Matan in second place. Third place, we got PBD caught up in a Ponzi scandal. And fourth place is Destiny's orbit imploding. Is all the details about Destiny's age play and such and so forth. God damn. It's getting rough, chat. It was a Zionist joke? Okay. It's going over my head still. Like, the joke is that Bill Clinton is a Zionist? Matan is Israeli and criticizes Israel. Let the man eat. That's what I was saying, Pangrief. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I was like, just let them. He's clearly trying to eat. Anyway, so yeah, in addition to counting your votes, which I will, we're gonna need time to make this work. I started us off at 3 hours and 30 minutes. And, that time is going to go down, but you can put time back on the board, and you will put time back on the board every time you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership, gift a membership, support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me, people are voting for PBD. Look at that. We got Valuetainment in the chat. All right. So, or if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, patreon.com/nocommentchick, or on Twitch, .tv/nocommentchick, any of those will give us more time. If we have more time, what is the bonus of that? You can get to more topics, right? We've got a decent amount of this left. We might have some time just as it is for a little bit of bonus content, but if you really want to get into these subjects, you're gonna have to make the machine go burr. You're gonna have to feed the beast by piling more coal into the steam engine so that Steamboat Willie... Wait, is Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse, chat? Anyway, do we want Steamboat Willie to win? I don't know. I don't know which is the team that we're rooting for here, but we're about to get into team sports of Bad Empanada versus FD Signifier. Finish that off. I'm going to watch the rest of the Noah Samsens conversation with Bad Empanada. And then we're going to go and watch FD's response. FD did a response video to this. And then we're going to kind of go back and watch some of Bad Empanada's criticism of FD Signifier, see how this all kind of started out, right? What is behind this. There's the Little Bill video. Apparently, Bad Empanada is saying that Little Bill is subtweeting him, doing videos that don't mention him, but are clearly responses to his videos. And then that FD has done stuff like... a video on Zootopia and anti-Semitic dog whistles or anti-Semitic something or other that was in Zootopia. Supposedly, Bad Empanada is criticizing him over that too. So we're gonna look at that stuff. We'll wrap up the Bad Empanada stuff. If we have time, we will move on. 18 votes so far. Chat, you get your votes in. If we have time, we will move on to the bonus topic. So make sure to vote for that. Also know that when you do support the stream in any way that you do, that you have the right, if you want to use it, you have the right to put your money where your mouth is. That is to say, you can here. You can, do I need to get into this mode? Probably. Yeah, because we can see the bonus topics there. Yeah, so what does that mean? You see all these little numbers up here? You got 0%, plus 0%, plus 0%, plus 0%, plus 0%, right? That is, you can make any of these not be plus 0% and be plus something percent by just telling me when you donate, like, hey, my donation, it's going to Jillian. It's going to Jillian, straight to Jillian Michaels, right? It's going to PBD, straight to Valuetainment, right? It's going to Destiny, it's going to Asmongold, etc. Or you can say, you know, actually, I would like the voters to be able to choose what we watch next. And so I'm going to say Vox Populi, voice of the people. Very... you know, magnanimous of you to use your dono that way, but that's an option for you, right? If you know, you don't have to put your thumb on the scale. You could put your thumb on the anti-scale and make everything a lot more fair and emphasize the vote, de-emphasize the donos, right? You do that by saying Vox Populi. You can also say video game stream. We've got a video game stream coming up tomorrow. We're gonna play some Persona 2, Innocent Sin. We are through Mew Continent. We are through the CD store. We went through a 90s like CD store called Gigamacha. I think it's supposed to be like a Tower Records or something. And now we're gonna get to the part where yeah, Lisa's been taken away from the party. She's joined the idol group Muses, and we got to go over to Aoba Park at Aoba Park in order to hear the Muses' first concert and try to get Lisa back. She's a party member, right? She's not supposed to be doing idol stuff. She's supposed to be fighting monsters with us. We need her back, right? So we're gonna have to go get her back. That's all happening tomorrow, and that's on for sure. If you want to make sure that next week's stream will be on for sure, all it takes is feeding the kitty 100 yen. Just like in Persona 2 in the detective agency, you feed there's little you know, the good luck kitty in the front of the store, and every time this kitty gets filled up to 100, that secures another video game stream. So you can also say video game stream if you're a gaming frog and you want to ensure the continuity of video game stuff. With that being said, chat, we got to get back to where we left off. Bad Empanada, Noah Samsens. What? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm so confused now. Was the debate still going on at this point? What happened? Did I rewind it? Sorry, it's Noah and Bad. Sorry, I got confused, chat. I got confused. Yeah. So the structure of the debate is Noah talks to FD Signifier. Bad Empanada people come into the chat. FD Signifier starts talking back to them, and they spend a good like 30 minutes talking about Bad Empanada. He shows up in chat, is like, hey, if you're gonna talk to me or talk about me, why don't you talk to me? Noah brings him on. They debate for an hour or two. FD gets sick of it after a while and leaves. Noah kicks Bad Empanada out. FD leaves. And then Noah brings Bad Empanada back on, and now Noah's like debating Bad Empanada low-key, or sort of in FD's place. So that's where we're at now. Like I said, I heard some crazy shit coming out of Bad Empanada's mouth when I when I was listening to this. Unfortunately, it was very late at night, so now I'm like wondering, like we haven't seen it yet. We haven't, the part that I'm talking about where he fully like pivots from talking about Israel to talking about the Jews is maybe coming up. Maybe buried in those little 5-minute sections that I couldn't watch because there was, you know, N-words were being dropped with a hard R. And again, it's not the end of the world. You know, a few of those like made it onto stream, but you know, it's FD saying it, so YouTube is not gonna, you know, pull my channel for that or anything. And we just want to keep, you know, ideally less offensive things if you want to stay monetized, right? You got to be a platform that they want to advertise on, and the more times that something like that happens, the less it's appealing. So we do watch that. And we do want to minimize that. So if it's in there, I don't know what I'm going to do to try to find it. I'll have to like watch it myself. I'll have to rewatch the inward segments or something if it's in there. But yeah, Bad Empanada was talking some fucking nonsense. I've criticized FD for a number of things that he did that sort of got him into this situation with Bad Empanada in the first place. And even some of his you know, takes when he was talking to Little Bill, Deculturation, and the others. It's, you know, nobody's blameless here, including Noah. And the really sad thing though is that yeah, I guess if anyone, I haven't been really expressing much smoke for Noah. It's because I feel sorry for him. He didn't make his goal of 200,000, and I want him to. I need him to be able to take on Ethan Klein. So, and I just wonder how much that has to do with this toxic debate going on. I believe the first night. I believe it was the first night of the fundraiser. If not, it was the very opening. Like, I don't know. Something about that atmosphere, I think it does not lend itself towards fundraising. So we'll hope that Noah can make up the difference somewhere and actually, you know, take Ethan on with adequate representation, because you can see the difference, right? Between you know, Denham's legal team and other people's legal team, or even like, let's talk about Pixie's legal team, right? Pixie's legal team has kind of got Destiny on his back heels. That's pretty. You see the difference when somebody can really pay for an attorney, really pay for good representation versus, you know, when they can't. So I would like Noah to be able to afford all of the lawyering that he needs. And it really is a shame that if this contributed towards him not being able to reach those goals. So with that being said, chat, oh wait, there's one more thing I gotta do. So I mentioned that you could support me on Patreon as well as Throne or you know, YouTube or Twitch, right? And if you do support me on Patreon, there's a little bonus for you. I try to make a, you know, give everybody something for what they, oh my god, here we go. So, if you support me at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to Neopergos. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Joel Siverud. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orlis Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zera Xerox. With that being said, chat, I believe we can finally get down to business like Mulan. Yeah, we're gonna let's get down to business. Wait, that's the wrong button. Let's try that again. Nope.
And there's certain lines that we need to draw, because Graham and Platten are killing Iraqis and Afghans.
Okay, what happened?
The largest material consequence out of, or even a significant one?
I think shaming veterans is something very important to do, especially in this case. I'm not saying you should go around like shaming some random fucking guy in the street or whatever, but this is someone running for US Senate, man. He wants to be a big political leader, and there's certain lines that we need to draw, because Graham and Platten are killing Iraqis and Afghans is no different than someone in the USA killing their neighbor. Yeah, these people are not lesser people. That he did it for the U.S. military for money doesn't make it any more acceptable, any less bad.
So it is essentially about, it is on moral grounds then, because I mean I agree with what you just said there, but when it comes to
it's not specifically on moral grounds. It's a problem of perception, right? Because what I was going to say there is they wouldn't vote for someone who murdered their neighbor, even if they were repentant about it, would they? They wouldn't vote for someone who was like a convicted rapist, or something like that.
I mean, maybe some of them would. Remember that 99% Hitler? Like that's kind of
what?
framework of thinking.
What?
A lot of
we just saw recently there was a Democratic candidate for mayor in California, for governor in California, I believe, and he sexually harassed his staffers, and he was immediately ostracized. You see, like, great example of. Do you remember, like, one of Hassan's friends got accused of?
So Hassan addressed this the other day. I don't know if I can find the clip, but yeah, he said that maybe what Bad Empanada is not getting here is that not only is, killing foreigners normalized as a member of the US military, it is lauded. And that fucking sucks. But you all know there's a big difference between us in here and our point of view versus like the average American on the street. There is a severe lack of consciousness, of class consciousness, of the fact that maybe you have more in common, your interests have more in common with these foreigners that the army is being ordered to kill than it does with that it does with the corporations profiting from these wars, certainly. And sadly, that is just not a perception that is widespread. So as far as like getting Graham Plattner to withdraw his candidacy, even if that was a good idea, right? Even if your principle is like, no, I'd rather have Susan Collins return to the Senate for the umpteenth term than this, weirdo with a totem cough on his chest, or I guess he got it covered up now. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, I get what he's saying. I agree with him on the morality of joining the military and trying to hide behind that. Well, I was just following orders. Yeah, didn't work in Nuremberg. Shouldn't work as a moral statement. That being said, we are more behind the 8 ball in the United States, consciousness wise and politics wise than I think he realizes.
Of sexual harassment, and Hassan cut him off completely.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think we have clear examples of this difference in treatment when the victims are foreigners, especially when the victims are foreigners of the US empire, and when the victims are your peers or people you perceive of as your peers, like Americans like you. And this is way more than just moral. It's not just, I think this guy.
But then why are you making a moral condemnation about Hassan, right? That's the whole thing. So Hassan agrees with you on the morality question, right? The other thing too that Hassan, I believe, pointed out is that you've got really two cohorts that you can look at as far as the United States killing foreigners, killing innocent people in foreign countries, right? One, of course, is the enlisted personnel, right? People that grow up without much class consciousness, grow up thinking that the military protects the United States somehow, get indoctrinated, get inculcated. You got these people, right? Not to excuse, the killing, but to understand why people, still join, right? Despite the fact that the army is terrible for your own health, let alone the immoral acts you're gonna, actually connected, kind of the immoral acts that you undertake in foreign countries actually are damaging your own mental health. Right? You got that person, right, that you could yell at, and then you got the politician that you could yell at, right? And with Graham Plattner, we can hope, chat. We've been burned before by Fetterman. I have a lot of reservations about Plattner, more than most people certainly have expressed on the left. But Susan Collins is more likely to vote to send U.S. personnel to go kill people in foreign countries than Graham Plattner. So that's the calculation. I feel like Bro is a little bit lost in the sauce here. It's understandable, though, and I'm not one of those I'm not one of those people that say, if you're not American, what are you doing talking about our politics? No, our politics affects your world. I understand that. And you get it sort of jammed in your face, right? You're a lot more, if you're not in America, well, I'm not in the country right now, but if you're not, American, you have to pay attention to American politics just because of how much that, you know, how much of an effect that is. And I will say also that people that are outside of the American bubble sometimes can have insights that don't occur to people inside the American bubble. That being said, if I went and tried to make a statement about, let's say, Australian politics, UK politics, right? First, I'd have to educate myself about the way that the various political institutions, houses of parliament, etc., how that shit even works, because it's vastly different. So, I mean, that's my issue, is that sometimes it might be, you know, easy for somebody from outside of the United States to just be like, just do X, just form a third party forehead, right? Without understanding like what an uphill battle that is, and how, you know, yeah, a third party should be formed, or a party should be taken out. So something should happen so that these two right-wing parties are not the only options. The thing is that a third party takes a long time to build, and you gotta consider what to do in the meantime, right? And what to do, you know, is just abandon any more, you know, any of the you know, either of the right-wing parties. That results in a lot of pain and misery, not just for people in the United States, but yes, people around the world who will be subject to more wars if another Trumpian president is elected, or even a neocon of either party, or a neoliberal, right? There's so anyway, it's a more complicated issue than I think people are giving it credit for. I don't begrudge somebody from another country for having an opinion about the United States. It'd be fucking silly and kind of arrogant for me to scold them about that. But at the same time, you know, it's like we got a piece of missing knowledge, sometimes your analysis isn't going to be the best. So there we go.
Morally bad. Okay. It's much more than that, because it's a problem of how you're influencing people's thinking. And that's going to have material problems. If you tell people it's fine to join the US military and you can be forgiven for it no matter what you do, people are going to think that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Hassan say anything like that.
Nor
FD Signifier.
He's been arguing endlessly in defense of Graham Plattner and trying to get people to vote for him. He outright said he doesn't, like someone said in his chat, like, I can't believe you're defending Graham Plattner, who killed Iraqi babies. And his response to that was, you know, I don't care. I don't fucking care.
Wait, Hassan's?
Again, the Twitch clips, I don't really hold that much weight on.
I'm sorry.
You can like talk to or look at a long form conversation of how he feels about it.
Look, I don't know what Hassan said, but I will 100% guarantee you that's a mischaracterization. Hassan did not say, I don't care if Iraqi babies are killed. Fuck. The other thing that happened on last stream, and it happened kind of late, is we did catch Bad Empanada, at least to my from my reading of it, sounding like he was full of shit in his retcon of like, so last time you came on, you talked to Hassan, you had a nice conversation, you obviously disagree with him about a lot of stuff, but you were able to have a productive exchange, right? What's changed now, right? Since you've been doing, 80 videos about Hassan since then, right? What changed? And his explanation was like, well, I was not aware of how involved Hassan was with the immoral Democratic Party. And now that I know, now that my eyes have, it's like I put on those glasses from They Live and I looked at Hassan and I saw Henry Kissinger. Oh, holy shit. I can't support that anymore. I was wrong. I made a mistake. Oh my gosh, I never should have supported this guy. I'm sorry. He did not come off honest there, right? There's something else going on. Kaylala wants me to boost the audio of the video, which let's take a look and see if, it does seem to be boosted. Let me see what our levels look like. Ooh, it's low.
He's gone.
That's a... all right, chat. So here's the rules, all right? I turn up the volume using a plugin, okay? You remember that this plugin, if it's left on, it's going to blow your eardrums out, okay? So when we're done with this, which will be pretty soon, just at nocommentchick, hey, turn the volume, take off the plugin, turn the volume back up. All right, let's see if we can find where the fuck this lives now. Filters, I believe. Filters. and gain. All right, I'm going to give it 9 decibels. Tell me if this is loud enough.
Long streams talking about his reasoning for it. I've gone over them on my channel. I know you've seen them.
Almost too loud.
I'm 100% sure you've seen at least some of them.
Which ones?
It's way more than just one clip, okay?
Yeah, no, I don't mean a single clip. I mean like something like that when you're assuming.
Yeah, there's a ton of clips of Hassan just salivating at the prospect of dead non-American babies. Yeah, I'm sure you could like you can hardly throw a rock without hitting one. Please increase the video audio.
That means he wants people to join.
Wait, I didn't. Oh no, that's what's going on, chat. I'm like, why is Rave so behind on the? Why is Rave still talking about something I just? It's my fault. Actually, it's my fault. I didn't hit the good button today, chat. There's a good button on YouTube for knocking out the delay. Normally, it just streams with delay. You got to hit the good button and say, don't stream with delay, minimize delay, right? You got to do that. I didn't do it today. I'd been doing it the last few days and just really enjoying being able to talk to chat more immediately. Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah, you were not behind. You may have been behind too, but also like everyone's behind because I forgot to hit the right button. It's my bad. It's my bad because it makes it so much easier, right? Like otherwise, it's just kind of like if I say something and I don't see a reaction from the chat, my interpretation of that naturally is like chat doesn't care, right? I asked them something directly, they don't want to help me, right? They got no interest. They're thinking about other stuff, right? And that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. You're just on a delay. You're on like, I think a 15-second delay, which is a bit absurd for live streaming. But nonetheless, chat, that's what we have to deal with because I can't change it after I've started stream. So, another thing that's going to have to go in my checklist. I need a checklist. I need like a checklist app that just like goes through. Have you checked off all the marks on the list? Because otherwise, you're going to do something stupid. You're going to forget something that you need to do.
Declared himself Team Platinum.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. With Plattner, it's like for a candidate, it's an unforgivable moral stain, and they would treat it differently. They would find someone else to run if it wasn't for the lack of attention to,
Yeah, that's the problem. Like they're running him specifically because he is a veteran, right? Because
they're running him specifically because he is a veteran. Who is they? Who is they? I really want to know.
They know that Americans like veterans, but what we should be doing is
the Democratic Party, the DSA, Hassan Piker. Who is they? Right? Because here's the deal: like Graham Plattner ran, and people in Maine, started responding. Right, and when it was revealed by his opponent, or it was about to be revealed by Janet Mills, that he had this tattoo and he had this history on Reddit and all this kind of stuff, Maine voters, instead of like going away from Plattner, they went to Plattner. So it is voters, average American voters, that are seeing a veteran, not caring about what he did in the name of freedom. In the Iraq War, and hearing what he says and saying this is our guy, right? I don't know how you like with somebody else you might say like, right, there are candidates that the Democratic Party gets behind. That's how they get their initial push, or even the DSA. I don't think Graham Plattner is one of these. I think Graham Plattner is somebody that kind of came out of nowhere, and because the field is just so there's just nobody else fucking or at least nobody else that's getting attention to run. That he. But even if there was, chat, like it's a sad thing that Democratic voters have this brain condition. No, like they have their brains are broken in a way where they've been trained to look for not the candidate that they want. Not the candidate that fits their aspirations of what they think that a moral person or a politician should be, but rather what they think other Americans will vote for, right? So a lot of times Democrats, sadly, picking a candidate that they think is that they think that that centrist, center-right Americans will vote for, right? There's that, and And like I said, there's just not a lot of consciousness about like what, you know, what the U.S. Army, just the U.S. military actually does, and the kind of effects that it has on the countries. People think that, you know, that our army is there to help, and they're like, maybe in World War II they were there to help to a certain extent, right? Since then, right? There's not a lot of help being offered.
Making Americans not like veterans.
Unless you're a rich person from South Vietnam.
Making people think that being a member of the U.S. military is a bad thing, you know, that you shouldn't join. But when you have someone like Graham Plattner, who is accepted, very, very broadly accepted by huge parts of the American, like, anti-imperialists, at least people who claim they are anti-imperialists, it sends the opposite message. And that's the whole problem with it, right?
Yeah.
Like, if Graham Plattner wants to be a normal, everyday guy who farms oysters or whatever it is they're pretending that he does, that's fine. Okay? Whatever. But that's not it. He's not just a normal, everyday guy. He's running for U.S. Senate on a platform of being a proud veteran.
Yeah. And I mean,
and as we all know, the Senate is a respected institution full of extremely moral individuals, the most moral individuals in all of our country. If by morality we mean support for Israel, just like Hasbro is the most moral podcast, just like Israel's the most moral nation, the senators in the United States are the paragons, the absolute paragons of virtue, none more so than a certain John Fetterman.
A platform about strengthening the military that people don't really want to talk about.
Yeah, that's another thing that like these people don't talk about, like the really inconvenient stuff like that as well. They just ignore it. And this is what I mean, because I've been pointing that out for months. I pointed that out for the first time like 8 months ago, right? That thing that you're saying.
Yeah.
But people don't engage with it.
Do people know that Graham Plattner is being voted on only by people from Maine? It's a small state in the northeast of the northeast tip of the United States, called Maine. That's where Graham Plattner lives. That's what this election is for, senator for Maine, right? So most people, most Americans that you would run into online, they don't have a vote in this, right? They might have opinions about Graham Plattner, but you know, I don't know, like the choice is like to make phone calls on his behalf or not, in the primary or the general not you know, whether you're gonna vote for him or run him. Like, I would love it if the American people ran. Does Bad Empanada thinks that's how it works? The American people run candidates? Again, like, there's a lot to grok, to use a term. God, they ruined that word, didn't they? There's a lot to grasp. There's a lot to be aware of here, and to truly understand the American political system and how it is just ensconced in our system that corporations are people, for instance, and they have a lot more sway than the rest of us. They basically, you know, yeah, if you're talking about somebody running a candidate, and Graham Plattner kind of the exception to this, it's generally like the corporations, the donors that decide, that are running a candidate, that are picking, in other words, picking the ballot, picking, you know, who's going to be available to vote for, who's going to be running this time. Yet it goes through a filter, right? And the filter is, are you useful to people with money? Are you useful to capitalists?
They just ignore it. They ignore the points. So obviously I'm going to be fucking pissed at FD Signifier when he comes up with some excuse to ignore my points, the same sort of excuse that everyone else does. Like, it's just sad that it's not really well known either that in his platform he has literally a quote. It's okay, this isn't an exact quote, but it's almost exact. Like, I will work tirelessly to rebuild the American military. That's from Graham Plattner's platform.
Yeah.
And Hassan Piker has been supporting Graham Plattner for something like 6 months now, and he's never addressed that. He's never even looked at his platform, as far as I know. Like, and they can get away with it.
I doubt that. Hassan Piker loves to look at things like people's platforms. Let's find this. Let's pull this up. Graham Plattner platform. So I want to see if it says anything more than just.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. Please check your Discord messages. Boop, BE. Got your nose.
Got your nose. Thank you for that, Narwhal. I will take a look at the Discord messages and just or actually I'll do it right now because you super chatted, meaning it's like, so yeah, I can do two things at the same time. So I'm looking for the platform. Wait, where's the platform? And look at Wikipedia. Look up platform. Like, do they mention his platform? Okay. It's probably going to be linked. Grand Platinum Outlawing's platform. Wait, I see two. His platform focuses on issues. God damn it. Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, what's the deal? Can somebody explain to me Google? Something different has gone on with Google search, right? Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, I think I got it. I think this is it. I'm just curious if there's anything more than rebuild the military, because that in and of itself is kind of a vague statement. You know, ban billionaires from buying elections. See, I don't know, is this the official platform or is this like some kind of a military? How do you, military? Is there no military mentioned? Take on waste and corruption. Okay, take on waste and corruption at the Pentagon. Rebuild American shipbuilding. No more pointless wars. Defend the Veterans Administration and support our veterans. That's the closest thing I'm finding to like rebuild the military. That was a Trump, talking point for his. For Trump's, oh my God, chat. Wait, do I have, oh no, it's too far away from me. I'm gonna have to wait for it to cool down. This is the problem with green tea, chat. You know that you're not supposed to put boiling water on it? What you want to do is put like a little bit of not boiling water on it and then pour the boiling water, or you don't boil the water, you get it slightly under boiling, and my water is out of my reach. Pay servicemen a fair wage. No more servicemen on food stamps. So, I mean, the closest thing is like this to what Bad Empanada is talking about, right? This is more like about the, the treatment of American military personnel and then their support of veterans. In addition to no more pointless wars. Now, look, this is a platform, right? This is the selling point. A lot of times what we end up getting at the end of the day is not what we were sold. You look at Obama, for instance, I mean, there was he did something about healthcare, but not what was wanted, not what was needed, and not what he harped on the campaign trail, which was the public option. Now he would say, well, I did what I could, but Joe Lieberman just wouldn't sorry, this is my Obama. Joe Lieberman just wouldn't let me pass it. We had to get through Lieberman. Keep the government out of private lives, defend the right to choose, support unions, strengthen the working waterfront, defend democracy and the Constitution, uphold tribal sovereignty, end billionaire welfare, pass a cost of living tax cut. Ooh, see, now that's the first thing that like kind of raised a red flag, because it's an abundance thing. And that is something that I've heard. Wait, no, I've heard that more about Zoran than Plattner, that he's signed on to some abundance priorities, I guess. Because, yeah, so like, look, cutting your taxes, right? Cutting the taxes of working people First of all, working people should pay less of a percentage of the overall tax bill, but that's a distraction, right? That's easy to pass. It's easy to cut taxes. What it's hard to do is to raise the taxes on the rich to be able to continue to pay for your. So if you cut the taxes on the poor and you do nothing else, you end up with less services for the poor, right? And probably also whatever bill cuts the poor's taxes is going to cut, rich people's taxes maybe twice as much, right? That's how it tends to go. I'm suspicious of this. I know it's appealing. I know like everybody's just like, yeah, I could use a few more dollars. Please cut my taxes. Do anything, like right? But what you should be looking for is a candidate that's willing to spend money on you. Okay, that's the litmus test. You need them to spend money on the working class, and in order to do that, you got to raise taxes on the millionaires and billionaires. The other nice thing about that is that the taxes, another, purpose of higher taxes for the rich is to keep the rich from getting so much richer than the rest of us that they get to control everything, right? After the New Deal, the tax rates were set to 90% for the top tax rate. That means that, after an absurd amount of earnings, right, when you're in the top, like whatever percent of earners, every dollar more that you earn is getting taxed at 90%, right? Not all of your income, but the tip top of the top of the iceberg of your income just gets kind of lopped off, right? Mountaintop removal, and that has the effect of reducing the leverage and the power of the wealthy in our system. So this is not it. That's the first thing that I see that like stands out to me as being, a little sus. Protect Social Security before it goes bankrupt. I wouldn't emphasize on the bankruptcy. That people don't recognize that the way that Social Security works. It's got. I don't know. Sam Cedar's got this talking point. It can pay out X percent of the what it's supposed to pay until 2030 something, right? Defend Medicare and Medicaid. Also protect Social Security. Like it can be protect it from cuts, right? Or protect it from privatization, which the wealthy are trying to do right now. Or it could be, oh yeah, we're protecting Social Security by reducing benefits, right? By in other words, like what you put into Social Security, you're only gonna be able to take out like this much, right? So sometimes those things can hide bad policies. Stop mass deportation machine, pass real immigration reforms, support small businesses, so kind of giving Kamala there, rebuild our failing healthcare system, ban billionaires buying elections. Okay, so yeah, like I said, most of this sounds good. Again, there's a ton of promises made. They're not always, in fact, they're often not kept. I think my water is cool enough now. I can pour it into my green tea. There we go. Which I need for multiple reasons now, chat, because apparently watermelon is very has a lot of color to it. So I'm told. So yeah, that's his platform, or at least that's what I can find of his platform. I'm not finding what Bad Empanada is saying. The closest thing I got is like defend, stuff for veterans, stuff for servicemen, and but then it's paired with like no more pointless wars and anyway. Like I am also annoyed by the glazing of the troops, by the glazing of the veterans. It turns my stomach when I hear it. And when there's veterans like in the movement, right? I mean, first of all, it's a good thing if they're able to disavow what they did in the U.S. military, but sometimes they come in with I've been trained for leadership, so let me lead your movement. It's like, no, you need to learn what you did wrong in Iraq before you even think about get in the back of the line, right? But people can. I do believe in rehabilitation. Yeah, I think you need rehabilitation if you've been killing foreigners and innocent people in other countries. Yeah, so I hear what Bad Empanada is saying. I I think he's a little lost in the sauce here.
That because people like me who bring this stuff up are framed as like crazy tankies or whatever, bad faith crazy tankies.
Yeah, like I don't know, man, because I do think it is unfair a lot of times, especially because the points you're making are points not that many people are making. It's just, yeah, I guess maybe people just the way people interact online, it makes it harder, like for people to. Like when they can screenshot a tweet because you tweet a lot and you get banned and then you come back on and like, I mean, I don't know what you get banned for each time, but people see that and it's kind of like,
oh, I forgot to add time.
They should be principled and look at what you're saying, but I don't think that's how normal people.
Right up there, chat. Look at that.
They do this with everyone.
10 minutes.
They do this with everyone who is further to the left than them. It's hardly just me, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure you saw what was happening. Like,
I'm sorry. At this point, I got to question whether you're further to the left than me, Bad Empanada. Because a lot. Look, I agree with you on some things. I think that on some issues, you are a voice crying in the wilderness. But lately, what's been coming out of your mouth sounds way too much like Vosh. And I'm a little bit surprised. Anyway. Maybe we'll get to that, chat. I'm trying to find those exact moments in the stream that kind of shocked me.
A day or two ago, right? Hassan Piker was getting a little bit of pushback for really the first time, like widespread pushback for his electoralism. And he was getting responded to by a lot of people. He really didn't seem to know how to deal with it. And he and his fans, obviously how they reacted was just to discount every single person as like a crazed, unrealistic radical who believes in shit that is impossible, all that sort of thing. Just not engaging with what they were saying. Like, for example, people were pointing out that Hassan supports lots of Zionist politicians, which he factually does. But they did not engage on the substance of that. They just responded to, oh, you don't.
The funny thing is,
sort of thing. Like, oh, you just want to critique people who are trying to make change or whatever. And it's like, well, no. It's that we want to draw a line in the sand against Zionists to try and really make real change, rather than sheepdogging people into supporting Zionist fucking Democrats.
So what do you think that comes from for them? Is it like
you notice the talking points too? Like I haven't heard Bad Empanada. This Bad Empanada's got talking points now, like a politician, right? Or like like if you listen to like a politician make different speeches and they like hit the same notes over and over again. It's kind of like that. It's just it's not a criticism. I'm just a little surprised. Because usually he's more off the cuff. What did I hear from chat that the posted in on YouTube? Like I just saw it. Okay, 35, 37. So there's that 35, 37, 33. How does Twitch work again? Yeah, like that. 34. All right, we'll start it at like 34.50 here. I want to re-listen to what Bad Empanada is saying because there was a point that I wanted to make.
That Hassan supports lots of Zionist politicians, which he factually does. But they did not engage on the substance.
There's lots of Zionist politicians, true, in the United States of America. It's a problem, right? The bias of our electeds leans more heavily, especially now, towards people that are espousing at least Zionist, rhetoric and policies than the the American people. So that part is true. But as far as supporting politicians, look, the problem that Ethan Klein has with Hassan is that he doesn't support Zionist politicians, most famously, Kamala Harris, right? So on the other side, Hassan is dealing with like, you want to let Trump win. You hate Kamala so much. You're letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And he's not doing that. But at the same time, I wouldn't call his and the reason that he's like the reason he's not satisfying the real electoralist out there is because he's not giving those full-throated endorsements. Well, yeah, in a race that's like, this person that is, got, Zionist brainworms versus that person who is straight up owned by AIPAC, that, he's going to be like, yeah, he's going to cover the person that's less shitty favorably. So,
absence of that, they
I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying is that Bad Empanada is not like a politician by nature, right? Hassan somewhat is. Like Hassan kind of does like have that I mean, not that he's going to be a politician, not that he's going to run for office. He says he has no intention of doing so, but he conducts himself, I guess, in a more political way. He's buttoned down. He's kind of prepared, and goes forth with, I mean, Hassan has talking points, right? He has notes that he'll hit over and over again, like phrases, right? Bad Empanada generally doesn't. He's more off the cuff and more. I think that's what people like about him. He's authentic. That comes across as him being real. But when he tries to do the like the campaign against Hassan, it's weird that we're hearing like talking points in there. And this is what I mean: is there's moments here where I'm seeing a very different Jeff than the one that and again, chat, I have known Bad Empanada for years. I have fought in the trenches with him against actual Zionists like aristocracy. There's my talking points, right? But I've said similar things before. But yeah, so it's a little bit like there's just been a few times here during this conversation, and this isn't what I expected to find. The way that Bad Empanada airs, I think, is like he gives in to his impulse most of the time, right? That's where like if you're talking about like driving a car, is he in the ditch, or is he over the line? He's mostly like over the line, right? He's mostly like too much in the moment, too much in his id. Saying exaggerating things, stuff like that. But this is kind of like the opposite. It's a weird thing to see, chat. It's a weird thing. This is not. He sounds kind of fake with some of, like when he's trying to say like, oh, I supported Hassan Piker before because I thought he was against electoralism, and I only to find that he's messing around with the Democratic Party. Oh, I don't know if I can support this anymore. It's just like, okay.
They just responded to,
okay,
you don't want power, like the contrapoints thing, sort of thing. Like, oh, you just want to critique people who are trying to make change or whatever. And it's like, well, no.
Okay, so like I'm just respond to this, and then we'll watch the Hassan VOD from today.
To try and really make real change, rather than sheepdogging people into supporting Zionist fucking Democrats.
So what do you think that comes from for them? Is it like this is our only option, so we have to vote?
I think
that's not true.
Hassan is 100% authentic. Anybody in chat think that was what I was saying? Do you think that the contrast was that I was giving Bad Empanada credit for sounding 100% authentic, and I acknowledge that Hassan is more political, and you will hear what sounds like talking points. Now, I'm assuming they're talking points he believes he can deliver them convincingly, but because Bad Empanada generally does not operate on talking points, because he's a little bit more authentic, either that, or what I suspect is that he knows he's fudging the facts a little bit. I don't know. He doesn't come off as authentic, right? Or so he as he usually does, right? Him offering talking points is sounding like he is on a campaign of sorts, right? Sounding like he is doing PR, which is a very weird look for Bad Empanada. It's not the way that he normally operates, and it's a little bit surprising to me.
It comes from the fact that there's this subcultural identity thing where being left-wing is cool, but also for many people, they don't perceive of being left-wing as specifically in line with their own material interests. So, if I was someone in New York who only cared about myself, Zoran Mamdani would be epic, fantastic. However, I'm not someone in New York who doesn't care about myself. So I look beyond that, and I see the way that Zoran Mamdani, someone who, as the mayor of New York, had a lot of power to really fight against Zionism, given that New York is such a massive, important base for Zionism, as we've seen recently with the land sales there. He basically, and Zoran Mamdani is also someone who's a legit.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't like his response on the landfills, the land deals. Sorry, we're talking about land sales. Yeah, there is, I don't know, is it one organization that runs these land sales and that takes them around to different synagogues and stuff? either way, chat, what you're seeing happening not just in New York but around the nation is that synagogues are hosting land sales. It's land in Israel? No, actually, it's land in the West Bank, right? That's becoming Israel by being settled, right? The West Bank is getting carved up like now, like never before right now. And so these land sales are like offering like to buy Palestinian land, right? Land that is not owned by the person selling it ostensibly. And they put it in a synagogue so that if you protest it, it's like, oh, are you protesting Judaism? Do you have a problem with Jewish people? Are you anti-Semitic? Do you love Hamas? Are you Hamas? Are you Hamas? Why are you protesting the synagogue? But Hassan's talked about this. He's talked about this.
Decade-long activists, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we see that, and if I was someone who only cared about myself, I would support Zohar Mamdani 100%. But perhaps I also want to frame myself as way more radical than I actually am. And there's other people to my left who don't want to let Zohar Mamdani off the hook for the fact that he basically abandoned everything that he stood for as a pro-Palestine activist before he was elected, the second he got elected.
Right.
There are people who don't really care about that. They are focused way more on what he can do for them. So because of that, they try to like push people like me. I say like me, not just me. Obviously, I'm not the only one of these people. I'm not that fucking like.
So if you live in a poor area of New York and it's a food desert and you don't have access to healthy food readily available, and the grocery stores that you can reach are like extremely high priced and you can't afford food there, that Empanada saying you're greedy for voting for Zoran, you should take the principled stance of saying that land sales are wrong, and I want a mayor that stands up against them, and so therefore I'll take my chances with Andrew Cuomo. I'm sure, chat, that Andrew Cuomo will stand up to those land sales, right? Pretty good advice here from the American politics knower. But chat, we haven't even gotten. I've seen clips. I don't know where this is. Did we cover this, right? When he starts talking about how he knows, like, how he knows black issues. Is that what it is? Is that what he was like chastising FD and people about? Is like, I actually know more about this stuff than you do. I don't know. Maybe the night is young, or there's more of this VOD. We'll try to see if we see. Does anybody remember? Have I covered this yet? Did I just miss it when he did? Because I've seen the clips of this. I didn't come across those though in this tape here.
Crazy. They tried to push us out of the conversation, out of having any sort of attention, out of being taken seriously by just ignoring our criticisms where we are like, hey, this guy fucking turned immediately. And if the Democrats can turn this guy, an actual, real, legit, lifelong pro-Palestine advocate, what hope do you think you have of them not turning the next centrist candidate, none of whom are even remotely as...
I do think, though, just in case, I haven't said this yet, right? I do think it's important for people in New York City to let Zoran know that they're disappointed when he does stuff like this land sale bullshit, right? I do think, like, now that he's elected, you got to hold these people's feet to the fire. And traditionally, the progressive left has had trouble doing that. They elect somebody like Obama. They think he's on their team. And they just sort of like, let him handle it. Whatever he's doing with healthcare, I'm sure it's for the best. It wasn't, chat. It wasn't. People needed to fucking be at his, I don't want to say at his throat, but people needed to light a fire under him. People needed to let him know this is fucking unacceptable, right? He needed to hear some bad noise, and Zoran needs to hear some bad noise with this land sale stuff. Now that is something, right? Foreign policy, and he's been asked a million questions about foreign policy, even though he's the mayor of New York. He's not really engaging in foreign policy on the level of, even like a senator or a congressman, let alone president or executive branch official, State Department official, right? Those are the real movers and shakers when it comes to foreign policy. But this is one area, the land sales, that the mayor of New York has control of. There's a lot going on as far as pressure and leverage in the city of New York. And I would guess, if I had to give an explanation, knowing Zoran being a lifetime pro-Palestine supporter like Empanada just mentioned, I would guess that it's got something to do with that. But yeah, I would like to see him push against this shit.
As good as he was beforehand. But they ignore that and just call us crazy, okay? So it's not just people saying that to me. It's not just people like looking for reasons to discount me. They do it with everyone. They do, like, if it's not one thing, it's another thing, you know?
Yeah. And then, like, I mean, I don't know, with lost my train of thought.
No problem.
When they talk about, I guess, no, it's gone. It's fully gone. So I'm like crashing right now. It's
too long.
It's like lunchtime. I mean, is there anything you wanted to others you want to go over shortly? If you want to call in later, you can. Sorry for muting you, but I don't know when that was happening.
Is Noah trying to get out of this conversation? So yeah, this is frustrating, chat, because I feel like I saw moments of bad, some of the worst stuff I saw, some of the stuff that actually really disturbed me from Bad Empanada, somebody that I've talked to on streams, somebody that I have fought alongside most of the time, also had some weird issues, been blocked by his Twitter account for when he called my friend a moron for trying to warn him about capitals, which he eventually realized that was a warning that he should have paid attention to. Still didn't apologize to her. I'm not as worried. Like people, I'm hearing a lot of talking points, honestly. And again, not what I expect from Jeff's kids, right? But talking points about, oh, you're just worried about people's feelings. You just care about feelings. This isn't about feelings. This is about Palestine, right? And it's a way of deflecting when you use it when it's not a tone policing situation. I feel like it's a way of deflecting. And again, I'm not concerned about my feelings or like my friend who he insulted when she was trying to help him. She's over it too. She's not like holding on to a grudge. I'm not holding on to a grudge for her. And I think that a lot of that shit, like it's a thought terminating cliche. It's a thought terminating cliche because there is a precedent for feelings being invoked, right? Mainly what we're talking about, white tears, right? This is where that rhetoric comes from. And again, it's a very Voschian thing to take black liberatory language and try to just be like, oh, thank you very much. I will apply this to another situation without like, and yeah, Bad Empanada is classically a Vosh op, one of the greatest Vosh ops of all time, delivering some of the most salient call outs to Vosh of any of his critics. So it's sad to see it turn this way for Jeff's kid. Yeah, and again, I'm not emotional about it. Jeff's gonna do his thing. I'm just worried about his kids. Right? Because thought terminating cliches have a bad effect on the Vosh community. I don't think the Bad Empanada community will be any different. And that is, in fact, like a thought terminating cliche where, oh, no, they're just worried about feelings, right? When what we're talking about is like, I think like calling a black dude a slave is about more than feelings, right? Like you wouldn't say that shit to somebody in real life and then have them get upset with you and say, "Oh, are you in your feelings? I'm so sorry. Did I trigger your feelings? Are you a little snow?" Yeah, that's, and the other thing, snowflake, right? Like this fucking right-wing language that we're used to hearing coming out of Vosh's mouth or Destiny's mouth, now coming out of Bad Empanada's mouth. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. He's putting you, into like a false dichotomy of like, you got to choose. Are you going to completely throw everything to the wayside that you know about solidarity and building a coalition and, supporting, all marginalized groups, or do you, it's a false choice. It's a false choice, right?
Putting live, it seemed a lot more heated than maybe it was.
Akil, go do that, right? Go into a group of black people and call that are, I don't know, not sufficiently left for you, and call them goy slaves and see what happens. I don't think you would do that in real life, right? That's not happening in real life. And it's not just because, you're causing like you're escalating a situation. I think you might actually have some moral compuncture. I would hope that you've got some moral compuncture. I would hope it's not just all about, well, I don't want to get canceled. I don't want to say anything that sounds bad, so I'm not gonna, like, I would hope that there's that you see what's wrong with that, and that supporting Palestine is not generally helped by impulsive decisions, by giving it all over to your id. And by wrecking the movement, frankly.
But
I mean, I wanted to talk about the things that actually matter to me, but there's a lot of people who just doesn't fucking matter to, man. Like FD Signifier, I don't think he would be talking about Palestine unless he was pressured into doing it by his audience.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Akil, I think Allah would bitch slap the racist bullshit right out of your mouth.
I disagree. I think FD's a good guy. But
he can be a good guy who doesn't care about Palestine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Most people in the world don't fucking know anything about Palestine. I don't think there's any contradiction between that. But I care about the issues. I care about, I want to talk about Jewish supremacism. I want to talk about how it's a real thing that exists not just in Israel, but also outside of Israel.
Yeah.
If you want an example of
Ooh, here we go. So I said, I think Jewish supremacism is a real thing. I also said that I think that, unless I'm like missing something, right? The context that it exists is literally fucking Israel, right? So when we say Jewish supremacism, what are we talking about? We're talking about the nature of how the Israeli apartheid state of Israel is constructed, right? It's right there in the Constitution. That Israel, you if you live in Israel, you have different rights and more rights depending on if you're Jewish versus if you're not Jewish. If you're, and especially if you're Muslim, especially if you're a Palestinian living in the West Bank or in, honestly, in any of the zones, but especially West Bank and Gaza, right? So that's Jewish supremacism codified into law. Where else do we find it? We find it in the far right in Israel. And unfortunately, chat, when I say far right, I don't mean like the tip top of the far right. I mean like a big portion of Israeli politics are imbued with Jewish supremacism, right? Including the current government that's in control, which is not even the most right-wing manifestation of, the reactionary Israelis, right? So I say Jewish supremacism exists in the hearts and minds of those people. It's a real, racist power structure that has real effect because the institutions, chat, what makes anti-black racism more powerful in the United States than anti-white racism? You call me a cracker, and it doesn't have the same effect as if traditionally the N-word with the hard R was used by racist white people to put black people into their place, to cut them off at the knees, and to just dehumanize them in real time in a conversation. Right, so that word has power, whereas cracker does not, right? Because of the institutions, because of white supremacist institutions, the hierarchy in the United States, and the mindset of the people in the United States as well, right? With Jewish supremacism in Israel, that structure absolutely exists. You could even make an argument that it's maybe, certainly right now, more pronounced and more virulent and more actively genocidal, even though the United States has done its own genocides and continues, many genocides at a slower pace, right? So yeah, Jewish supremacism is the order, is the government, is the way that Israel is constituted. It absolutely applies to Israel, chat. But when Bad Empanada says what he just said, right? Because this may be the part I was looking for. I'm glad I at least can speak to this.
I want to talk about Jewish supremacism. I want to talk about how it's a real thing that exists not just in Israel, but also outside of Israel.
Yeah.
Okay, so also outside of Israel, that's where we start to go off the rails a little bit. Now, look, there's other phrases, Jewish exceptionalism. Oh my God, I'm trying to think. There's one that describes that the way that Jewish people, because of the Holocaust, because of the history of anti-Semitic pogroms in Europe and anti-Semitism in the United States itself, right? There's a knee-jerk response to consider Jewish people a like in other words, the reason that people don't adamantly oppose Israel or didn't adamantly oppose Israel before October 7th, before the genocide in this latest a more pronounced genocide in Gaza, is because, there is like a tiptoeing around, there is a walking on eggshells, when speaking about anything involving Jewish people, including the nation state of Israel, which is something that we need to separate from the idea of the Jewish people, even though Israel would love it if we don't. Fascists, Nazis, racists, anti-Semites would love it if we don't, right? That's something that they agree on. They want to associate Israel with the Jewish people. But yeah, there's definitely like a certain knee-jerk response that exists or that has existed in the U.S. that sometimes causes the accusation of the concerns about anti-Semitism to be used to be weaponized, right? So I mean, if that's what he's talking about, I wouldn't use those terms. I would discuss it in a different way, but I do understand that that's not the same as like being at the top of a hierarchy, right? That's not the same. And there is a group of people that do think that the Jewish people are on the top of the hierarchy in the United States of America.
If you want an example of that, just look at how fucking people have tried to report me to the cops in Argentina for like saying mean things about Zionists.
Wait, didn't Nazis also come after him in Argentina? What's the whole did anybody remember this? Like there were far-right fascist Milei supporters that were trying to dox him or something, trying to get him killed, I don't remember that. I remember he did a video on this, right?
How in Australia?
But yeah, I get what you're saying. So Bad Empanada, so what you're saying that if you want to know who's in power, look at who you can't criticize. Look at who you're not allowed to criticize. And they are in power. Yeah, see, this is ringing some really rotten bells, okay?
Australia right now, there is a royal commission into anti-Semitism, and half of the complaints are from Zionists, just complaining that they were not accepted for being Zionists.
Yeah.
This is being given credence by governments all over the world. And while you can say there's some influence of white supremacy in everything, you can't just explain everything as white supremacy, because this is clearly a subgroup of white.
Okay, so this is a good question. Horadric says, can you support the Indian caste system from afar, be a Hindu nationalist outside of Israel? Yeah, in case I mentioned this the other days, but yeah, there are people, Jewish people in the United States that hold those kind of far-right Likudnik politics, through the connection to Israel. And so these people would hold those Jewish supremacist beliefs. But like I said before, right? People always try to say, white supremacism. What about black supremacism? And you say, what the fuck are you talking about? And they say, look at this group of black separatists, right? They clearly think that black people are better. Isn't that the same as the KKK? No, it's not. It's not. It's not. It doesn't have the fucking power that it does. Same as the way that a Jewish person like Jeffrey Epstein, I think people point to, has expressed some like Jewish supremacist views in his emails, right? While Epstein is absolutely enmeshed in the power structure in the United States, his Jewish supremacism does not have the purchase that white supremacism still does in the United States. So I hope that makes that clear. But yeah, important question.
People are being treated differently to other white people.
Right. Yeah, I watched some of that stream that they did, and I thought it was pretty bad. But
sorry, let me.
That's what I want to talk about.
I think this is the crucial part.
Yeah.
Well, look, Bad Empanada, I'm glad that you want to talk about this stuff too. I want to talk about it, right? I've got a lot of thoughts on what you're saying here.
Yeah, I watched some of that stream that they did, and I thought it was pretty bad.
Wait, the stream. Okay, so yeah, the stream. He's talking about the deculturation. People refer to it as the deculturation debate. It's Dr. Jared Ball. It was on his channel. It was on Deculturation's channel. FD, Little Bill, Deculturation, and Dr. Jared Ball, right? And we watched this. This was, I think, the first day that we covered this. So 2 streams ago, right? We watched this, and I agree. It's pretty bad. And yeah, I'll even say that FD Signifier is showing up pretty badly. Little Bill, from the part that I said, was saying some stuff that I find objectionable, and there wasn't nearly enough pushback. There was way too much normalization, I guess, from FD Signifier. So I agree on that, right? This was the stream that we watched that had we were watching Jared Ball's version of it, and I didn't hear him talk. I don't know what his opinions are, right? But his background is Israeli flags, so. The guy calls himself Hebrew propagandist, so you can kind of guess what his views are.
Supremacy, because this is clearly a subgroup of white people who are being treated differently to other white people.
Right. Yeah, I watched some of that stream that they did, and I thought it was pretty bad. But
that's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the fucking stream.
Yeah.
What he said in that stream, what they said in that stream, what he appeared to agree with in that stream, given that he was nodding along with what those other people said as well. But instead, we talked about the term.
One thing I will point out that FD didn't agree with was Zionist as a dog whistle, right? There is a clip that Bad Empanada's got up on his channel that he's taken to imply this. When I looked at the verbatim words that FD said, I didn't find that. Although I will say that other people on my mod team did, and so I do think that is a clip that you could you could misinterpret that clip. And FD himself said that he was kind of rambling, right? There was a very rambling clip. It's incoherent, and in his mind, he wasn't because of how it's clipped, he's not saying much of anything coherent there. But yeah, when I looked at it, no, he's not including Zionism under a list of dog whistles. He's mentioning people waiting the wings to call you X, like A, B, C, and insert random dog whistle. Some people think that implies that the first things that he mentioned, one of them was Zionism, are also, Zionist dog whistles. When I did a just strict parsing of the verbatim language, I did not find that, but I am a little bit literal-minded, Chad, a little bit, like my brain works in a very literal way sometimes. Sometimes it's an advantage, I think here, and sometimes maybe not so much of an advantage, but yeah, I'm
Zog slave.
Yeah, dude, I think that, the reasoning and the substance wasn't there.
We talked about the term Zog slave.
Yeah, dude, I think that, the reasoning and the substance wasn't there, but the reason people, get into little arguments about things like that, I think it's pretty normal, because he wants you to acknowledge that you misrepresented his views, and you don't believe you did, But I mean, putting something in quotes.
Well, then we could have
look, we're
talked
doing
about
it
that
again.
rather than
It's very
Zogslave.
silly, but look, I agree. That's why I brought you on with Hassan today. We weren't even supposed to talk about you, so I was going off of that. But I do want like people to talk about things, but a lot of times it just doesn't seem like it gets anything I don't know, productive out of it. But
Well, I think it would be much more productive to talk about the actual issues and, try to educate people as a result, because it can actually be productive to debate people. The problem is that people have a debate and they just talk about other shit. Like, we come here to talk about what we actually disagreed on, what me and him actually disagreed on.
Look, this would be a perfect, thing to say. This is true. If Bad Empanada himself was not deflecting in the debate, was not like, failing to respond to FD. Yeah, there was a little bit of that on both sides, right?
One was like the anti-Semitism thing. And, I would have loved to have been able to explain why I had an issue with what he was saying about that. Not particularly that he was wrong, because he was wrong and it was funny. But the more important thing was what I explained earlier about, like, what that instills in people about anti-Semitism being a really important thing. That, and then like the Jewish supremacy thing. How about we talk about that? We absolutely can.
Yeah.
It's
I would love to hear you, Bad Empanada. I've been waiting to hear you talk about that for 3 days now. So let's get down to it.
100% possible. I had a debate with Black Redguard himself, the Zog slave. Me and him, we had a great little discussion.
Ooh, Noah did not like that.
Together about entryism into the DSA.
yeah,
And do we all understand that there's something wrong with calling a black guy a slave beyond like his feelings, right? You're accusing him of having black tears. I don't. That's just pretty fucking ironic, right? Again, we're appropriating, black liberation language to justify calling somebody calling a black guy a slave, right? That's I find that ironic, at least.
It absolutely is possible. The problem is that it's not possible when you come in immediately with the intent to like derail the conversation into a discussion about something totally worthless, like is Zog slave and Goy offensive?
I think the first thing you came into was like accusing him of calling you a Nazi, right?
He did.
He didn't, did he? Did he call Bad Empanada a Nazi? Chat? Somebody check me on this, all right? Like I said, I'm going through this trying to be objective. Did FD call him a Nazi? Did that happen? Did I miss that? I'm not like throwing shade. He did. Okay, so straight up FD, there's a clip of FD calling Bad Empanada a Nazi. Can I get the verbatim? Can I get like at least the verbatim verbiage of that? Because again, like I'm seeing a lot of people, and I'm not saying this is you, Devin Kenner, because you're helping me out by confirming that there's something out there exists of FD saying that, but I have seen a lot of. The unfortunate thing about this, is that I'm getting a lot of kind of motivated reasoning, a little bit from both sides, right? Rather than just an actual dispassionate unpacking of the meaning of the words that people are saying. We're getting people that look at a phrase or listen to a phrase, and then when they repeat it back, they're adding a little bit, right? So chat, about the whole map is not the territory, thing, right? And that we say that map is not the territory because if you're looking at a map and counting on it being like 1-to-1 with the territory you're walking across, you're going to be disappointed because there's some, there's going to be some differences. There's going to be some stuff that you see in the territory that's not reflected in the map, right? So you got the map, that is the representation, and you got the territory that is the real world object, right? So in this case, the territory that we're talking about are people's exact words, right? And then the map is when you hear those words and you tell me what they were, right? Or you say what did I hear, right? And it's really easy when you're drawing a map to embellish the map a little bit, right? To remember a word being there that when we look at the territory actually is not there, right? This map said the capital city was right here. I'm standing in this spot. Why don't I see the capital city? Well, the capital city only seemed like it was there, like to the drawer of the map, right? And in this case, you know, it's not an error in cartography. It is maybe a little bit of motivated reasoning slipping in there, and everybody does that. I do this myself, right? You gotta watch yourself, or else, you know, yeah, things you will embellish the map with stuff that is not on the territory. If that makes sense to you. But yeah, so what did he say? I think I saw the FD response video. Oh, was it in there? Was Devin Kenner, was the him calling Bad Empanada a Nazi there? Now, chat, there's one person who called Bad Empanada a Nazi recently. Do you know who she is? Do you remember who she is? We did see one person, I believe, yesterday call him literally Bad Empanazi. You remember who that was? It wasn't FD Signifier, remember? I'm surprised nobody clipped that, actually. You don't know? Oh, you don't know, like, who called him Bad Empanada? It was me. It was me as a joke. I don't really mean it. I don't think Bad Empanada is a Nazi. But it was when he was calling him IDF Signifier. And I was just like, all right, you want to play this game? You want to play this game, Jeff? Okay. Yours is not hard. But I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think FD is a crypto Zionist. I don't think FD is right about everything either. I think that FD is, you know, experiencing, like a lot of people, you know, some kind of knee-jerk responses that if he examined more closely, he might be able to unpack this. But chat, if you want FD Signifier, a wealthy YouTuber from Atlanta, a large YouTuber, an influential YouTuber who talks about any number of subjects, you know, politics being one of the least, well, no, politics are kind of involved in everything that he talks about, but he explicitly talking about politics, he doesn't do that much. If you want that, you want to see FD like learn this stuff in real time, right? You should push him. You should criticize him, but this is not going to get him to change, to move, to examine his conceptions, right? And I'd like to see him do that. I really would. Should watch the FD video. Oh, I will, J-Rock. I think that might be the next thing on our agenda. Yeah, J-Rock's telling me I should watch the FD video about this. I can see BE tweet, and no, FD did not call, so we got one person saying he did not call him a Nazi. I'm guessing that FD said something that Bad Empanada interpreted as, you know, calling or insinuating that he's a Nazi, and that, you know, FD does not think that's what he was doing. But anyway, I could be wrong. I'm trying to be humble about this. I'm trying to proceed in an orderly fashion and just react to the territory that I'm seeing and not, you know, and I fucked up a little bit, chat. Like I said, I don't like that I offered my takes so early on in the first two streams, especially considering that we didn't get, this is the part I was worried about. This is the part that really gave me pause. As somebody that has, you know, been on Bad Empanada's side in any number of controversies, this was something that made me worry. And we didn't get to it till the third night. So I feel bad about like saying, oh God, Bad Empanada's going to say some shit here that you're really going to like, right? And you have to wait 3 nights to even see it. But yeah, let's get into here. The FD video was good, says Rave. Bread tuber I listened to. I'm very picky. All right, let's FD said BE is using a Nazi dog. Well, so okay, so Miku's headphones. Okay, and I don't even think I'm arguing with you here because you're just reporting what you heard. So saying BE was using a Nazi dog whistle, and that could be what BE is interpreting as I'm being called a Nazi. So if I don't know anything about, this is the opposite of me, right? Because I know everything about history, everything about the 80s, the 90s, the 70s, all these different like epics. I make a point of like educating myself about different times, so that I can have a working model of history in my head. But if I wasn't that person, I cut it off at 2000. I don't know anything before 2000. 9/11, that's when the world began for me, right? and I'm in a Twitter thread and I'm talking about Israel and the apartheid state. I'm talking about all this stuff, and somebody's like, yeah, it's almost like the United States has like a Zionist occupied government. I was like, yeah, it is. Joe Biden, he's a big old Zionist, right? Almost everybody with any degree of power in the United States is a super big Zionist. Yeah, I like this term. Yeah, Zog. And all of a sudden, I got all these like Nick Fuentes fans around me. They're like, yeah, it's Zog. Wow, she's pretty based. Like, look at her. Wow, alt girl that's based and red pilled. And I'm like, wait, why are you calling me based and red pilled? What's going on here? Am I a Nazi? Now, some people would say that I kind of sat down on a Twitter thread with Nazis. That's the old thing, sit down at a table. If one person sits down at a table, 10 Nazis, what do you have? And the answer is supposed to be 11 Nazis. But if I really don't know, like, I'm just using this word because I heard it and it seems to describe, it has a resonance to it. It seems to describe what I'm seeing. Does that make me a Nazi? I don't think it does. I think you can use Nazi dog whistles, and again, I don't think that Miku was, disagreeing with this or anything like that. But yeah, I'm just jumping off of what you said in chat. I don't think that necessarily makes you a Nazi. So I'm going to say, if that's what FD said, that BE was using Nazi dog whistles, right? Nazis do use Nazi dog whistles, but the thing that makes them insidious is that people who aren't Nazis pick them up and don't know what they are and start using them. So. Yeah, I mean, just that's not convincing me. Now, again, we'll look at the thing. We think it's in FD's response video, maybe. We'll look at that. Maybe I'll change my mind. Maybe I'll say, yeah, you know what, he's Nazi jacketing Bad Empanada, because I don't think he's a Nazi. I don't think Jeff is a Nazi. I don't think that FD is a secret, crypto Zionist either, right?
Did he? I don't think he did.
I mean, what's the difference between saying someone who uses a Nazi dog whistle and is a Nazi? What Nazism is.
There's a big difference, and I just described it. That's wonderful.
Nowadays, it's basically just guys who use dog whistles on the internet. Isn't that it?
Yeah.
So what's the difference?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah.
Oh no. See, criticism for Noah. Anyway, I feel bad shitting on the guy, given that he didn't hit his fundraiser goal, and I wonder if it's because of this toxic exchange that kind of just put a wet blanket all over his attempt to raise enough money to fight off Ethan Klein. Watch FD video next. You will get your answers. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
No, I'm sorry. Like, I know you don't like confrontation, and I'm getting you into a confrontation. It's mean.
Yeah, it just befell. But mostly I'm tired. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, he's right about Noah.
I'll see.
I mean, you shouldn't be defending him on his behalf. He should be defending himself. He didn't want to.
Well, yeah,
not making a judgment, but just his personality, at least online, seems to be sort of people pleaser oriented, and if you're that person, then yeah, you don't like confrontation. You try to minimize that kind of stuff.
Shouldn't be debating it right now,
and it can be a weakness as somebody that's as engaged in pro-Palestinian activism as Noah is.
Out him here, but we did do that with you, which was not fair.
We didn't actually debate shit.
Yeah, he's pretty exhausted by that point. I think you're right.
No, I mean before you came on.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted me to come on this stream apparently, but I just.
Anybody know? Does he get back into Chabad? Does he get back into Chabad Lubavitch? He talked about this earlier. This is like a Professor Jang, point of curiosity. It's a big Jewish organization. It runs community centers all over the world, and yeah, it is tied into some of the most genocidal, politicians and minds and thinkers and rabbis in Israel, right? But there was something that he said, like he mentioned this earlier, and I need to probably talk to Shakespeare, or sorry, I'm not trying to make Shakespeare as the mistress of all things Jewish, but no, she does know a lot about history, and I suspect that she'd be able to. She understands, what Chabad is, at least more than I do. So yeah, maybe we'll try to set up that conversation soon. If she's available for that. But yeah, because I have not gotten like a good, I don't think I got a good source on this. I've seen community centers around. I think they're in Thailand too, but I don't know much about the organization. He did refer to it as like the biggest. Did he say the biggest sect of Judaism? Which to me, like sects, they're like reform or conservative, or you know what I mean. That's what a sect is, and Chabad, even though it is associated with it is a the people involved in it, I think are Haredi. Haredim is the plural. And I think, but yeah, I don't think it in and of itself is a sect. It's basically like a ultra orthodox organization that what I've seen of them is they they'll find they'll walk around New York. They'll find somebody that looks Jewish and they'll say, "Are you Jewish?" And the person will be yes, and then they'll be like, they'll try to get a gauge on like how secular or how involved in Judaism they actually are, and sort of try to imply, well, you're not really enough of a Jew. You should try to be more of a Jew, right? Maybe join us. It is proselytizing, right? But it's not in the sense of Christian missionaries that just go out and try to convert everybody to Christianity. This is trying to pull the Jewish community more towards at least the and this is that type of Haredi lifestyle where it's not it's not like sequestering, like the communities aren't like sequestered from the rest of the world. Haredis are in the world, like sort of like in society, but still dressing in a distinct manner and keeping certain ways, right? So they evangelize, basically. They evangelize in a very cringe way from what I've seen, yeah.
Like I see a clip, a 40-second long clip of...
Oh, not all of them evangelize? Yeah, I didn't mean to say everybody that's... Wait, so what does being Chabad mean, right? What does that mean that you're... Because again, like, I don't think... It's not a sect, right? It's a organization that does a lot of different things. It's a big organization. It is tied to, the far right in Israel very strongly. They also don't focus on converting. That's crazy difficult to do within Judaism. Yeah, this is just where, people might encounter them, like if you live in New York.
Someone like laughing without me there about how I'm a Nazi who uses Nazi dog whistles. And to be clear, it's just ridiculous to be saying that about anti-Zionists right now. Like I did that I didn't really do it with GDF like two or so years ago, right? Like I didn't do it with him. I said like his comments have people who like have dumb anti-Semitic dog whistles, right? And at this point, if I could go back, I would undo that video because it doesn't fucking matter. It's not his fault that he has people in his comments leaving anti-Semitic dog whistles. And it's also not his fault that people would come to the conclusion that Israel controls the USA. I'd say that's but Bad Empanada, the words that like kind of didn't seem right were when Bad Empanada said it's a sect and it's the biggest sect in Judaism. So, something like that. I don't think that's not true, right? Being Chabad is different than regular. So wait, Chabad, is this like a subsect of Haredi? I'm probably mispronouncing all these words. My goal is to make secular Jews more religious or turn religious. Oh, you're asking the question to Miku. Being Chabad refers to the lifestyle, philosophy, worldwide outreach movement. In contrast, Chabad synagogue or Chabad house. Wait, so it's are these like the community centers is a physical building and local congregation where outreach takes place? Both are Orthodox, but the movement itself is highly inclusive of all Jews, regardless of okay. So so I'm right in saying it's not. You wouldn't call it a sect, right? Or a and the word is not. I'm trying to think. In Christianity, the word is. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember. What do you call different groups of Christians? Denominations, right? I don't think that. I don't think they call. I don't think we talk about Jewish.
I don't think denomination applies to Judaism, but
It's a fairly logical seeming conclusion to come to just for someone who has eyes nowadays, right?
Yeah.
Not that it's true, but it seems logical if you don't look into it that much. But I think like FD Signifier in him being so focused on why did you
But would I be correct in describing it as a subset of the Haredi movement? Is that correct? Because I don't want to be misrepresenting something that people already very much do not understand, including, I suspect, maybe Bad Empanada. Because again, chat, nothing that I'm saying here should be taken because I'm saying he's doing the Professor Jang talking point. I'm not like covertly trying to Nazi jacket that guy, him. I'm not like surreptitiously like strapping a swastika to his arm or anything like that, right? I'm trying to be good faith here.
use this term goy slave? He's doing something like what I was doing to GDF back then that I shouldn't have done, that it was wrong to do.
They allow all religious types, at least in the U.S. On campus, you mean the centers, the Chabad house, where they also hold, I guess, services. Is that that's probably again? You can tell my Christian like I'm like coming up with the Christian term for a lot of the stuff that may be different.
Like shifting the focus from the actual arguments from the content to like you're saying something that might hurt Jewish feelings. Now, if he meant the slave part is what he meant is actually offensive, because you use a term with slave in it for a black person.
Wait. That would be an ultra orthodox movement. So Chabad is more of modern orthodox rather than ultra orthodox.
Completely understand that. I didn't think about that part. But that's not what he was saying, right?
Well,
I
think he was saying both, but he got caught up a little bit on the whatever was it, Zog, but which I get where he was coming from, but also like you acknowledged that.
So let me just clarify in case it wasn't, when I said that Zog is not something you should be saying, I should have included the word unironically. I don't have a problem with making fun of Nazis by using the word Zog, right? If that's what you're doing. You're ridiculing their conspiracy theories, of which Zog is one. I got no problem with that. I'm not trying to. I don't want anybody to think that I'm like, that's a bad word. That's a no word. Put a quarter in the swear jar, right? Don't absolutely don't say that word. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that about Goy either. This is stuff that's in the discourse, and I do think that we have to address it. But just like it's the way that you address it. If you sound like you're saying it unironically, right? That's the difference, right? I just didn't want to come off like I'm, establishing like a list of no words or something like that. But there's a big difference between saying it that way and saying it in a way where it's like, actually, maybe there is a secret order of the world. Like,
slave thing was a
because the whole Zog thing is tied up into this whole idea that Jewish people use minorities, including black people. I should not pause on where he's okay. He's got his email open. Let's sorry.
It's like they're doing free PR.
I don't know if God damn it. Fuck.
Oh no. The propeller. I'm not going to.
No, yeah.
He did. I don't think he meant to do this. He left it up though, so I guess it's not too bad.
What I was talking about.
Like I think it's fucking hilarious. For example.
Wait, it sounds like he's. Let me go back a little bit.
It's also powerful.
Hordic says.
Like you see someone saying like
says he clarified the Zog slave part.
It's like they're doing free PR on behalf of Zionism.
Yeah.
No, yeah. That's usually when we.
Wait, is it right before there?
That's pretty much what I was talking about.
Like I am for Zionism.
That the slave thing was
yeah, but obviously, what I mean when I say something like that to someone, right? It's like they're doing free PR on behalf of Zionism.
Acknowledge that the slave thing was.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, but obviously, whatever.
So yeah, this is
Zog, but which I get where he was coming from, but also. like you acknowledged that the slave thing was a
Yeah, but I mean,
unnecessary.
obviously, what I mean when I say something like that to someone, right? It's like they're doing free PR on behalf of Zionism.
So yeah, he does acknowledge that, I guess. Is that an acknowledgement that he didn't want to... that there's something not great about calling a black dude a slave of any kind? Yeah, I guess. And it's more than just feelings. He kind of yada yada that. I don't know. Like if you really think you messed up there, you might want to say something a little bit more like yeah. No, totally. Yeah. No. Yeah. No, that's not great. Yeah. But let's get. I don't know. But yeah, there it is. If you wanted to hear him like acknowledge that, yeah, it's not a great thing to do. I guess there it is.
No, yeah. I mean, that's usually when we spoke before you got on. That's pretty much what I was talking about.
Like I think it's fucking hilarious, for example, and I'm not going to stop. It's funny and it's also powerful. Like you see someone.
It's powerful. Wait, what's powerful? I'm sorry. What's powerful? Please, like, enlighten us.
Like
Oh, he did the Destiny thing. Chat, did you see that? Did you see that jaw deviation? I'm sorry, chat. I'm not. There's more worrying parallels to Destiny that Bad Empanada is exhibiting with his his kind of emulating the N-word Andy arc. It's just something Destiny does. Like he deviates his jaw when he talks.
Oh no! The pro-Palestine movement is engaging in anti-Semitism or something. Or like what FD Signifier said in that.
So yeah, that I would have a problem with, right? In fact, even if there was somebody in a march or something, in a demonstration, and they're holding up a sign that says "Don't be a slave to the Zog" or something, shit like that, right? I'm not going to turn around and be like, those protesters are bad for not fucking putting that guy in a sleeper hold and fucking choking him out, right? I'm not gonna say that, like, right, I'm not gonna cast aspersions on the movement over that. Yeah, that would be wrong. I disagree with that, right? And if that's what FD was doing, he's wrong. Obviously, we've been through it with Ethan Klein, where he claims to be pro-Palestinian, but at the same time he's attacking anybody that speaks out in any sort of meaningful manner, and in a way where he's going after their sponsors, he's going after their ability to to make money. He's really trying to cut the knees out from under them. So yeah, we do see an example there of somebody that won't own up to being a Zionist who obviously is. But with Ethan Klein, it's not like he's fooling anyone. Right? When you go and you do Nakba denialism, right? When you demand that people disavow Hamas, condemn Hamas, right? Then yeah, it's pretty clear what you're doing. FD's not doing that stuff, to be clear, but I will pay attention to, if there's any sort of like a, condemnation of the movement. I do find that likewise problematic.
Short, which was like, he said like, oh, I see people.
Wait, Haredi is ultra orthodox, so that's not. Chabad is modern orthodox, or is a subset of modern orthodox. Then,
like, you are sounding a little weird, which to me he meant to say you're sounding a little bit anti-Semitic. I see no issue whatsoever with responding to that. Like, oh, you obedient little goy. Good work. Benjamin Netanyahu sends you $7,000 fucking dollars. I think that's fantastic.
I think that's unironic goy posting, and don't be surprised if you get called based and red pilled for that shit. If that's what you're going for, fine. I hope you have success at de-radicalizing those people, but I think in inviting that in, you're causing a huge problem for your community. That's just my thought, Chad. I'm a random small streamer chick. What do I know?
I think more people should do it.
I just showed my email. Okay, look, I need to go eat, and I'm tired as fuck, so just
I hope there was nothing,
and we'll see what's up.
Okay, if you want to, when you have free time that needs to be filled.
I hope Noah's okay.
Get lots of money to beat Ethan Klein.
We all want this.
That's why
FD agrees with this. I agree with this. Bad Empanada agrees with it. Right? We want Noah Samsen to get enough money to fucking make Ethan Klein's lawyers cry make Ram Barneesum cry. Make him cry on the Tiffany, the chick that's involved in the 1DB scandal in Malaysia. Make him cry on her shoulder and be like, I don't know what to do. These Noah Samsens lawyers are tearing me up.
Why we're here. That's the important issue that we didn't get to talk about.
Hassan Piker should donate lots of money to Noah Samsens.
I'm going to his house to ask.
Is he going to donate?
We'll see. We'll see when I get
You should
there.
also donate lots of money to the other women who are being...
Okay, I get it. So Chabad is not, it welcomes all forms of Judaism.
Klein.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. There we go, chat.
Whoa, that was a doozy. I'm sure that everything will be normal and fine about that.
I'm sure people will be normal and fine about that. Yep.
It seems like the chat was completely split on who fucking owns the other.
Really? Okay. I mean, look, like I said, I was half asleep, or maybe even fully asleep for some of this debate, but half asleep through most of it. And when I looked at the chat, it was like, fuck FD, IDF Signifier, right? It was like, it was very, very pro BE and very anti. Is that true? What did other people? Noah's saying it's like half, right? It's like, oh wait, no, this is what happened. I heard okay. So what happens? He talks. There's a few bad Empanada fans. FD talks to them, and that's what gets BE to come on. When BE comes on, a whole bunch of his fans come over. So it's heavily BE in the beginning. Then FD's fans hear that this is going down. They come over. So yeah, I think by the end of it, right, it's like half and half.
Part of the issue is that FD's been getting a lot of comments lately, and so it was supposed to be like a let's just leave it. He wanted to do a statement beforehand to be like, because he knew there was going to be comments in the live stream, and then we ended up starting to talk about it, and I mean that's how it went. But I'm tired, man. I'm not a good debate moderator. I probably did better in that one than I did in the one with Hassan, but because that one was at like literally 11 p.m.
To be fair, that one didn't need as much moderation as this one.
So anyways, I'm gonna take a break. Discuss amongst yourselves who you think won.
Okay, so there we go, chat. And they discussed amongst themselves. They did. So I got a request to cover FD's response video to this next. Let's see if I had it. Fuck. Where is it? FD Signifier. If I just type his name, is this going to be like one of the first? Anybody know? Is it Signified B-Sides that this is on? Oh, there it is. First video. Yep, exactly what I was looking for. Exactly. And then Noah Samsens put out a version of it too. Maybe I should have watched this one. Maybe it's got the slurs, the N-words bleeped.
This unique looking figure to my right on the screen is Bad Empanada.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. What is this song? This is from Persona 5, right? This music used to be okay to use as like background music, right? Atlas used to not claim anything from Persona 5. You could put, the really beautiful song Behind the Mask, just anything from Persona 5 was fair game. They have been claiming it lately. I thought they were claiming all of it. This is I don't remember, what is this song? Butterfly Kiss, right? Is it Butterfly Kisses? Is that what it's called? Oh my god. I don't know, chat. I might be losing monetization here. Wait, is this not it's not it, is it? This is the debate itself. Okay, this is FD's version of the debate. Then Noah's version of the debate. I think it's on this FD Streams channel, I believe. Debating a loser, white leftist. Professor Jang pushing against him. Wait, am I on the right one? Is this the one that people are talking about? Oh, I know. Zara sent me this video. I'll just look at my DMs with her. And that's my stream. Oh yeah, this is it. Wait, is that it? She posted this one to me. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Is this it? Chat, is this the one? That's the one. Okay, Narwhal's confirming it.
Empanada is a CT.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's going to react to it or show clips or something here. But yeah, chat, look, if you want to support the stream on a night where I am probably losing at least some of my ad money to Atlas Gaming, one of my favorite game companies, then you could do so with a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, where I am trying to crowdsource the Vietnam trip so I can stay in Thailand another year and learn more Thai. Oh yeah, I got to give you a little update on that, right? Okay, I'll give it to you in a second. Let me just finish the call to action here. If you support me on Twitch, that helps a lot, and it offsets the slings and arrows of copyright law and even copyright claim abuse, right? So massive appreciation to everyone who supports the stream, and also there's something in it for you too. Look, 1 hour and 53 minutes. 59. Look at that. Purple with the gifted sub to Devin Kenner, getting us 6 more minutes and giving me more time to chat. I do believe we're going to get into some bonus content tonight. So vote if you have not already. The poll is open right now on youtube.com/nocommentchick. Click on the live stream, and then you can click on the poll and you can vote. It looks like only 45 of you have voted so far. I'm not sure exactly what is up with that. Let me check again. Sometimes these things take a second to update. 45 votes it is. Okay, so yeah, more of you need to vote, because like the last few nights, this was all academic. People were voting. We didn't get to any of this, right? Because we had too much of the bad empanada shit. Chat, I strongly feel like tonight we will get to some of the bonus content, and you can affect which bonus content we get to, which we do first, by voting over there. So right now, PBD caught up in a Ponzi scandal. This is a CoffeeZilla story. CoffeeZilla's got for us about valuetainment, Patrick Bet David. People say that PBD is falling off. I'm a numbers gal, okay? So I say grok it. I say we grok it, right? Paul Bet David. There we go, chat. All the memes, okay? So yeah, first place is that. Second place, we got a tie, all right? Yeah, it's pretty close, actually, between second, third, and fourth here. So Destiny's orbit implodes. This is all of the fucking tea. This is Destiny's BFF just telling us way too much about Destiny's sex life. And it's not good. It's really not good. Destiny, I'm sure, wishes this person had shut the fuck up. But this is Connor points. He's of the opinion that Destiny's problem is that he's too sexual. He's too, what is it? Degenerate, I guess is the word that he uses, because he's a Christian nationalist weirdo. We're talking about Connor points. And yeah, Connor is just like, even as he says he's trying to help Destiny, he is doing all kinds of damage to the Destiny brand, and you love to see it. Connor's cringe as fuck. Destiny's even more cringe. And what we're going to find out about Destiny, if we end up choosing that one, is truly mind-blowing in the worst way. So that's tied in second place with Asmongold roasted by Stavros Halkias. That's right, a Greek man, a large Greek man, will be roasting Asmongold and probably seasoning him appropriately as well. And guess what? Asmon watched the video. Yeah, Hassan, actually it's Hassan Stavy coming onto Hassan's show, roasting Asmongold, and then Asmongold found the video. Was like, oh yeah, it looks like this fat guy is talking shit about me. Yeah, not based. So yeah, if you want to see that whole, and you know how the shit goes down, the shoe that I'm waiting for to drop on this is Stavy's response, because this is the whole thing. Remember how Ethan Klein, every but one of Hassan's friends, anyone that shows up with Hassan, Ethan is like, I'm gonna fucking attack them, I'm gonna ruin their life, I'm gonna do bad things to them, right? The one exception, Felix Biederman. Why, chat? Why Felix Biederman? Because Felix Biederman is a born poster, right? You know, I'm getting good views. For some reason my Twitter is blowing up. Like I'm getting big threads. I don't know what's going on here. But Felix is on a whole nother level, and unlike me, who I don't know, chat, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some weird shit. Like I don't feel like it's me that's doing it, right? I feel like I'm just getting lucky somehow. Felix Biederman is not lucky. He's a legitimately amazing poster. And so, yeah, if Ethan got into it with Felix would eat him alive. So that's why Ethan doesn't go after Felix. Unfortunately, Asmongold, not quite as smart as Ethan, and is going after not a member of Chapo in this case, but a Cumtown alum in Stavros Halkias with even maybe a sharper wit. Oh, dare I say, chat, I'm a huge Felix fan, right? Felix is my favorite Chapo. It would pain me to say like Stavi's got more a sharper wit, you know, like than, in terms of like insult comic kind of shit. I think I don't know, I could be wrong, but anyway, that's tied in second place with Destiny's Orbit Imploding. Third place we have Jillian Michaels, trolled by the great Matan Evans. And that's how it is. So yeah, make sure to vote on these if you haven't already. Have the votes gone up? Does my call to action work? Is anyone listening this late at night, or am I a voice crying in the wilderness for more engagement and for people to 47? 2 more people voted. So yeah, if you haven't voted yet, get over there. Do place your vote. Make sure to like the stream while you do. I appreciate that a lot. That's one way that you can support the stream, even if you can't do so monetarily. You can do so with your thumbs, and I don't think I don't appreciate it. I made a note to myself last night. Farm likes more. How many likes do we have? Anybody want to tell me? Anyone got a eyes on how many likes are on the stream right now? I hope we have more likes than votes, because that's not very many votes. And likes are more important, if I'm being honest. How many? I'm a big fan of Chapo. I did not say that. Jerry, what do you have in your ears? I hope it's not cotton candy, right? You know that can cause an infection. Do I have to remind people that 32 likes on YouTube? Okay, well, can we get more? Can we get some more likes than that before we move on? I'm sorry, I wrote it in my notes, chat. It says farm likes. I'm supposed to farm likes from you, so get farmed. Get farmed, chat. Hit that like button, all right? Even if you hate me. But anyway, that is what we're doing. The other thing that can affect this poll is obviously the amount of time that I have dictates how much of the bonus content I would even be able to cover. And the other way that this affects, oh, look at that, Destiny's Orbit Implodes. Just, I must have sold that. I must have described that in a way you really liked, because people are voting for that now. We got 49 votes. Yeah, your votes are really powerful right now. With only 49 votes, chat, it's a great time to vote, because your vote counts more than it.
At RavyBab, super chatted $7.22. I would like to order one Stavy baby.
I would like to order one Stavros Halkias. I feel like that's it's like a dish at some Greek restaurant. Like you order a Stavros Halkias and it's some kind of like a meal deal, right? It's like you get like a hummus and some dolmas and God, Chad, I'm pretending here I know Greek food. I don't. I'm not cultured. I should be more. Greek food is delicious. Greek food is unbelievable. But anyway, I would like to order one Stavy baby coming up, and I'm gonna round this off to sub ad time, and we're gonna give 8M. Make sure you put M. There we go. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned earlier that I'm crowdfunding on Throne.com for my Vietnam trip. I want to buy a plane ticket before they get super expensive, especially with the rise in jet fuel is causing those tickets to be more expensive. Anyway, I'd love to get that locked in. And I'm doing that, so that I can reapply for another year-long education visa in Thailand and learn more Thai. And I am happy to report, chat, is the poll's not on X. The poll is on YouTube, right? Refresh, maybe. If you hit reload, it should show you the poll. That's usually a way that brings it up. But yeah, it's not on X. It's not on X. The blast off tweet is what's on X. So anyway, yeah, I'm happy to report that I have had my first Thai conversation. All right. I kind of try to avoid this because actually I'm not great at hearing Thai. I know words. I'm decent at pronouncing those words. I'm not great at picking those words up in like real human speech, because in the class, the teachers speak slowly. And in real life, people just speak however they speak, right? So, but yeah, I had to talk to a Thai woman that didn't speak English, and it was very important, chat. It was all about this. Gluai, right? This is a glue. These are gluai. And if you want to describe something as really easy, like peeling a banana, you say gluai gluai, right? It's easy. It's how that word gets used colloquially. But I'm looking for some actual gluai here. I can't find them at my normal convenience store, so I go to like a fruit place, and I'm asking for a particular kind of banana, gluai namwa. Right? They're little tiny bananas. They're really sweet. They're super delicious. They're my favorite. So, as I'm trying to, order the gluai namwa, this woman starts to talk to me in Thai, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't know what she's saying. And I say, Chan put pasatai nidnoi. I'm trying to say I don't speak Thai very well, right? But all I'm able to manage to say is that I speak Thai a little bit, right? And I was really trying to emphasize nitnoi, little bit, only a little bit, right? Nitnoi naha, only speak a little bit of Thai, and so she says something to me again, and I say, mai khao jai, right? It doesn't penetrate my heart. It's not entering my heart. In other words, I'm saying I don't understand. I don't understand. So she speaks a little bit slower to me, and I pick out this word, gluai, right? I'm like, oh, there's the word I'm looking for, right? Gluai nam wa, but I couldn't tell what she was saying. I think she's saying we're out of the little bananas is actually what, but I couldn't understand those words. I don't know those words, right? So I say, I say, my cow jai, and then like so but when I noticed that she's talking about these gluai, I am like, okay, mi gluai namwa, do you have them? And she says, my me, like, right? So I don't have, right? And I'm trying to like listen to her. It's like, okay, don't have those. That's okay, because I'm still getting the big ones, right? I'll still have some bananas, and then she's saying something about, I heard saporot, right, which is pineapple, I think, right? And I'm like, oh wait, is she offering a replacement? And I don't know the word for replacement, right? I'm wanting to say I don't need a replacement. I don't know the word for need, and I don't know what the word for replacement, so I can't say that. And so I just ended up saying chaika, right? Okay, we'll go with that, right? And I don't know what happened. She didn't actually give me, like, I was just like, I'll take the pineapple, right? Because I couldn't think of the word. The word I should have said is my ow. I don't want that, right? My ow is what I should have said. I couldn't think of it at the time, but luckily she did not push the pineapple, which I really don't need, on me, and I got my bananas, and I'm very happy with those. Dolma means filled in Turkish. Oh, dolma is Turkish. Okay, so I'm not even close to what is like real Greek cuisine that a Stavi baby might be. But anyway, chat, that is just to tell you that, yeah, I'm learning Thai. I got through that conversation. I made it work. I spoke Thai, and she understood me, and I even understood her a little bit. That's amazing, chat. And I couldn't have done it without you. So thank you to everybody that supported the stream. If you supported the stream, especially on Patreon, when I was, crowdfunding for the education visa, you contributed to me being able to have a conversation and not get confused and like not buy when they, the bananas when they did have these bananas. So that's a good thing. Anyway, chat, I think I've explained everything that spanakopita. That's an example. Yeah, not dolmas. Spanakopita, baklava. Is it right? A Greek dessert? That's all I know, chat. Although they have hummus in Greek restaurants. Is there like a different name for it in Greek or something? I don't even know. Anyway, chat, let's get back to this. I just wanted to take a break and talk about the poll and you know, how you can make it more likely that we can have more time to actually go over some of that bonus topics. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is when you do donate, when you support the stream, even if you do it through a Twitch Prime, which costs you nothing, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean? I mean, when you donate, you can let me know in chat, hey, I want this to go towards Destiny's Orbiters Implode, just like Rave did. You can say, I want this to go to Asmongold Roasted by Stavi. Oh, sorry, Rave. I'm sorry. Let's do this now, right? That would suck to be Rave, and I just get distracted and never add your but never put your money where your mouth is, like I said. But like, look at that right there. What does that mean? That means that Asmongold right now has a 7% bonus, and you can do that too, just like Rave did, by letting me know either with your super chat if that's what you do, or like down below when you support the stream. You can also then say in chat like, hey, I want to put this towards Jillian, I want to put this towards PBD, right? And or Vox Populi, in which you're saying, I will have what the voters are having. Let me reinforce the will of the people, and not the donors trying to interfere, the nefarious Rave trying to interfere with the poll, right? You could fight back against that with Vox Populi, or you can say video game stream if you want to see me play video games more. With that being said, baklava. Turks and Greeks fight over who invented baklava? Oh my god. I was told at a very young age that it was a Greek food by a Greek woman who made it and wanted me to try it. Oh, and thank you, Miku, for what you've been sending me. I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you as much. I just got really busy. I had my attention was needed for something to do with the Discord, but yeah, you did send me a lot of good resources that I will be getting into. I'll need to get into, because now they're going to require that you do have health insurance, right? To just have a visa. So I got to get that.
Here, BreadTube online.
All right, so yeah, there we go. Let's actually get to the FD thing. Sorry it took so long, chat. I just wanted to touch base on the poll really quick, and also farm some likes from you. Chat, how many likes do we have now? This is how we farm likes, right? How many likes are on the stream right now? Did it go up? Did it go up since I mentioned that I really need likes on the stream? It helps a lot, right? It makes the numbers go up. There's more people to talk to. They're likely to be people with similar tastes to you, because that's who YouTube will recommend a stream with a lot of likes to, a person who has very similar watch history to you. So you'll have new, interesting people to talk to just by liking the stream. There's something in it for you as well. How many likes have we got? I can go for spring roll right now, a veggie one with, oh, those are so good. I've got this place that I was going to that serves spring rolls and dolmas and stuff like that, but I don't think I can eat there anymore. Chat, that's the place that served me that. I went there at the end of the day, and all they had left was curries and soups, and I got some, and all of it, like, it was snotty. It had been sitting on a steam tray all day, and the next day when I tried to eat it, I could not. So that place is ruined for me now. I'm afraid they'll make me sick if I eat there. I'm not eating. It's a nice little place. It's very cheap. But yeah, it's not for me anymore, unfortunately, even though I love their dolmas and spring rolls, and even their mushroom balls are really good too.
Left creator on YouTube. Maybe he's B tier now.
Ooh, Burple says, I would like to add my gift sub to CoffeeZilla. Look at this. So CoffeeZilla, getting some motion. Right there, PB caught by CoffeeZilla in the Ponzi scheme. There we go. So yeah, just know that you got that power anytime you support the stream, even when you do it in a sneaky way, like using a Twitch Prime sub, which costs you nothing, but supports the stream, supports me, and yeah, we'll also give you a little power, a little percentage to add to your favorite topic in the poll.
Now, how many subscribers does he have? He's got 208 subscribers. I think that's good enough to get you to B tier. He is technically a video essayist, but if you look at his channel, as you can see, there's a lot of other people's faces on his thumbnail.
Okay, look, FD, if you see this, I'm glad to hear that you're a Phantom Thief. Did you play the Persona 5, by the way? I feel like playing Persona 5 would be a very FD thing to do, maybe. I gotta say, if you ever need help managing something like a voiceover with either a side chain ducking or maybe a nice EQ cut, let me know. I'll be happy to help.
Like, it's not the typical video essayist channel. At a certain point, he pivoted very hard into responding to other people's stuff. Because the fact of the matter is, he learned pretty early, and he'll admit this, he missed this during this conversation, the things he's most interested in talking about, the things that he wanted to bring to the table.
Okay, the music's going down a little bit. Yeah.
Were not things that the general audience was interested in. And so he could not build an audience doing that. At a certain point, he becomes, I think I described him once as the online left's attack dog, BreadTube's id. And that has been my opinion on Bad Empanada for a long time. Bad Empanada is a person who...
Yeah, Hordrick, do you know how to use YouTube's timestamp function? Like with the share feature? If you go to share, you can click on a little box that says like get the timestamp, and then when you share it with me, it'll have the timestamp automatically in there. If you want to share a link like that, oh my god, wait, no, how does this work? Oh god, that doesn't work. That doesn't work the way that I've got it set up, the way that I've got YouTube set up.
Is capable of making useful content when he wants to, but is also capable of being an antisocial, edgelord, weirdo, troglodyte.
And look, if anybody thinks that I'm reacting to like Bad Empanada's like rudeness, I don't have a problem with that. I've known him for a fuck long time. He's always been rude. That's just how he is. I know this. All right. I factor that into the equation with Bad Empanada, right? When he, brought Matt Bender on, a friend of the VOD, Matt Bender, he was really, he was rude to Matt, I guess I could say, but Matt was a little bit ignorant about Argentine politics, right? And it I understand Bad Empanada, taking umbrage at that, because it's the same kind of shit that all Americans, the same way that all Americans, the lens that we tend to look at Argentina through, which is a very limited one, right? For a country that took in Nazi scientists after World War II to look at Argentina, like, oh, that's where all the Nazis go. Yeah, the ones that the fucking CIA didn't recruit. That's correct. All the Nazis except for the fucking, the ones that we imported after the war. So yeah, I understand him being mad. He was rude to Matt Bender. Maybe it could have been a more productive conversation otherwise, but that's just kind of how he is. I covered that debate, I don't know, neutral, but acknowledging that Bad Empanada had the facts on his side with what he was talking about. But yeah, I think he just wanted like a confrontation with a member of the Majority Report so that he could put up his discount Sam Cedar thumbnail and get more views than if he did I'm debating Matt Bender, conversation with Matt Bender. Yeah, obviously the Sam Cedar thumbnail worked better, right? So I've acknowledged him being right when he's rude before. I am not I'm not somebody who's put off by his personality, let's just say. I mean,
that nobody should really be associating with. And that nobody should be associating with thing is important because that's something that has been said privately by a lot of people on the online left for a long time, even when we agree with them. And
I mean, the video that's right behind FD is the Peronism one. And that was another issue that Bad Empanada brought up, is that like people will, it's a strain of politics in Argentina, and people tend to associate, like they tend to kind of slime it with the far right. And my understanding from what Bad Empanada was saying is it's not perfect, but it's kind of like the better politicians, the less harmful politicians come from that strain. So talking shit about Peronism, even acknowledging its faults, is kind of like a right wing. It's a piece of right wing, is enabling the right in Argentina to win. So, which is a weird little inversion of the discussion that he's having with American leftists right now about electoralism. So I don't know.
This is specifically something that I did say on numerous occasions to Noah Samsens. I'm not gonna share Discord messages or whatever, but there have been a few times where Noah's like, what about Bad Empanada? And I've basically said, I get why there's an appreciation for Bad Empanada, but this dude is unhinged and unprincipled and undisciplined and is only going to cause problems for people the more attention he gets, because what he cares about more than anything is attention and clout. To be fair, it's not even just attention and clout, it's also being the edgiest boy. I think that's really what led to, in part, to his conflict with Vosh and Destiny, because they all fundamentally have similar behavior, just different politics.
Okay, so this is gonna be FD's talking point here, right? And I'm noticing it too. Yeah, way too much similarity. And I'll actually not just say with Bad Empanada, the way he's talking and Vosh and Destiny's talking points of yore, but also what I'm hearing from some of the fans, right? Is like when I get called a snowflake by somebody in my chat, it just feels like, wait, am I in a beef with Vosh again? What's going on, right? Did I piss off Twitch poll? Did I say something? What's going? Oh no, this is not that.
I'm not the first person to say this or experience this around him. He's been transphobic in the past. He's been anti-indigenous in the past. He's been racist to Mexicans in the past. So I don't even remember the context of this, to be honest. Black Red Guard, for whatever reason, got into it with Bad Empanada a while ago, and then Bad Empanada, because this is just how he behaves, has become a reply guy to Black Red Guard on Twitter. Black Red Guard says something that I think is completely logical. Can we please stop trying to use anti-Semitic slurs wokely? It's not cute or funny. Bad Empanada's response is, look at this pathetic, obedient little Zog slave. He kneels before his masters and begs for scraps. I'm going to get into all the problems with this statement more when we actually get to the debate part. But seeing this, it's like, okay, I start to recognize there is a willful desire, and this is something I've known forever, because this is, again, what debate bros have kind of always been. The desire to be edgy and to be free to behave in certain ways. Leftists of this ilk will use whatever the issue du jour is to get away with that behavior. So after noticing, I'm like, I don't know if this is like the person that people should be leaning on to have that discussion. Zog is literally a Nazi term. Zog is a term that is born from the Turner Diaries. So the term Zog means Zionist occupied government, and it literally comes from the Turner Diaries. The Turner Diaries is the neo-Nazi Bible. What you see here with Bad Empanada is him literally just using neo-Nazi terminology against a black person. Just unironically, that is what, and literally the use of that term, Zog slave, is explicitly tied to black people, as these anti-Semitic tropes and conspiracy theories tend to imply. The reason why neo-Nazis hate the Jews is because the Jews utilize black people and other people of color to dilute the white race, prop us up into positions of power to create white genocide. This short, and I talked about this with Noah directly, this short is labeled, in quotes, Zionist is a dog whistle, in quotes. And then he titles it, FD Signifier calls Zionist a Nazi dog whistle. So there's no other thing to understand about what he's trying to say here than I specifically said, literally, because that's what quotes are used for in the English language, and he is a English speaker primarily, that I said Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle. I want you to hear what I actually said. As they've materialized for content and for clout, that has been alarming, and it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like there's so many people waiting in the weeds to label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. But that also doesn't mean that there's not a better version of the analysis that I could be operating with, or that could be put out in the forefront, which is, I think, what I'm most hopeful to get at. So I'm barely coherent in this clip. Out of context, this clip makes no sense. But understand, at no point in this clip do you hear me say Zionist is a Nazi dog whistle. As they materialize for content.
Mods in Twitch, what languages do we have competency in? I had a user post in Cyrillic letters. I'm assuming it's Russian. They weren't saying anything bad upon review. Do we have mods that know Russian though? Yeah, we're gonna have. It's a sad thing that we gotta like. The linguistic diversity of the mods determines what languages we're able to have spoken in chat, because of the, if their mods aren't able to read it, then they're not able to effectively moderate. But I don't want to push anybody out because of the language that they speak. So if you can speak, I'm assuming we don't have anyone who speaks Russian, any mods in chat, that only competent with Australian. Well, that's a skill, actually.
Content and for clout.
Wait, Zog is not from the Turner Diaries? Where's it from, Horadrick?
For clout. That has been alarming. It has been alarming. That has been alarming. And it's been something I personally stayed away from, in part because as Bill saw, like, there's so many people waiting in the weeds there's so many people waiting in the weeds. And in this situation, the irony is I'm referring to Bad Empanada.
Oh yeah, Horadrick, I agree with you. Yeah, I've had conversations with mods about what exactly FD was saying here. I do agree that it's confusing.
Label you a Zionist and a Jewish supremacist and a insert Nazi dog whistle here for just being like, this sounds weird. Y'all are sounding a little weird. That's referring to this. Anybody that says to Bad Empanada and his fans, hey, I think it's weird that you all are using genuine dog whistles, terms created by neo-Nazis to spread anti-Semitic.
Okay, so Miku's headphones is saying it was in fact popularized in the Turner Diaries.
Conspiracy theories, which he, as he shows himself, understands are not good. I think it's weird that you would do that. I think it's weird that that's happening. But you know what? I'm not even gonna jump in there with y'all, because once I start saying that, you're going to just call me a Zionist or an insert Nazi dog whistle here. The Nazi dog whistle.
Let's rewind this to see what he's saying. Okay,
he
sorry.
shows himself understands are not good. I think it's weird that you would do that. I think it's weird that that's happening. But you know what? I'm not even gonna jump in there with y'all, because once I start saying that, you're going to just call me a Zionist or you would to spread anti-Semitic. Hey, I think it's weird that you all are using genuine dog whistles, terms created by neo-Nazis to spread anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, which he, as he shows himself, understands are not good. I think it's weird that you would do that. I think it's weird that that's happening. But you know what? I'm not even gonna jump in there with y'all, because once I start saying that, you're going to just call me a Zionist or an insert Nazi dog whistle here. The Nazi dog.
And this is the knee-jerk reaction that I was talking about that kind of got inculcated. Look, for a long time, like, anybody says anything bad about Israel, and there's like a knee-jerk response. In other words, a reflex of people to be like, hey, stop being anti-Semitic, even if they're not being anti-Semitic, even if they're pointing out a very real, issue, like a very real human rights issue, in the apartheid state of Israel. And now we kind of have gotten locked into a different kind of knee-jerk reaction, where when we hear somebody say that's anti-Semitic, because we've heard so many Ethan Kleins, so many other people, just basically weaponizing accusations of anti-Semitism to shut down dissent from the U.S. continued support for Israel, continued military support for Israel. Right, where we're kind of trained to, like, okay, when you hear anti-Semitism, you're like, Zionist, 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 right? And we got to walk and chew gum at the same time and realize that anti-Semitism is not like a forgotten mode of racism. In some ways, when we talk about fascist movements, and it is the connective tissue between a lot of these racist movements to portray the Jew as the puppet master of these of other minority groups against the white man, right? That's and so we got to just like try not to operate on reflex, try to stay conscious, but that's what FD is saying, and unfortunately, I think he's right to a certain extent, and this has bad consequences. The consequence is wasting time witch hunting our own movement, right? When somebody is trying to keep our movement Nazi free. And while I've acknowledged some of FD's shortcomings in his takes, I do believe that at least his concern is here, rather than to deflect and weaponize a false accusation of anti-Semitism to silence, someone that is, meaningfully struggling against Zionism, and not somebody who is unwittingly using a term that comes from, a movement that doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians, that there is only trying to weaponize what the Zionist genocide against the Jewish people writ large, which is absolutely one of the worst forms of wrecking, whether it's intentional or not, that you could see. If Mossad agent is watching and sees that shit happening, they're very happy. They're very pleased. They're very pleased that you're doing that, right? Instead of actually fighting against Zionism, right? So yeah, I think that FD does make a point. Now, if he uses that point to cover up for, where he is actually tone policing, somebody to intimidate them out of meaningful rhetoric, then yeah, we got a problem. But I don't think that's what's happening here.
Dog whistle in question is Zog Slave. It's weird to me that leftists who are anti-Zionist and pro-Palestine would adopt language and terminology from neo-Nazis.
Oh yeah, just vibing. God, I wish I could put Twitch chats up on the screen too. That's exactly my take. Yeah, I don't think it's confusing at all, says just vibing 420. He was listing things that could be called insert dog whistle. Yeah, insert dog. Wait, he listing things he could be called, comma, insert dog whistle was a discrete item on that list. Yeah, that is what my very literal-minded autistic brain analyzed too, and this is an area where that's kind of a strength, right? And being able to neutrally parse language without embellishing it with meaning that it doesn't actually hold. Yeah.
To employ them to be anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian.
Is it a David Duke thing?
Useful. I don't.
Wait, Zog is a David Duke thing originally?
That's useful at all. I think that's counterproductive on multiple levels. And I also just think it's weird and disrespectful and racist. There's a clear incentive for him to constantly do content like this. And that's who he's shaped himself as in the last 4 or 5 years. Like, he wasn't getting traction at all until he started beefing with Vosh and Destiny. And that kind of created his persona. And he's leaned into that persona, as I said at the beginning of the video, pretty much this entire time. To be just blunt, Bad Empanada and this specific type of debate bro style creator, they work for a specific type of leftist figure online. It's not just the left. It's really all of these reactionary types, where these are fundamentally weak individuals, fundamentally weak people that get joy out of someone they perceive as strong, dominating another person.
So he's talking about debate bros now, and yeah, this is more of the connecting Bad Empanada Vosh. I think there's probably bad faith ways to do this, right? You could draw some connecting lines between Vosh and Bad Empanada that don't make sense, but unfortunately, there are a few disturbing parallels.
They like the idea.
Like David Duke came up like the word like Zio as like a standalone.
They like the idea that they are fans of the big strong man, the person that wins fights and debates. It's very much wrestling. Going back to this like thing creators like Bad Empanada are doing with the genocide in Palestine, they are using it as a get out of canceled free card to just punch left. And don't get me wrong, there's criticisms to be made around ContraPoints, various other creators, and how they've engaged in two-sided the genocide that I agree with. There's a necessary critique that I kind of wish I will just hold this L. I realized this is the beginning of the year when I started arguing with y'all, not y'all in particular, but when I started arguing with my chat about how Candace Owens has a point and you have to hand it to Candace Owens, I realized, oh shit, we failed. We failed to normalize and frontline a disciplined critique on the issue. And not just we, obviously the Democratic Party is the main culprit. Like, I want to be clear on that. But I was like, oh shit, we didn't do our jobs. If this is something I'm seeing, and I was also seeing that in...
Okay, so just to be clear, he's saying he saw the, upholding of Candace as some kind of a paragon of virtue in the context of Palestine in his chat, and he was disturbed by it. He said that in a confusing way that you could take it as him saying, look, when I was saying that Candace Owens is fucking awesome, right? No, I think I understand. Yeah, it's this is part of his stream content too. And what I'm noticing about FD, and I think he's acknowledged it himself, is that like maybe his streaming is hard. It requires a different level of presence of mind, especially when you're under, the kind of scrutiny that a larger creator would be. People will look at individual moments of your stream, and if it's incoherent, or you're speaking, wrongly, presenting the wrong image, or the wrong, you're not translating your thoughts into words very well, then that does make for people confronting you with clips that represent ideas that you don't actually agree with, that you don't actually mean. So we kind of saw that in action right here. I'm sure I do the same thing too. I stream way too much not to make some mess ups and say stuff that like in retrospect is like, wait, that's not what I meant. That's not what I was trying to say. You do need to be very careful what you say, but I guess slips up given you're speaking Yeah.
Bad Empanada has a history degrry. I don't think it's...
I mean, like, for instance, remember when I said that I said, like, I was the one who called him a Nazi? Like, right when people were like, did FDs call him a Nazi? I was like, no, there was somebody else. You remember who that was? You remember who she was, right? Obviously, I was calling him that as a joke. I didn't really mean it. I just made a little... he was calling FD IDF Signifier, so I was like, all right, Bad Empa Nazi. Two can play at that game, but yeah, obviously I don't think that Bad Empanada is a Nazi anymore, that I think that FD is a secret, Mossad agent or whatever.
History degree is in American studies. I'm pretty sure it's world studies. I'm sure he knows something about American history. I'm sure he has a better grasp than the average person, but he doesn't really understand white supremacy and racism. He doesn't. He thinks he does. He thinks his analysis is actually really good. It's not. And so here's an example. We were talking about the nature of becoming white in America for Jewish people, and we compared it to Irish people and what Irish people went through. And so he decides that no, Irish people were always white in America based on some things he's about to say.
One thing that people are always wrong about in the US, for example, is that like Italians and Irish, etc., were ever considered not white. That's not true. Not even remotely true. They were always considered to be white from the very beginning. So the way that they did that, they created a legal category called white. This is the first time they did it. And they did that specifically because they wanted to include the Irish in a category and give them something to lose. So they no longer felt sympathies with the black people there and would no longer think about rebelling with them.
So the irony here is that he's completely correct, but he's using this information to undergird an incorrect conclusion. He's literally disproving himself through his own language. Because what he basically just said is what we said and what anybody that actually understands white supremacy in America would say. It's
Oh, I'm paying the price for not overusing my air conditioner, chat. These Rambutan, they got a little bit funky. I think they're still edible, but now I got to take them out of the bag here and yeah, just like put them out somewhere so that they don't start to rot. Yeah, it's very hot here and it's very humid, and I need to take a pee really quick. I'm gonna put Irene up on screen, boom, and I'm gonna listen on my phone while I am in the bathroom because this is an important part. But yeah, I gotta go check the yeah, I gotta get my water too, is what I didn't have earlier, and try to see if I could, how many of these Rambutan I can rescue, because these things are delicious. They're only really in season one time a year, and I made the same mistake I made last time of just leaving them in the plastic bag. Anyway, if you buy Rambutan, chat, try to set them out in a fruit bowl or something if you can. Try to like separate them so that they're not all on top of each other, especially if it's humid and hot in your house.
not that Irish people were not legally white, is that they did not truly belong to the class and property of whiteness until after essentially the civil rights movement, after the New Deal.
It doesn't look too hot to me. Wait, aren't you a gooner? Isn't like everything hot to you? I don't know.
Up until the New Deal, the Irish were treated as second-class.
I'm addressing Tanky Gooner in Twitch chat.
Citizens. They were treated not the same as black people, not as harshly as black people, but definitely not included among whiteness in any meaningful sense other than to exclude black people from the category along with them. As he just said, the biggest lynching event in the history of America is a lynching of like 17 Italians in New Orleans. So yes, while the Irish were legally white in America for a long time under the category of whiteness in a legal sense, that's the same way that black people were legally allowed to vote before the Civil Rights Bill. It's a completely brain dead framing of this concept, and it shows his limitations. When I have limited information and experience in the topic, I either don't say nothing or do a better job of learning. Bad Empanada, he's like, fuck it. The wildest moment from this response, though, is this right here.
Going to be the dominant hierarchical system in the US and in the Americans in general. Where did that come from? How did it evolve to get to where it is now? They wouldn't be able to tell you. They don't know these things. I know more about race relations in their own country than they do about their own country. And here they are trying to apply their own narrow little already misunderstanding of how things work in their own country to other countries, where it doesn't even apply at all.
So he said, as an Australian man living in Argentina, as a white Australian man living in Argentina, that he knows more about race relations in America than a ABD sociologist, a history major, I don't know, deculturation's full education, but a historian, a Mexican historian, another black historian, and a genuine black studies scholar, PhD, who teaches at an HBCU. Like straight up academics. But Bad Empanada knows more than us and is able to lecture us on these topics. The gist of what I wanted to do here in this first part is to show that Bad Empanada is not materially critiquing actual stances I have. I do not think Jewish supremacy is a fake thing. And so when I see, and this is not to denigrate the validity behind the concept of Jewish supremacy, which I have learned more about since I've been having these discussions behind the scenes, but as they've materialized for content, I do not think Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. I do not think that anti-Semitism is the most important pressing issue, and that global anti-Semitism is the problem right now in the world.
This is not the only interpretation. I've seen people talk about gentrification. I've seen people talk about colonialism and American exceptionalism and immigration stuff. So I'm not saying this is the only interpretation, but this is something to see. Yeah.
I do not think that people should support and fan for Graham Plattner. I do not like Graham Plattner. Because Graham Plattner is like most white leftists, and it's fucking obvious. Just like I gotta deal with white leftists in real life, we might have to deal with a couple of motherfuckers in government. I'm gonna take Graham Plattner over whichever Republican figure they gonna throw out there. But I made that video, I made that Graham Plattner video explicitly to point out how the white left turns off their critical faculties when the strong, authoritative man says the things they wish they could say, but they can't or don't. So that is why I did not bother to respond to Bad Empanada's critiques of me. They're not real critiques. They're only there, as I showed earlier, to create engagement for his channel. And it's really obvious once you just actually listen to what I'm saying and then look at how his channel responds to me being around. The bottom line is you put my face in the thumbnail, you gon' do numbers, period. You put my face in the thumbnail and create drama, ooh, now you gotta wait. But I told Noah Samsens on numerous occasions, not like serious, not like deep, not like heated, I really don't fuck with Bad Empanada. I don't think you should fuck with Bad Empanada, but you do what you think is best. At a certain point, Noah started fucking with Bad Empanada. And I'ma just be real, Bad Empanada is using Noah to sane wash and normalize his presence in the online left. That is what Bad Empanada has done to Noah in the last 2 years. I get the appeal of a Bad Empanada. One, that authoritative edgelord nonsense. But two, to give Bad Empanada credit, he has been principled on anti-Zionism well before it was popular. So Bad Empanada deserved a little bit of a wave after October 7th when people started talking more about that issue. But people like Bad Empanada are also why Noah Samsens is getting sued right now. That crossover, the way that Bad Empanada's community brigades and pushes anyone that allows them in their space. Everybody that used to rock with Bad Empanada, that gave him a little love after October 7, 2023, has now blocked him except for Noah Samsens. Noah Samsens is the only one, and maybe Cavernacle. They're the only ones that have not said to themselves, this guy's kind of a weirdo and unhinged, and I probably shouldn't invite him into my space. And this is a criticism of Hassan too. First off, Hassan should have never been in the podcast with Ethan Klein. Let's just put that out there. He's admitted that himself. This is just keeping it real. This is probably gonna be labeled, while I always keep the white left at arm's reach or some shit like that. Because the bottom line is, white leftists are white. And the average white leftist does not understand how whiteness works within them. The average white left does not understand how whiteness shapes their worldview. They understand that whiteness is a problem. They understand that racism is a problem. They might even be anti-racist, the best of the best. But they fail to recognize how the experience in the world as a white person shapes the things that they are comfortable with, the people they expose themselves to. So Hassan should never had a podcast with Ethan Klein in the first place. Ethan Klein was a edgelord, quasi alt-right guy for the longest time. There's a whole like 10-minute video of him saying the N-word. So L on Hassan for even like allowing himself to engage with Ethan Klein as much as he did. When the issue of Zionism became a preeminent problem on the world stage, Hassan found it no longer no longer possible to associate with Ethan Klein. I didn't follow the beef. I don't know the full thing, but it was no longer possible. And because Ethan Klein is, I'll just say, has a unique energy about him, and his fan base is cuckoo bananas, any and everyone that had any tangential connection to Hassan was pulled into this beef with Ethan Klein. And they tried it with me. I started getting messages on Instagram and my email saying,
do you see what they're doing to Ethan Klein? You need to say something to Hassan and to Noah Samsens.
And I was like, what are y'all talking about? I don't know. I don't rock with him at all. I made a post about it. I said, please don't bring me into this before I make a video about you. And I left it at that. But Bad Empanada, if you want an attack dog for Zionists, for liberal Zionists, who you gonna call? Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada is a genuine attack dog for the topic. It made sense at the time, I'm sure, to say,
you know what? Maybe we allow Bad Empanada to associate with us to bolster our critiques of Ethan Klein and Zionism.
Now, mind you, this also contradicts Bad Empanada and his principled stance, because Bad Empanada had been critiquing and talking bad about Hassan for a minute up to that point. But as soon as Hassan allowed him a window into his circle, Bad Empanada was down for the clown. And Noah, for whatever reason, has always felt like there was more use for Bad Empanada than it actually was. So both Noah and Hassan attach themselves to Bad Empanada, and understand when you do content with or about a person, you are connecting your communities. There's multiple valuable benefits to doing that, which is why for the longest I was not going to respond to Bad Empanada, because I did not want to create any type of connection between my content and his from my end. That's why this is going on the streaming channel. Hassan quickly recognized Bad Empanada is Bad Empanada. Noah, not so much. Quick behind the scenes, I agree to come and help Noah fundraise. I'm very generous with doing shit like this. It's really not a big deal. And we have a brief discussion about Bad Empanada behind the scenes. And I basically say this: I would prefer you not bring Bad Empanada on. I don't want to really talk about Bad Empanada. If you decide you want to bring him on, I can't stop you, but I would appreciate if we didn't do that. He agrees. And I think that was genuine. I'm not saying that Noah lied or tricked me into creating a situation where we were going to have a debate. But the problem is, as soon as I'm on the screen, we have Bad Empanada chatters trying to ask me questions, saying, repeating his talking points. So at a certain point, I say, okay, let me just address it a little bit. I play Noah the clip that Bad Empanada posted of me labeled Zionist is a dog whistle, and that FD Signifier claims Zionism is a Nazi dog whistle. But this opens up a conversation. And this is kind of a tough conversation. Me and Noah are not fully aligned on how we perceive the influencer economy and this subject. And so we have a relatively normal conversation. It's probably a conversation I would prefer not to have publicly, but it is what it is. I'm fine with it. Despite my critiques of Noah in the moment, I trust Noah Samsens. I don't think he's a grifter or that he's in the wrong place. But at a certain point, Bad Empanada pops up in the chat and he tweets Noah Samsens invites Zionists to his stream to slander anti-Zionists as Nazis for naming Jewish supremacy. So he tweets that out, and at a certain point, he's in the chat. There he is. And so he's begging to come up at this point. So I want you to look at my energy now when talking to a person I trust, trying to understand something. We're just having a conversation.
On the stage, rather than like behind the scenes. And like debates, I mean, I think we both feel similarly about debates, which is that like it is ultimately theater. Speaking of which, I would be remiss to not mention it. I think Bad Empanada is in the chat. Everyone's yelling at me to bring him on. You don't have to. I know it's cutting into, it's 10:48.
I don't have, the kids have just gotten lunch. I don't have much to do.
Okay.
So let's roll.
You want me to bring him on? All right.
So I made the mistake of engaging around the topic publicly with Noah around Bad Empanada. And so at the end of the day, it was only fair to allow him to come up and defend himself and confront me on things I had said. I broke my own rule. I had to suffer the consequences for it. Hence this video. But I gotta give this critique to Noah. Noah's allowance of the Bad Empanada stink on his public presence is what allows this to happen. If I'd have been able to come here and help him raise money and talk about propaganda, and he doesn't have Bad Empanada stands in his chat, we probably don't get to this point. But it is what it is. I'm too nice. It is what it is.
I always end up doing this. I did this last time I was talking to...
If you've ever seen me in a conversation that looks like a debate, I'm not debating. I'm not debating. I don't debate. I don't believe in debate. And I've said publicly on multiple occasions, I'm not a good debater, but I'm a fucking liar. I'm a fucking liar. I went to an HBCU. Oh, yeah. So somebody pointed out that this is also exactly what Bad Empanada did to Noah maybe last year when he did a live stream. That Noah had Hassan on and Bad Empanada jumped into his chat and forced his way into a conversation with Hassan. Again, clout demon. We're not going to watch this in full.
Jeff is on the line.
But I want you to peep Bad Empanada's posture and his energy.
Hi, Jeff.
FD, you love to...
Look how
how
energetic he is ready, right? I want you to peep how energetic and confident and ready he is for this conversation. He is so excited.
It's my failure on not staying on cold myself.
Zionist Nazis. I don't even know how that came up, but that's why I'm here.
Wait, so say that one more time. Sorry.
He decided to call me a Nazi for being too anti-Zionist for his face. So
I never said that. Never have said that. Never have called him a Nazi. White supremacists. White supremacists. I pointed out that he unironically uses neo-Nazi terms, but I'm not going to call him a Nazi. I don't think that counts. I don't think that works. He does live in Argentina. There's a lot of comparisons I can make. So we start out with a lie. And this is the thing that he's done this entire time.
Yes, you did. Yes.
I gotta admit, I don't completely understand the like Argentina thing. Anybody want to give that a like a? Anybody want to advocate for that? I'm trying to understand. I just have never got this why the like he's an Australian living in Argentina. Like so chat, I yeah, went away at a bad time again. FD did the like as soon as I stepped away, that's when he shows the clip of Bad Empanada challenging it, stating that he maybe what was it exactly? God damn it, now I gotta roll it back. Okay, I know he said HBCU. Let's remember this timestamp 2413 because I'm trying to just like really quickly cover what happened when I stepped away. Okay, I do have water, at least some water. Fuck. Even. Let's see. We're gonna go transcript. What is that AI thing doing there, chat? What do people use that AI thing? We're at 2412. We're gonna go back to here when we're done. I'm gonna type in HBCU because I remember it was in proximity to that he mentioned. Oh, for real. What did you think that? Okay, so the transcript does not realize that is HBCU, like for. Oh my God. Okay. Academic. He said academic, straight up academics. Okay, so we're gonna go back to 1326, and we're gonna come back to 2413. Here we go. This is the part I was talking about. Now, that being said, chat, like I didn't like this panel show, and I didn't hear a lot of what Deculturation or Dr. Jared Ball had to say, but I wasn't in agreement with what Bill was saying, and FD was at the very least seeming, by my perception, just like way too much normalizing, you know, I'm sorry, when I say normalizing, I'm using the psychological term when a psychologist a therapist sits down with you and you know, you tell them about something that you feel really guilty about, and that they will maybe say, well, that's not that abnormal. They'll you know, sort of put it in perspective for you. That's what I mean by like normalize. It's just it's not just in psychology. Like you probably do it when you talk to your friends, like, right, you know, somebody's like comes to you, I feel really bad about, like, you know, XYZ that I did, and blah blah blah, and you know, you kind of are like, well, you know, I did that one time too, like that's not that weird to, you know, like you live in your, like, I don't know, it's like that kind of thing. He's like, he's being agreeable to somebody that is uttering something objectionable, and from what I've learned on this green planet, that is usually a mistake. Anyway, I just want to see what this was. So yeah, I'm not signing off on, like, I'm not endorsing any of these guys on the panel or their opinions, but you know, in terms of what he says here, yeah, I hadn't seen this. This is his video. Oh, this is his video going over the deculturation thing. Just what else should we do?
Of learning.
I'm trying to think ahead. We got like an hour left.
He's like, fuck it. The wildest moment from this
and chat, if we do end up with time left, I gotta go to Thai class at some point, but if we do end up with extra time on the clock, I will use it as always for a bonus stream. I've also heard some cries about the previous bonus stream being members only. The reason that I do that is because a stream that I do at time that's not normal, it's going to be like less viewership than normal, and it kind of hurts me in the algorithm. But there's probably some way that I could give that back to you if you're oh my God, chat, before my mouth is literally drying out. That's crazy. I should have gotten more water. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I got a little bit of cold water and I'm combining the hot water. I'm still okay, chat. I'm trying to keep that what is it? I think it's a bit like keeping is it the catechins or the caffeine? I can't remember, but one of these things that's important in the green tea. I'm just gonna pound some water. That's what I'm gonna do, Chad. You're gonna kind of. Okay, let's get back to serene Irene. I'm gonna try to be the serene Irene I was yesterday because I like that. I like that modality.
Response though is this right here.
Going to be the dominant hierarchical system in the US and in the Americans in general. Where did that come from? How did it evolve to get to where it is now? They wouldn't be able to tell you. They don't know these things. I know more about race relations in their own country than they do about their own country. And here they are trying to apply their own narrow little already misunderstanding of
What? What did you say? Why? Why? Look, I don't like Gordon Ramsay. I think he's a dick. I've like worked under bosses like him, and yeah, like I don't know. Everybody loves Gordon Ramsay. I kind of hate him for maybe the same reason that you love him. But if I would not go up to him and be like, I actually know more about culinary arts than this fucking Gordon Ramsay. You say don't microwave it. Actually, some of the most delicious food on the planet comes out of a microwave, Gordon Ramsay. You know?
how things work in their own country to other countries, where it doesn't even apply at all.
So he said,
and he said race relations. Wait, chat. Race relations. Why does that give me an ick? I feel like I hear race relations if I watch like a really old newsreel or something from like the 60s, right? They'll talk about like, you know, the right in Watts, or they'll talk about a civil rights march in terms of race relations tonight. Dr. Martin Luther King and marched on, so like, right. It'll like, for some reason, chat, am I wrong here? Like it has like a bad taste to it. That being said, he's Australian. Like maybe it's a, different way that these things kind of different valence, these things hold in different, different countries. I don't know. Anybody want to speak to that? Anybody heard that? What I'm talking about? Like race relations. There's something about that it feels like it makes like racism into like a he said, she said, like, yeah, well, maybe white people aren't treating black people great in this regard, and maybe this is unfair, but also, black people need to pull their pants up, right? It's that kind of shit. It's that, you know what I mean? You've seen this, right? Where we take something that's, pretty objectively slanted in one way and try to make it into both sides, right? That's what I associate with the term race relations. But then again, what do I know, chat? I'm not gonna harp on it too hard, because it just struck me weird, is all. Anybody heard that term? Like, I just want to know if other people have the same context for the term race relations that I do.
As an Australian man living in Argentina, as a white Australian man living in Argentina, that he knows more about race relations in America than a ABD sociologist, a history major, deculturation's full education, but a historian, a Mexican historian, another black historian, and a genuine black.
And I'm asking that thing when I say I don't understand the white Australian living, or white Australian living in Argentina. Are we talking about like he's benefiting from the like economic disparity, but by living outside of his country? Is that what we're saying? YouTube crackdown, not being able to even watch downloads from another device. Watching a stream is miserable. Wait, what? Not paying for my family plan. A student plan is already expensive enough. Wait, for phone or for YouTube? Wait, what? YouTube is cracking down? That doesn't sound good. That's never good. I didn't expect FD to crash out like this. Oh, this video is a crash out? This video is a lot of things, and we did watch some FD Signifier content that I was not too thrilled with in the past few days. I don't have a problem with this part though. Like, I mean, I have a problem with the panel that he went on with the fucking Israeli flags in the background. I talked about that yesterday. I had a problem with Little Bill's take on this panel, and FD, not really. I didn't, like, he said he doesn't agree with them, or there's like a disagreement there. It was just like I wasn't seeing the disagreement in stark enough contrast, but yeah, in terms of the Empanada saying like, I actually know more about race relations in his country than he does. It's just like, could you? It's a parody. It doesn't seem like something somebody would really do. Unless he was a cartoon character or like a wrestler that was like playing a character, whereas like, oh, my guy's really arrogant and kind of like low key racist and shit. So I'm gonna say that I know more about like the literal field that he studied than he does, and it's gonna get him really mad. It's gonna be great. It's gonna really be great. It's gonna be a but I don't know. People maybe reacting to different parts of the VOD. I don't know. He was on with BE. He kept on demanding. Oh, from before. Yeah, no, so we didn't watch that part, but that's right, Joel. He's, the obvious, for obvious reasons, right? There were moments where it felt like, is that what you're taking? That he was trying to put words in BE's mouth? I was okay. Well, no, I don't know. I don't think he's like. I don't think he's. That may have been a choice that FD had some regrets about as well. I feel like I heard him say something about that. But yeah, we're giving a impartial, objective reaction, calling balls and strikes on both sides of this team sports travesty. Minorities get educated. Oh, that's true. That's the factor I wasn't considering, Biva. That's the factor I wasn't considering. The unconscious effect of white privilege. There we go. Minorities do get lectured. Yeah, by it's worse than like I got black friends kind of rhetoric. Yeah. Oh my god, chat. What is my deal here? Yakubian nonsense from BE. Indeed. Sorry, I am like parched for some reason. Is it talking? Is that what it does? Chat. Does somebody look this up? Does talking make you need extra water? I could see the argument for that, right? You got surface area of your mucous membrane exposed to air for a larger percentage of the time. Maybe that causes you to get dehydrated faster. The back and forth is a fractal telescope of reactions. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, even for like this is looking like commentary right now. I didn't even notice. Oh shit, you're right. God damn, you're right. Look at this chat. Level 1, me. Level 2, FD. Level 3, Bad Empanada. Level 4, FD again with the 3 panelists that he went on with. That's crazy. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 levels of believe it or not, when you're doing like what was it, chat? What was the one that was like I was watching Infrared. I think I reacted to Infrared Hawes. Kevin Logan was watching me. Did I end up watching Kevin Logan's video somehow? That's not actually that many, but I feel like we've gone like, yeah, several levels deep. Saliva increases it. Wait, saliva increases. Oh, your saliva increases. Well, I'm having a little. I would love it if my saliva would increase right now. But yeah, you good observation there, Joel.exe. XC, Joel.exe, I think is how I'm supposed to say it, like a file. It's reacception. It truly is. It truly is. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Study scholar, PhD, who teaches at an HBCU. Like straight up academics. But Bad Empanada,
not the DJ chat, like actual academics.
Knows more than us and is able to lecture us on these topics. the gist of what I wanted to do here in this first part is to show that Bad Empanada is not materially critiquing actual stances I have.
Now, chat, something that I and I kind of let this part rip. This is just FD in his own words. I don't think we had much of that yet, and this is his response. So there is his side of the story. But something that I noticed on Twitter today was that it wasn't actually it wasn't only Bad Empanada that caught strays from FD Signifier. It was also the Tabernacle. And he wasn't happy about it, right? He felt like, I guess, unfairly dragged into it. He was like, wait a minute, what did I do? I mean, there is definitely like a connecting theme and what you hear on Tabernacle and Bad Empanada, but I don't think they're like, are they like bros or something? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Is like, I don't always agree with everything that the Tabernacle says, but maybe, yeah, he was mad about getting, dragged into this, I guess.
I do not think Jewish supremacy is a fake thing. And so when I see...
Okay, so yeah, there's him, acquitting, acquitting yourself means like to, I don't know, explain, but also kind of low-key the other meaning too of the charges of being a secret crypto Zionist. So let us go back, like I said, to 24, I believe it is 2413. Is that where we were? Does that sound correct? I'm tempted to say it in like a Jeff Goldblum voice, but I know I only think I have a Jeff Goldblum what do you call it, like a impression, because I've heard Nick Mullen do it and he makes it sound easy. Oh, Jeff Goldblum. Oh, I don't think I'm doing it, Chad. Does that sound like Jeff Goldblum? What if we had sex with the dinosaur? Oh.
Talk about the
wait, no, did he say it?
I don't think that sounds like. I don't think I've got it.
He uses Nazi dog whistles for not
Did
caring
you use a
about
Nazi
Jewish
dog whistle?
feelings. The typical bullshit.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
The joke is less funny if you don't get the voice right.
You're talking about Nazi dog whistles. Do you
Answer the
understand
question.
something?
You're evading. Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
I'm going to explain
From a line of black
something
man
to you.
on
I'm going to
Twitter?
explain a black man.
So you see, immediately we're evading. And he's evading because Bad Empanada acts like this on Twitter. He acts like this in comment sections. But
I need to lock in.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
That works. He does live in Argentina. There's a lot of comparisons I can make. So we start out with a lot.
Wait, comparisons. Wait, what are the comparisons? Wait, comparing him to like there's like other people that live in. Oh fuck! Really? What? Oh no, it's not that, is it? Okay, that's actually. I mean, he's joking, but low key, maybe bad faith. I don't know. Look, you can't be sitting in the U.S. of A. Okay. Operation Paperclip, Operation Gladio, right? You can't be sitting in the USA saying that, Argentina, that's where the Nazis go, right? I don't know. But I think he's joking.
And this is the thing that he's done this entire time.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah, you're on the same like wavelength, atomically powered. Yes, you predict. See, wow. Wait, what is the delay on Twitch right now? Chat, I'm gonna clap, and wait. Hopefully, you'll hear the clap. I'm gonna clap, and when I do, like, press 1 in chat on Twitch. Actually, do it on YouTube too. I want to see what the delay is over there. All right, I'm about to clap. When you hear the clap, press 1 in chat. I only need a few of you to do this, but I'll be able to test essentially what the delay is. All right, 3, 2, 1. Yo! Twitch very fast. Twitch very fast. Okay, good, good. Twitch can hear me immediately. I think YouTube will be a little bit, like 15 seconds. That's what I'm guessing that we are gonna hear when we're gonna hear from YouTube. Yeah, 4 Twitch accounts in a row. There we go. What do you? Yeah, about 15 seconds. Yeah, seems. Yeah, again, chat. Apologies, YouTube. I forgot to hit the good button I'll try to remember. There's so many things for me to remember, right? Like the note that I left for myself yesterday, which is what, oh yeah, farm likes. You're supposed to like the stream, chat, and I'm actually supposed to bully you a little bit about it. It seems out of my nature, but I mean, I'll do, get bullied, I guess. Do you feel bullied? Are you intimidated? Do you feel the aura coming off of me? Are there like Jojo kata, menacing kata behind me? Is that the effect that I'm giving you? Are you afraid of what will happen if you don't hit the like button? You should be. You should be very afraid. All of you should be afraid, right? You think oh my God. Just like the stream, I'm supposed to farm it. We got 49 minutes left. If we have time left on the clock, when my alarm goes off when I go to Thai class, I will do a bonus stream just like I did last time. So you'll get a stream. It'll be in the morning though, right? For you, if you're in the US, it'll be 2 hours from when I stop streaming, thereabouts, and it'll only be though if we have extra time on the clock. I think right now we have exactly the amount of time. So if you want a bonus stream, that is what you're potentially trying to get. Also, yeah, adding, because it adds time to the stream, and therefore I have to make up that time at a later, well, not so much later, but a 2 hour later interval. So,
I didn't. Give me a break. Anyway, let's talk about the.
Wait. No. Did he say? Is that something you believe?
He said, oh, he uses Nazi dog whistles for not caring.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
The typical bullshit.
Did you use a Nazi dog whistle? Did you call BGR?
You're talking about Nazi dog whistles. Do you understand
Answer the question?
something?
You're evading. Did you use a Nazi dog whistle?
I'm going to explain
from a line of black men.
The Argentinian thing isn't about fleeing to Argentina. It's about never experiencing the issues he claims. Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense now. Okay, everything makes sense now, right? It's okay. Commenting on a place that he doesn't have, commenting on authority on a place that he doesn't have direct knowledge with, and especially an experience that he doesn't have direct knowledge with.
I'm going to explain a black man.
So you see, immediately we're evading. And he's evading.
Thank you for clearing that up, right? Just like nobody had said it to me like that. I just didn't understand. I was a little lost, right? Like I said, I process maybe information a little different than most people.
Because Bad Empanada
sometimes that's a good thing.
On Twitter, he acts like this in comment sections, but he doesn't do this in his content. It is a strategy for this type of debate grow create.
And that's what I was saying, chat, is you wouldn't do this in real life. You wouldn't do this like to a person. It's only this like kind of like impersonal, like, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Kind of like nature of the internet, right? And again, it very much reminds me of the way that the alt-right, it pushes mores, but in a way that they wouldn't say this shit in real life to the face of the identity that they're having a go at.
I'm gonna go somewhere, get in front of people, and act like I don't have any sense, and trick them into engaging with me, so that I can siphon and vampire off of their presence for my channel and the content. The thing that was most revealing to me is...
Wait, do we need a bonus stream? I don't know how much is left of this. I do want to watch, this is, fruitful. I also wanted to watch the Zootopia, at least one of Bad Empanada's videos, maybe the Little Bill one, maybe the Zootopia one, whatever y'all think is clever. We have 25. Okay, so if we hurry, let me speed him up to, what would you say, maybe 1.25? Should be good. Just so we can get through this and try to get to that. Yeah, but we may actually need the bonus stream just to get to cover the stuff that I said I was going to do. God damn it, and bonus content too, right? That would be the thing that normally goes in the bonus stream.
How committed he is to, at no point during this debate does he acknowledge that it's not good for him to use Nazi dog whistles and hate speech casually in the same way that Nazis do. He feels like he should be able to act like a Nazi because he's not a Nazi. He's actually an anti-Zionist. And Zionism is the real problem.
And how dare you critique me acting like a Nazi when there's a genocide going on? I should be able to act like a Nazi. There's a genocide going on. Why are you wasting time talking about my Nazi agenda?
A little too close to Ethan Klein. Shit we've heard from Ethan Klein there. But
mind you, again, he clearly understands the problem of this. This is a video.
He's saying a different thing than Ethan was, right? I'm just noticing that, because it was like, Ethan tried to make the like, oh yeah, all these snarkers, they'll always rely on that there's a genocide, or he's very flippant with the way he uses language in a way that is not really good.
He made last year critiquing one of his own former peers on
what's that right behind your head, FD? There we go. Another issue where and this is yesterday's VOD if you want to see this. Bad Empanada maybe had a point about the company that FD keeps sometime, and you know, I've probably my maybe number one complaint about FD is that, you know, he's kind of shown himself time and time again to not be a good judge of character. Yeah, that is the thumbnail of one of his quote unquote edgy, what is it he call it? Edgy white boy guilty pleasure. That's what it is. EWBGP. Okay, I can't make an acronym out of that, but yeah. And I think you know, Bad Empanada had a point. You have the things that people think are problematic about Graham Plattner, from what I've seen, are honestly like more prominent in a guy like Westside Tyler, and the way that he speaks of his military experience.
Anti-Semitic, Nazi-coded sentiment in their content. But a year later, when things are drying up, when he has to get my attention, suddenly he doesn't understand that.
Okay.
I give a fuck if you're black or not. I think
have you heard of the Jewish?
You are avoiding the direct question.
I'm answering the question to you.
So I keep kind of like, so once
oh my God, it's going way too fast. It's going way too fast when he's got, because I think he's got it. Does he have it speeded up? Sped? Does he have it sped up as well?
I realized immediately, because I'm not as bad as a debater I make myself out to be. Immediately after this moment, I say, oh, he really is just Vosh. He really is just Destiny. I wasn't sure. So when I noticed that he was unwilling to just genuinely say maybe using Nazi hate speech is weird publicly, I was like, oh, that's it. We got him. All right,
let me need context. Have you heard of the Jewish sect Chabad, however you pronounce it in Hebrew? No fucking way.
No, I'm not.
I wonder if FD has any. We learned a little bit more about it, and Miku, would you say that the way that Bad Empanada, like I'm just not. I feel like he's. Well, we'll let him talk and see if people think he's describing it accurately.
No, I don't study this. I'm not a historian. I'm sorry. I don't study Judaism. I don't study Hebrew. I'm not an expert on Jewish history. I know about media tropes. I know about social theory. And so he tries to pull this edgelord gotcha.
You don't know about the thing that I know about?
I'm fucking blown away. But anyway, this is...
Oh no, FD doesn't know. This is like a Professor Jang hobby horse that he's on, right? I'm not saying that he is a Jang enjoyer or that he got it from Jang. I don't know. But yeah, this is something that Professor Jang talks about at length.
The biggest like religious Jewish group in the entire world.
That's not anything, but go ahead.
I mean, you denied it, and that's the entire reason we're talking here.
No, I think before.
And so at this point, I also realized, wait, I start to wonder, wait, does he know he's been clipping me out of context and incomplete for the last month? Does he just not even realize what he's doing? Because like, I've already proved that this is not real. Is he playing dumb? Like what? Like, so I'm like, wait, he's genuinely just not good at this. He thinks he's about to own me with facts and logic, I guess. I think Bad Empanada actually is just really racist and thought I was dumb. I think he just genuinely thought he was smarter than me and that I wouldn't be quick enough to recognize what he was doing. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense of the situation.
For asserting his positions, you should let him, you know, just explain what he thinks.
Okay, great. So what I was saying there is...
I also want to point out how disrespectful Bad Empanada is to Noah. Noah, please clock this. Please clock how this man is using you. How he just disrespected you there.
One in chat, if you noticed what FD is talking about, if you agree, right, that there was disrespect to Noah. What do we think? I think a few people in chat mentioned this.
He does it multiple times. Maybe they're cool like that. Maybe they're cool like that. Me and Bill and John and BP and other people, we get it in. But I don't know if we've ever talked to each other like this publicly.
Live in this time of actual like real Jewish supremacy. Jewish supremacists are committing genocide against people who aren't Jews. Now you're pretending you believe in that. Oh my God. But anyway, we have this situation, right, where Jewish supremacists are doing that. And one of the most important Jewish sect in the world, along with many other Jews outside of this Jewish sect.
I'm just going to summarize. This is him explaining where the word goy comes from. And I want you to peep that. He keeps bringing it to goy. And as I've looked at his followers online in the comment section and on Twitter, they keep bringing it to goy. But I have to point out, he said Zog slave. Goy comes from all these Jewish people.
Okay, so that's the tweet behind him, right?
This Jewish sect he's talking about, that's goy. Zog comes from the Turner Diaries.
Oh no. I was just like, it was like FD looked like he was setting up the clip where he talks about Chabad, and I was just like, oh, if they're gonna play it right now, maybe I could just be like, like how accurate is this? But yeah, that was one of the claims, I believe. And I think he used the word sect, or maybe he said group of Jewish people. They are not. Okay, so there we go. I suspected as much, right? I suspected as much. And again, yeah, I mean, is it possible? I mean, just some of the stuff that Jang talks about real? Sure. But he also talks about some really wild shit. Like, doesn't he have a weird, like, replacement theory that the modern Jews are somehow not the original Jews? Like, it's like a really wild fucking, involving the Kazakhs and yeah, when I looked it up, it's like literally a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
Immediately being dishonest.
But yeah, so Jang definitely will take it to a place like well beyond anything that Bad Empanada is saying. But it was weird to me because the only other context that I'd heard this be brought up as this is like in the way that Bad Empanada said it was Professor Jang.
Clock this immediately. I'm realizing he just thought I was dumb.
Their role basically is to be slaves for Jews. They are basically like cattle. Mm-hmm. So do you think in this moment, there might be more utility to perhaps not screaming Nazi whenever someone throws these sorts of terms back at these people who are literal Jewish supremacists?
Are you a Jewish
These are people who literally think, no, I'm explaining this to you. So goy, as the way these people...
Yeah, with the Frankist, is that the one Candace talks about? Yeah, he's Frankist is like a big... what is that? Like he's it's like a secret society or something based around some dude named Frank. They really like Frank Zappa. No. But it is like a dude named Frank, right?
People use it as a slur. It's a slur. They use it against Palestinians. They kill them.
I correct them.
Zog slave, goy slave. Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Oh, there's a subsect of Chabad that is ultra orthodox. That is the largest within the ultra orthodox sect.
And now I have him. And now it's a wrap. Zog slave, goy slave, who cares? This is it. This is the end of the debate at this point. He says, I don't care if it's a term from Jewish supremacists or from white supremacist neo-Nazis. I want to be able to use it and you shouldn't critique me.
I do. I think it's weird.
Wait, we gotta, that was a really epic take, or yeah, look at that. This is hefty reacting to this shit. I have had people tell me that they interpret this as like FD, like I don't know, is arguing that feelings are more important than the Palestinian move. I don't know, like just some weird takes from this exact moment that I'm just like, wait, did we watch the same clip there? Because I mean, this is pretty clear what this is to me.
And now I have him. And now it's a wrap. Zog slave, goy slave, who cares? This is it. This is the end of the debate at this point. He says, I don't care if it's a term from Jewish supremacists or from white supremacist neo-Nazis. I want to be able to use it and you shouldn't critique me.
I do. I think it's weird. So first off, let's clarify. Thank you for that filibuster. Did you or did you not call BGR or BRG? I'm not familiar. Did you or did you not call him a Zog slave on Twitter?
Absolutely. That term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Nazi hate speech is hilarious. Why shouldn't I use it? Nazi hate speech is hilarious.
Oh. Yeah, I need to find that that clip. Yeah, that was earlier. There was something else I thought I heard him say when I was watching it last night. Again, any of this stuff could possibly be in the segments that we skipped because they were too close to the N-word. But the other thing that I thought I remembered him saying was that he gave some statistic of the percentage of either American Jews or like worldwide who had been to a Chabad event and tried to, that was his like citation of why this is the, and I felt like he started to go more towards a place where he's not talking about Zionism or Israel anymore. He's talking about Jews, right? With the same, it's almost like a parallel thing to like Ethan Klein showing Sam Cedar. Actually, this poll shows that 90% of the Jews have positive thoughts about Israel. So, you know, shut the fuck up, Sam. You're the token Jew, like, right? You're what you think doesn't matter. But with going the other direction, like he's trying to say, look at how many Jews are involved with this Chabad. So that was the shit that I like really, if anybody could find that for me, consider it, fake news until we do, because I'm trying to stick to the text. I'm trying to stick to the the content itself and not like misremember something that I watched late at night. But yeah, that was the part that I just was really like, no, this has gone off the rails in a way that I never would have expected. Wait, is it? I don't know. Is it a conflation between Chabad and Frankism? Is part of? Oh, wait. This is part of what Candace Owens says. So maybe she's the source? No, how when did she start talking about it's like when there was that book, The Talmudic Jew, that she talked about on I'm just trying to remember. It was after Charlie Kirk, right? It's when she started to go like super Chabad events invite literally all types of Jews to participate in services because synagogues are few and far between in most places. Okay, so that is an example, and you wouldn't associate like going to an event. Like what I kind of guessed is, one would not associate, the center or the event or anything else with, this feels like ultra nationalist, far right Israeli in nature, right? Because that's what he's trying to do too, is like, show oh my god, what is his name? The rabbi that he said is dead now. This is another. Oh wait, that's the Professor Jang clip. Yeah, he shows. I can't remember his name, but it's one of the key figures in Chabad, according to him, according to Professor Jang, who's not a reliable source. And shows him talking to Netanyahu and kind of like encouraging him or something. So he's trying to tie it in to the Israeli far right. And what I thought I heard was him trying, like, with statistics, trying to tie the Jewish people into that sort of allegiance. And that's the thing that I had the big problem with. But like I said, chat, until I show you the clip, I'm not, I'm going to leave it up to the possibility that I misheard it, misinterpreted it, whatever. I would like to have that, that moment to just confirm that I heard what I think I heard, because it was not good.
Why shouldn't I use it? And that's when I load the gun. And y'all know when it's coming. I load the gun in the back of my head.
Oh, it's like if somebody is non-religious, but you want to attend a service on High Holy Day. Yeah, easiest the closest thing might be a Chabad facility.
It's hilarious. Hate speech is hilarious. Things that Nazis say are hilarious when I say it wokely. Oosey Juicy, he should just call you a slur. Wait for the hook. Wait for the hook. It's hilarious.
I don't think you should, because I don't think we should be operational.
But I hold it.
Nazi terminology to attack.
I
think that's weird, unprincipled, and shitty. And I think that's why you have the reputation you have.
These are all just like, oh, I think it's weird, shitty. Dude, who gives a fuck?
Your experience literally debunks Bad Empanada's argument. Well, let's make sure that it's his argument. That's what I thought I heard. Again, I don't want to, I don't want to spread my misinterpretation in place of the real clip. So if we can find that moment, then I'll consider, like, we'll go from there.
Okay.
Listen, you can.
You're Jewish supremacy right now, okay? And you're splitting hairs because I threw out this funny term as someone who supports.
And I want to take a moment to point out that Noah Samsens in the corner here. This is supposed to be a stream to help him build a legal defense against Ethan Klein, who is trying to paint him as an anti-Semite. And I am here having to debate his friend on why using Nazi hate speech casually but wokely is a bad thing. But he thinks it's hilarious. Who cares? This is L Noah for putting himself in this position, but this is L Bad Empanada, who clearly does not give a fuck about Noah.
You're calling me Jewish supremacy, but you're using their terminology the same way they would use it.
They wouldn't call someone a Zog slave.
What would they say?
Negatively.
This is awful for Noah's case. That's what I thought too, right? I'm worried that the part of the inability to hit that goal is because of Noah cut the stream. Oh, after this,
They want to hide that sort of thing. They want to hide this idea that
So you're going to mask off as a Jewish supremacist.
what the fuck does that mean?
You're calling people, as you say, Jewish supremacist slurs publicly to malign them. You're
Zog slave is
saying-
not a
wait, real
Jewish
quick.
supremacist slur.
Who
Okay,
was
so-
the origin point of the Zog? What are you saying about it? That,
BRG. It's a guy, BRG.
Yeah, he called him a Zog.
wait, that part confused me. What FD just said confused me.
He's a massive elector. He's
that's-
all
I mean,
the
that's like-
Zionist politicians.
I don't think it's really established in American or
Oh, you're saying Noah should cut the stream at this moment. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Western media apparatus that Zog.
I'm like assuming that everybody like watched more of the stream than I did, because again, it happened at like in the night, in the hours that I was sleeping.
Is anything other than the dog whistle that it is. It's
How do you explain to someone that using, amplifying and normalizing Nazi ideology is bad?
So like I said, chat, there's kind of like a team sports dynamic going on here to a certain degree. And, both teams would be potential donors to Noah's cause. Unless there's an event that, like this, that Noah has to moderate and maybe even kind of, leave a bad taste in the sides of both in the mouths of both sides. That's in the sides of both mouths. It sounds like I'm talking about Zens here, chat. Anybody ever put a Zen in the side of both mouths? Wait, that one doesn't make sense. I don't know how Zens work, chat, but luckily I've never needed tobacco, or I've never gotten addicted to tobacco, even though I tried. Like in high school, I thought I was like, I'll be cool if I smoke. And I tried to smoke and it just made my head spin. I was like, why do people do this? I don't understand. You tried chewing tobacco once? What does it taste like? Does it taste bad? Hadn't considered what FD said. This would look bad in raising money for his anti-Semitism and defamation case. You have BE defending the... Oh, true. Yeah. Yusuf, Goy, and Zog. And like I said, chat, if you want to make fun of the Nazis that unironically say Goy and Zog, be my fucking guest, right? But that's different than what BE is doing here.
Shouldn't everyone...
I'm enjoying a Zen right now. See, I feel like if I don't know, it probably feels amazing, but
be okay with saying
chewing tobacco tastes like raisins. Okay, that's not bad. I can deal with raisins. I don't think I would want to have tobacco in my mouth though. The Zen thing, wait, that one's like not tobacco, right?
Hey, the stuff that the Nazis do to critique Jewish people is not good.
Yes, BKK. Miku's synagogue does sound based.
We won't use it. We won't censor that in our analysis. By the way, he has done this.
You guys both disagree with the framing that Zionists occupy the government, right? It's imperialism the other way around.
I mean, it depends. Are they Zionists in the government? Yes, that's Israel occupied the government.
But Israel doesn't
the
control
thing is,
America.
why are you worrying about this right now?
Well, because we're talking about the terminology of Zog.
Why can't I use hate speech from Nazis? Why are you being mean to me? I just want to act like a Nazi online to start shit with black people so I can get likes and clicks so that they'll come and debate me. By the way, BRG did debate Bad Empanada, which he shouldn't have.
I worry about it because I recognize that when you do shit like that, it's not in support of Palestinians. It's not even to attack Zionism or to attack Israel. It's to bring attention to your channel and your content. So
that's just speculation on motivations.
It's just
speculation. That's your opinion, man.
Yeah, I'm just giving you my speculation. I'm telling you why I care. You can tell me why that's incorrect, but like telling me that that's my speculation is just saying.
So maybe the question: do you think is that in service of a broader political goal, Bad Empanada, when you use language like that?
Since we're down to the last 26 minutes here, let me just say, like, I'm sorry, I'm not like we're not ending or anything. I just wanted to make sure I get my like overall, takes in about this, like. It's really unfortunate that this happened. when it did. I think it likely did hurt Noah's fundraiser, although I'll admit it's hard to really gauge that sort of thing 100% for sure. And I actually do understand why Bad Empanada was upset or found reason to critique the panel that FD did with those 4 other creators, right? Again, some of them were talking some nonsense, and FD sounded like he was maybe more in agreement than he now, says he was. And obviously, I mean, I understand, although this is the one part we didn't cover, Chad, is like the prehistory, right? The most prehistory of the debate we got into was the panel. We didn't see the pre-debate stuff, the Little Bill video, the Disney, Zootopia, anti-Semitic dog, like all that stuff, right? So, but I can kind of understand why FD's frustrated with BE, and they both, and at least to some part, have a right to feel the way that they do. But yeah, this coming together in this awful constellation during Noah's stream is massively unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
the only one who's really winning from this is Ethan Klein. I am sad to say. W. Ethan. Ugh, it feels so gross, chat.
We live in a world that is Jewish exceptionalist, Jewish supremacist.
Sorry, that wasn't a
this framework. These sorts of frameworks are what specifically led to the genocide.
So the only way this answer makes sense is him saying we live in a world that is Jewish exceptionalist.
Sorry, I'm not really saying W. Ethan. It's just what the Ethan fans say whenever anything awful happens like this.
Jewish supremacists. Therefore, we need to act like Nazis to attack them. That is what this framing, the only framing that follows a logical through line to defend his use of that language. If I can't use the same critical framework of the Nazis, how are we going to free Palestine? That he does know that that is wrong. This is his video.
The Nazi dog whistle symbolizes
slurs. Who gives a fuck if there's some slur or whatever?
Oh, wait, no, this is the part that people are like, I can't believe FD said that feelings were more important than the Palestinian people. And I'm just like, what? How? What? That's what you get out of this?
By slurs.
So we're talking about actual political issues.
Look at that. He cares about the feelings. That's the only reason you could object to slurs is because of feelings. And facts don't care about your feelings. Wet ass pussy.
And your response is basically,
we're talking about actual political issues here.
Oh, you're not nice enough.
No,
you use terms
not principled enough. Is that what you're doing? Is
this is not what principle. Being principled means actually sticking to what you believe in. Rather
no. Being principled means to principally put forth the movement.
You're not even responding to what I said.
Now, peep the shrinking, because I'm starting to turn up on him. Peep the difference in energy. You remember how he looked? Only put a still of his face at the beginning, and notice the difference. It's starting to happen, but we haven't even got there yet.
We were talking.
Oh, is there more?
Jewish supremacy in Israel, right?
Okay, let's go back.
That's why there are videos with your face. That's why there are thumbnails with your face on my channel.
Yes, let's go back. So
you're trying to reduce that to being nothing.
BE is being bad faith is rejecting FD's clarification. He clarified what he meant. BE ignored it and continued attacking. Is BE made a response to this? See, now I feel obliged, right? I feel bad about not covering some of the prehistory of this, and like I said, I wanted to at least look at the Zootopia video, see what that was about, and the but now I'm just like, oh god, is this gonna go on? Is this gonna continue?
Videos. I'm not trying to just for the sake of putting your face in the thumbnail.
If Bad Empanada does not though respond to this video, or only responds to a portion or a small portion of this video, though, it will be very telling.
Just for the sake of talking about you.
No. I'm saying, no.
What you're doing here is like accusing me of grifting. Okay, it's accusing me of like just chasing the views. If I wanted to chase the views, I would not be shitting on you. I'd be networking with you. I'd be networking with Hassan Pike. I'd be networking with people like you.
He did network with Hassan Pike, and Hassan kicked him out because he was like, "You and your group are gross, and I don't want to be bothered."
That is how I would actually have way more subscribers, way more views. If you don't rock the boat, you get way more fucking views.
Oh, I forgot to do this. Hold up.
Oh wait, is this? Yeah.
Sent me an email a couple of years ago asking me to.
I was about to ask. Wait, where's the part where we get some prehistory here, right? This is Bad Empanada emailing FD apparently for advice.
You one of his videos. So he has tried to network with me. I gave him the critique I have had about him the whole time. He sent me his Kanye West, Kyrie Irving, Afrocentrism video. And I straight up said to him, the videos, I have some critiques. I would just like to get an opinion from a Black American dude I respect, considering this is entirely about Black American history and how some Black people deal with it in the present day. Thanks a lot, Bad Empanada. And I let him know in that email, I was being nice. I said, hey, here's my critique of the video. Critiques he did not incorporate it in any way. And I said at the bottom, dude, you act kind of weird. You should probably act less weird. I like your videos. A lot of people like your videos, but you're a weirdo. It makes it impossible to engage with you publicly. So this idea that he hasn't tried to network and hasn't tried to engage with people because he's such a principled lone wolf is bullshit. He's been in my comment section for years. For years.
Criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he doesn't want to compromise his audience. Sorry, Noah, you know it's true.
And then out of nowhere, he puts Noah on blast.
Noah Samsens does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he doesn't.
Noah didn't appreciate that. People know his face. You can look at Noah's face here. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about me for? Oh, wait till he says it.
Noah Samsens does not criticize people on the left, even though I know for a fact he thinks way less of way many of them than he will ever say. It's because he does not want to.
You see Noah lock in? He's like, what the fuck you bring up my shit for?
What has though? Okay, so for you, what has brought positive change in your eyes from what you do from other creators?
I think this is where he lost Noah, although it shouldn't have ever been gotten to this point to begin with. But at this point, I think he loses Noah because Noah's like, yo, what the? You already in here defending slurs, then you trying to put me in the same category as you.
Like, what can you visibly see as you say you push the needle? How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hassan Piker is actually facing serious like left-wing backlash against his
This is why we should unban Destiny, right? The first time ever that Hassan Piker will actually face criticism. He has no natural enemies on Twitch. Therefore, we need to unban Destiny so that he too can be held accountable. I made a big difference this year. We held Hassan Piker to account for. Wait, what the fuck did he just say? Yo, I'm gonna say one thing too. Bad Empanada is really lucky Hassan's not covering this. I mean, and you know why he's not covering it too, right?
Same category as you.
Like, what can you visibly see as you say you push the needle? How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hassan Piker is actually facing serious like left-wing backlash against his I'm going to support Zionist electoral strategy.
Yes. His what? Do I have to speed this? No, it's normal already. How? Oh, FG's got it sped up.
Who started that?
You say you push the needle. How?
Absolutely. You see what's been happening with the first time ever that Hassan Piker is actually facing serious like left-wing backlash against his I'm going to support Zionist electoral strategy. Guess who started that?
Deal with you. That has everything to do with Hassan's behavior in the moment.
Hassan has been doing a Democrat tour. I get why he's doing it. You know, I hope it works out. His videos about Hassan, 26,000 views, 25,000 views, 30,000 views, 28,000 views. He is not affecting the landscape with these videos. He's just not. He literally got more views talking about me talking about a Disney movie. So no.
Well, so what is he? I mean, is he talking about his Twitter? Goy Empanada? No, that's just the newest version of it. Wait, where has he been destroying Hassan Piker? Right, this doesn't look like it. He did a lot of videos though. Like if you add the views together, maybe.
I think it probably has more to do with Hassan being the most visible leftist figure in modern media, that he's been targeted from a variety of different places, including the left. I think it's due to Hassan's genuine flaws and limitations that he's always been criticized from the left.
As a bot, change of view contributed, true though. None of us have contributed too much.
And you notice he's filibustering. He is gish galloping.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joel. Burple did do performance art there, but I feel like I can't. I feel like I'm not supposed to read it.
He's trying to talk fast. And you see my face here. At this point, I think it's about time. I'm like, he's about ready. I want you to hear the next thing he says to defend himself.
We think that the US government is occupied by Zionists. Now, is that not true? Yeah, but do I think that right now it's really important for us to harp on why that's not?
So he says, you know, most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It's okay for me to say Nazi dog whistles and hate speech because most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. To a black man, thank you, Maxim Veer.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I zoned out again, chat. There's a word for that in Thai. Right? And it doesn't involve poop before you even go there, Burple.
for me to say,
Oh, did I just Joseph Joestar you? Yes, I believe I did.
Nazi dog whistles and hate speech because most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. To a black man, thank you, Maxim Veer. It's important for me to call a black man a Zog, slave, dog whistle.
Really important for us
Do you
to
think
hop on white.
it's about time? I'm like, he's about ready.
Too much.
Including the left. I think it's due to Hassan's genuine flaws and limitations that he's always been criticized from the left. As a
What change have you contributed to, though? None of us have contributed too much.
And you notice he's filibustering. He is gish galloping. He's trying to talk fast. And you see my face here. At this point, I think it's about time. I'm like, he's about ready. I want you to hear the next thing he says to defend himself.
You think that the U.S. government is occupied by Zionists. Now, is that not true? Yeah, but do I think that right now it's really important for us to hop on why that's not?
So he says, you know, most people in the U.S. believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. It's okay for me to say Nazi dog whistles and hate speech because most people in the US believe in anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. To a black man, thank you, Maxim Veer. It's important for me to call a black man a Zog slave. And he keeps coming back to Goy because that makes it a little less obviously awful, but he's still employing genuine anti-Semitism to defend himself.
Wait, did you actually get there first? Oh, so not he understood. Did you get there first?
You understand
This
that
is
is
a Bosch
genuine-
N-word defense.
Right. This is Boston Destiny, which by the way, he did. I don't even want to get into the fact that you defended.
Okay, so let's talk about.
Oh, I forgot about that. He defended. Hold up. I forgot that he also said there's nothing wrong with saying Uncle Tom.
That's the problem with you guys. You understand everything through the vein of identity politics and like individuals more than anything. So you can't like reconcile this fact that for one, calling someone a fucking Uncle Tom is totally fine. Totally fine. I don't give a shit what Americans say. We're reclaiming this word for everyone. The only issue is that Uncle.
Now, here's the annoying thing, right? Actual, you know, black conservatives will use this sort of will react to being called terms like this, and this happened in you know, the commentary space involving was involving foreign, I believe, not FD signifier, was similar word but not, or similar meaning word but not the word that FD is talking about. This was you know, you would have like black conservatives be like, this person's using a racist term against me, and indeed, like I don't know, there's something, you know, I don't use that term you know, for a reason. It's not it is coming from an experience other than mine, if that makes sense. But you'll have them say like that, this you know, when they're getting criticized, black conservatives by a black non-conservative, they'll say, oh, that's racism, and you'll have people be like, oh, that is racism, I've heard that's a wrong thing to say, right? There's another word too that, you know, also describes a woodland creature that is along this kind of line, right? So you do have like the misidentification of that. I don't think it's racist when black people use this terminology, right? I don't use that terminology because I feel like it's yeah, kind of racist for me to use, but anyway, let's just let Bad Empanada speak for himself. Let's hear that again.
More than anything. So you can't like.
I forgot that he also said there's nothing wrong with saying Uncle Tom.
That's the problem with you guys. You understand everything through the vein of identity politics and like individuals more than anything. So you can't like reconcile this fact that for one, calling someone a fucking Uncle Tom is totally fine. Totally fine. I don't give a shit what Americans say. We're reclaiming this word for everyone. The only issue is that Uncle Tom was a slave. Okay, so sometimes it can be used in the wrong way, like calling someone a house slave when they're doing something clearly by choice. You know, it just doesn't really apply, but it's not particularly offensive. Okay, the connotation of this is that these people are like.
Wait, what was that note? What was that note?
It just doesn't really apply, but it's not particularly offensive. Okay, the connotation of this.
FD's sanity, or is this FD's sanity or his son in the background screaming? Could be either.
is that these people are like collaborators of some sort, you know, with people who ultimately see them as lesser. This is something that can be applied to many situations.
So he then proceeds to explain Uncle Tom to the black people. This is about Van Jones and something else.
Uncle Tom is a universally useful term in the connotations of like a collaborator who's collaborating against the interests of a group of people.
This could be Vosh. If you showed me this transcript and you said this was from a Vosh stream, I would believe you. This is what I mean, chat. The Vosh comparison is actually kind of apt.
For some reason, and Van Jones is absolutely one of those people. Van Jones is one of those people. Other people who are like that as well, like Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib is an Uncle Tom Palestinian. Now, as I said, I do understand that Uncle Tom was actually a slave, as in he didn't really have much of a choice. But also, like, the couple...
Did he even mention that Uncle Tom came from a book? Does he know this? I think he's talking about him like he's a real person. I won't nitpick.
Wait, the grumpy lore? This guy, Oi, is Grump Oi? When you say it like Oi whenever he shows up? Okay, so the really happy one is Grump Oi? Because he's like saying Oi? Mild-mannered, cheeky, obvious Mr. Hanky ripoff. This guy, that's the one that's got, like, is when people eat the, they eat too many blue raspberry items, right? Too many blue raspberry gummies. You get that poop, because it's, like, kind of light blue. It's like your body's absorbed some of the dye, but not all of it, so you poop it out, like, as a light blue, but not a sky blue. It's still poop, chat. Is Julian or Jim Bob or Frank workshopping the exact name for him. Very abrasive, given up on life, and chain smoker. Joel Severo, thank you for the 5 community subs. George Jackson, you just got jellyfished. Ricky Bobby 77, you just got jellyfished. Allison Wonderbread, you just got jellyfished. Sir E Prestige, you just got jellyfished. And reeks of sensitivity. That's what people were saying about me yesterday. The snowflake, the SJW for my own freaking chat. Anyway, chat, I will never forgive you. I will blame you all for the actions of one chatter. It's just a weird thing to hear. Anyway. There we go. Oh wait, I was gonna tell you the other words with oh my god, chat, I don't even remember what I was like. What was it on when I was like, oh my god, I'm so confused now, chat. I think I was lost in the moment. It was gonna be a really good bit though, involving Thai. Pasa Thai, chat, which is Thai language.
Almost forgot that.
Saying dog slave to someone, or goy slave, or whatever, or good goy, or whatever.
He keeps on putting goy in there, which has never been just.
Oh wait a minute. I almost really messed up there. These I think you only got credit for one. Let's make sure that doesn't happen. Sub add time. All right, sub add time. It's gonna go right up there, and I'm gonna add 24M. There's a hype train. There was a hype train. Joel Silver says, put it in video games and add some time. Oh yeah, we're definitely, yeah, you got ripped off there. It only gave me 5 minutes. Yeah, that is bullshit. So we'll add 25 minutes here. And like I said, chat, all the time that we end up with left when I have to go to Thai class will become the bonus stream. And what am I covering for the bonus stream? Funny you asked. Wait, let me just really quickly take down this note. Joel said that Doneo is going towards video games. So look at that, chat. We're 40% of the way towards not even just this week's video game stream, which is going off for sure, but even next week's video game stream is like 49% complete already. So yeah, looking at the poll, 49 votes? Seriously, chat, people are sleepy as fuck tonight. What is going on? Maybe they're tired of the subject. I don't know. Yeah, 58 votes. Okay, that's correct. That's a little bit better. How many likes do we have, chat? I'm supposed to bully you for likes. I left this note, and I've got to obey my note. I think I was in a different mood when I wrote this down. I said, bully chat. I would never do that, but I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. So get bullied or something into hitting that like button because you're so intimidated, right? You're so scared of me. Anyway, Destiny's Orbit Implode seems to be ahead, but we have some bonus buffs that are going to be adding 7% to Asmongold. Not quite enough, and 5%. Oh, look at that PBD. It looks like it's PBD right now. Keep voting though, because it's very close. Your votes your vote could make the difference on a night like tonight. Also, your donos can make the difference, but only if you let me know, like Joel did, which of these topics you want to support, or to say Vox Populi. When you're saying, I would like to just go with whatever the chat is voting for, that is what we should select. That is right and proper. Okay, I see you. You're very, you're very egalitarian. I appreciate that. Or if you want to put it towards video games, like Joel did, you can do any of that. The bullying worked. I had forgotten to like. Oh my God, it's working already, chat. It's working already. I just have to be a super meanie bot. Speaking of which, no, I guess this doesn't have to do with super meanie bot, but we got a hype train going on. That is on Twitch. When somebody donos, sometimes it opens a hype train, and if you jump in there, you can go to a different dimension, and maybe it'll be a dimension without Trump. Wouldn't that be sick? That would be awesome. I would love that if I could get an interdimensional train ticket to better timeline or something, like a happy, like what do they call them in Buddhism? Like the Pure Lands. Yeah, I wanna go to the Pure Lands. Or someplace better. But anyway, you got limited time. If you want to support me on Twitch, if you're going to anyway, if you need to resub or you got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket or whatever you do, if you get on board now, if you donate now, you'll get a little something extra. Usually it's like emotes. I don't know. I guess the hype trains are all different now. I can't pretend I entirely understand it, but it's just like a little reward for donating right after somebody else donated. I think that's the idea. So just letting you know that's there if you want to, and you'll also make the hype train go to further levels. You'll earn emotes, like exclusive emotes if it goes to different levels. Right now it's working on level 2 and we're 50% there. Anyway, I think I've explained that enough. I want to at least cover that, but yeah, we'll come back and we'll cover whatever is, whatever wins in the bonus poll. Cause that way I'm doing my bonus topic and we get a bonus stream. And I'll try to figure out what to do, chat. Last time I made it members only afterwards. It's a good reason maybe to be a member so that you get those bonus streams. But I do get that, like, for people that are just like watching the stream on Twitch or whatever. Wait, I think you can access it on Twitch. Don't tell you I told you, but don't tell me I told you. That's between you and me, chat. Don't tell me the secret that I'm telling you now. Like, don't tell this to me later. But yeah, you could probably watch it maybe on Twitch. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out some way to do, because people were like, hey, I was gonna watch that. I couldn't stay up until the morning, but I wanted to watch it afterwards, right? And that's not fair, especially if you supported the stream. So I am working on other ways to handle that. Anyway, too much time.
Trying to sane wash what he did.
Goy, Zog. These are things that are like used against you. It's like, you're a Zog, you're a Goy. If anything, they call people Goys. Negative.
And that's just not true.
Oh God, this is so bad faith. Wait, what did he say? He's talking about like Zionists call people. Wait. Yeah, far right. Like I said before, far right Israeli, reactionaries like Likud and to the right of Likud. There is a very racist ideology in there, which could properly be termed Jewish supremacism, and yeah, you will hear those types using the word goy in a derisive manner, but it just like to the thing I want to emphasize is that like regular Jewish people are not calling you goy behind your back. Okay, that's not happening. That's not a thing. It doesn't work like that. Like I said, it's kind of an antiquated term that just doesn't get used that much, other than in limited, far right, racist Israelis and probably Nazis, the people that mostly are using that term these days.
True, because he's saying they to imply it's the Jews, to dissuade from the fact that he's talking about the Nazis.
Wait, what?
They here in hand
what?
Are Nazis. They sane wash what he did.
Goy, Zog. These are things that are like used against you. It's like, you're a Zog, you're a Goy. If anything, they
You're a Zog. Yeah, no shit, bad Empanada. See, that's what I mean. That's fucking bad faith. Right? He's not on the level.
People Goys. Negative.
And that's just not true, because he's saying they to imply it's the Jews, to dissuade
And
from
the problem with with Zog is not that it's a slur. The problem with Zog is that it's literally fucking like elders of Zion shit. It's like proposing a cabal. It's literally like that. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing, right?
from the fact that he's talking about the Nazis. Topic in hand,
Whether you know it or not.
are Nazis.
Goy, slave, whatever.
Oh,
this shit is. Why would I call him an N-word? He's not doing anything.
Why not? It's also funny.
Why
Call
is- okay.
Did anybody hear that sound? That's the sound of my phone. I got 15 minutes until I absolutely have to go to class. Well, let's at least finish this. How close are we?
videos, bad Empanada, they're funny. They'll get
So say it. Say what? Say
Oh, yeah, that's what he was doing, kind
Say it
of.
right now.
That's kind of...
I will say it with you. I'll say it.
Wait.
All right, I think we can move on.
Pete, what he just did.
They're funny. They'll get.
Oh, shit.
didn't notice
I
this
gotta
till
speed this
after the
up.
fact. Look at his face when I say, call me a.
I mean, that's a good still.
Got him. Get you views.
I'm not arguing that it's funny.
But I'm not arguing that it's funny. I didn't peep that either. I'm not arguing that it's funny.
Like using this fucking humorous term, Zog slave.
Twitter.
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Twitter.
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
Absolutely, that term is fucking hilarious. Why shouldn't I?
I didn't look at Noah's face. What's Noah doing here? Let me see. Oh, me your videos, bad Empanada, they're funny. They'll get you views.
I'm not arguing
You think that it's more important to be funny and identify the flaws of your enemies
No, that's not what-
call me a with the hard ER. You defend it. Norm
Can you let me
Times
respond? I don't understand how you think this is like some sort of good response to what I'm saying.
If you understand-
Goy slave is no, it's not. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. The term goy slave is a direct relation to what I'm talking about.
We're not talking about Goy Slave. My point is,
Seriously,
these
seriously,
slurs because they're funny, because they're hilarious. And because
Yeah, Diaz Israel, good to see you stopping by. We'll be on to something different actually as soon as 2 hours from now, chat, because I'm going to go to Thai class in about 15 minutes, and I will come back, we'll pick up, if there's anything of the, like if there's like 2 minutes of this left, we'll watch it there. I want to try to get this done, but we'll do the bonus topic, right? Whatever's winning at the time. So this is the time if you want to vote. If you haven't voted yet, great time to vote. Also great time to like the stream, because I'm supposed to bully you about that. Apparently, according to my notes, that's what they say, chat. And I would never disobey my notes, because the post stream Irene, I don't want to fuck with. I don't want to fuck with that bitch. Okay, I don't want to get on her radar by failing to farm all the likes that I possibly can out of you. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll be watching whatever is ahead at the time. I'll try to give you an update. I'll try to let you know what that is, and you know, lock it in and
get the right to do that.
No, that wasn't the question of what I was saying. It's not a slur. How is that a slur?
It's hilarious. I'm sorry.
and whatever time remains on the ticker, that's the time we'll start with for the bonus topic. So
The term goy slave is slur.
I'm sorry. I don't know enough to say that Goy Slave is a slur to any particular person, but I do know it's a Nazi term, a popularized
It's not a
term.
Nazi term.
That
Zionist is also
it's just a Nazi term. That's kind of a thing. But the whole point is, regardless of whether or not the term's a slur, pay attention to his face now. You know, in the moment, he's it's highly offensive to say that to anyone.
To who?
let alone-
To who's offensive and why?
To anyone, let alone a black man who is
How
not
does it
Jewish.
mean black
and
change
not-
anything?
How does saying calling a black man a slave change?
Goy slave, whatever.
First off, Zog slave. This term's all, again, from the turn of dark. It's the Nazi.
I mean, Zog is like even
your defense has been
racial slur, like calling someone Zionist. That doesn't even make
your
sense.
defense has been who?
wait, is that where he says like you wouldn't call someone a Zog? That wouldn't even make sense. Troll Empanada.
cares. That's hilarious. By that
That wasn't my
rationale,
defense. My defense was prefaced with something about how right now it's important that we challenge these sort of idiotic
right,
frameworks.
if you challenge those frameworks without using clearly offensive, fundamentally unprincipled, and distracting language. Because if the turn up is happening now, you think that allows
I
you
do
to
that all the fucking time.
What is happening?
right now on camera? If you do it all the time, if you don't think there's a difference, if
You
you
say I
don't
use the
think
N-word all the time.
It's too fast. It's too fast.
still trying to get
Wait,
scalped.
what the fuck? It's too fast.
The turn up is happening now. You think that allows
I
you
do
to
that
do
all the fucking time.
Then call me the N-word right now on camera. If you do it all the time, if you don't think there's a difference, if
You
you
said
don't
I use the
think
N-word all the time.
No. Still trying to get scalped.
So that's probably something that Bad Empanada fans took umbrage, right? Like they probably saw that as FD insinuating that Bad Empanada uses it all the time.
Don't talk over me.
So it's
Bad
not
Empanada,
Jewish
Bad
community.
Empanada, you could have said in this tweet, BGR is defending Jewish supremacy by such and such and
But
such.
what FD is trying to communicate is that like it's like the same thing that like as like a Destiny that is like, oh, I love to use the N-word at you know, in private when I'm playing my video games and I get frustrated at someone, I call them up bleep.
You could have done that. That wouldn't have went off in the fucking algorithm. So instead, you made it hilarious. It's kind of just repeating the thesis I presented this whole time. He knows
I mean, I'm assuming that's what the gamer moment is, right? I never understood the fucking.
what will get him attention.
I also
He
never
knows
understood
it's
why guys like Destiny and Vosh treat saying the N-word like a delicacy. Like it's a, oh God, we gotta, I mean, like, look, I don't want to say it too much, but oh my God, it's staring at me. It's a delicious little cake. It's a little snacky cake. I want to eat that. I want to eat that delicious. Oh, I'm trying. Oh, it's so hard for me not to say the N-word. Oh, it's really, you know, oh, it would be so good. It would feel so good if I say that, right? Like, they're not the only ones. There's a whole, gamers in general. I guess that's kind of a stereotype. Obviously, not everyone who plays video games, but you know, enough, and yeah.
To do, he's made
it's like a meme thing
about it, but he needed my attention. You needed my attention because I know you're gonna react to this. It's provocative. It gets the people going. It's funny to you. You could have avoided that language and you chose not to because you're unprincipled, because you care more about the attention.
Have you ever called anyone a dumbass? Have you ever called anyone idiot?
Yes, those words are not intrinsically tied to Nazis or slavery.
Child slavery isn't intrinsically tied to Nazism either.
That's why somehow the R word gives him a weird catharsis.
30 fucking 40 years. I don't even think
it came 30, 40 years ago. What happened 30, 40 years ago? Bad Empanada? Was the Turner Diaries written? You don't have to use racially charged Nazi dog whistles in between that, and neither do you. You don't have to do that, but nobody would pay attention to you unless you act in that way.
I feel like we're in the lightning round, chat. We actually are. I gotta watch the time. 9 minutes. 9 minutes.
He could easily avoid acting like he acts, but he would get less views. He would not appeal to the weirdo audience he has, if not for the fact that he acts like this publicly, consistently.
Like I said, chat, that shit appearing in your, you know, sir, or like, you know, being associated, like using the word in a piece of content, right, will attract an audience that you do not have if you're about Empanada, right? It is an audience that most leftists would not want. I mean, I can see some, like, maybe he's like triangulating, thinking if I say goy, I bring, you know, goypers in that are, you know, confused. And you know, maybe once I say something they disagree with, they leave, but then my numbers go up and therefore YouTube recommends my video more, and then I get the good people that come in. I don't know what his theory is, right? But yeah, it could be it does seem like something that will, at least in the short term, raise your viewership. I just don't think it would in the long term. I think in the long term it'd probably be bad for the health of your channel. But what do I know, chat? I am a random small streamer chick.
Not on YouTube usually, but on Twitter regularly.
It can cause people that might otherwise be sympathetic to arguments, like FD, who said he.
I genuinely don't care. I think this is really important compared to his defense of Jewish supremacy. His idea that doesn't even exist. I think he's using this as a deflection from the main point. Why was it I don't think he believes that it doesn't exist. I don't think he said he does. Yes, I responded to him on this.
And he cannot and has not presented any evidence that I do not believe Jewish supremacy is real. I've already clarified that, but go ahead.
Then in West State, which was that Jewish supremacy practically doesn't exist. Is that something you think, FD?
No.
So
it's not just for the fact that this conversation could have been about more material issues.
It can be. But you're talking about how.
Under the context, you've been trying to push into that under the context of defending your use of the Zog.
Yeah, like, and that's
what's wrong with using the word Zog? You haven't explained. You just said it insulting and defensive. Oh my God, your hair is worse than mine. I'm so sorry, man.
Well, I mean, you.
Then he tries to clown my hair. Now I'm gonna chalk this up to being a white Anglo in Europe. There's a lot of white people don't know much about black people. They don't know much about black hair. But you see my smile here. These are braided locks. Okay, see if I can get them on camera. Dreadlocks. There's a whole history there. Mine are called fashion locks because they're grown a certain way. And with fashion locks, it's a very specific design. In each line here is a little square in the middle, and each of those squares is hair. It's plaited hair, rolled into a specific spot. And in 3 weeks, it'll be in a month, there'll be a little afro under here. That aside from having a generally jacked up hairline, we all know that the hairline is bad. The hairline's bad, it's not receding. And this is why I turn it. Because when he does that, I'm like, okay, I'm done. You know, let's style him a little bit more. So I want you to peep how my energy changes after this point. Yeah. I'm gonna continue to not respond to your bad faith nonsense.
So you can't just say what I'm saying is bad.
I can't know about it.
Damn. There's so many things to say, right? Let's not, Jeff. Let's not like start talking about people's hair. But also, yeah. He's right. That's look. It confirms the ignorance that that FD was speaking to earlier. That's a very bad cell phone from Empanada.
Call me the N-word in it. Get your, if
this is your excuse to avoid responding to me. Look, here's what you said.
No.
Here's what you said in my comments.
I respond on my platform, on my terms.
I respond to you.
Is he trolling? That maybe that makes more sense. Is he trolling? Yeah, I want to believe he's trolling. Maybe just ignorant. I don't know. That's what FD was saying. He's like, and when he was saying, was he trolling when he said like I know more about race relations in your country than even you do? It's just like an ironic thing to say to the 4 people on the panel, right?
Because you said that there are some here because
deep down I was like, you know what? I'm pretty sure this motherfucker's a paper tiger. I'm pretty sure that if he stands in front of somebody,
yeah, I'm pretty sure that if you avoid actually talking about the issues, I'm here to talk about the fucking issues. I'm here to insult you. I'm here to insult your content. Even though I might do it as an aside, I'm here to talk about the actual issues. But you're making it about like my motivations, about like tone policing shit.
It's just making a last minute tweak from the editing bay after hearing this part back and realizing, I'm a better debater than I let on, but I'm still not perfect because I can't believe I let him get away with this. So here he is calling my desire for him not to use Nazi hate speech tone policing. And I've seen this from him and his fans as I've monitored things the last few
few days, they keep saying, why are you tone policing me when a genocide is happening?
They'll say he's tone policing. They'll say that he's in his feelings, or he cares about Jewish feelings more than Palestinian lives. Like, just all kinds of fucking, you know, deflection, really.
Is that too many of us don't stop and say, not to you. The genocide is not happening to Bad Empanada. He is not under oppression to the point where we should excuse him when he can't behave to a basic level of civility. The concept of tone policing, which comes from the id pol world that these guys tend to hate so much, is meant to empower and center the individuals who are being harmed and oppressed. It's giving grace for people who are being victimized to not be forced to perfectly and gently explain their victimization in a way that won't upset their oppressors or uncenter the feelings of others. For instance, when victims of Israel's violence are asked why they said something a certain way, why they're not being considerate of the Israeli soldiers who died, killing their families.
There's some comments you've made in the past about the Israeli hostages have been very controversial, where you have said that most of the hostages held by Hamas are not actually hostages. I'm just wondering, is there anything you want to clarify about those comments?
First of all, I did not question her status as a hostage because she's a hostage, but because what other Palestinians who were kidnapped. I mean, I don't want to name people, but I have people in my family who were kidnapped from checkpoints, from schools, from shelters, and they are named prisoners. So my question was, why should Emily and other hostages be named hostages while my loved ones should be named prisoners? I was kept hostage for 53 hours. I was blindfolded and handcuffed and was beaten in my face and asked for the Israeli soldiers to see a doctor, and they denied me any medical treatment. So no one is talking about this. Why? They are not acknowledging my suffering. So I question, why are they given this privilege of being called a hostage while I am called in all the in all news platforms? I was detained.
Tone police are supposed to protect oppressed people and to extent their allies from false smears of anti-Semitism or reverse racism, or, you know, don't say cis, or all the other made-up ways that the general true opposition uses to diminish the critique that they're getting. When American college students speak up and say Israel's committing a genocide at their colleges, and the colleges try to expel them saying that that's hate speech, that's tone policing that maybe extends away from the centered victims. But tone policing was never meant to be used as a cudgel for alleged allies to use against each other to evade valid criticism over their behavior. Bad Empanada can't cry tone policing because he's not being genocided. This behavior from him isn't a product of the duress of being under oppression. It's a habit that he's had since the beginning of his career for drawing attention to himself. He's not worried about the plight of Palestinians here. He's desiring to politicize his edgelord behavior and protect it from critique. It is perfectly reasonable to expect him to watch his tone. And it's the most white leftist thing ever for a Greek man from Australia who becomes a leftist passport bro and moves to Argentina where he can spread those USD super far. It's the most white leftist thing ever for him to legitimately deploy Nazi terminology against black people and then cry that he's being victimized for being told to watch his tone. And it's almost always white male leftists who pull this shit, who argue that they should get to act with impunity as long as they have good politics. It's the classic trope of white leftists adopting leftist air quotes identity with the ulterior motive of using it to distance themselves from whiteness instead of becoming a leftist to unpack and diffuse their whiteness. They want being a leftist to grant them oppressed status so they can center themselves in other people's struggles and cosplay as oppressed. That's what this is. Bad Empanada cosplaying as a victim of oppression and demanding that he gets to act like a Nazi because there's a genocide going on somewhere else. But Bad Empanada is not getting bombed. He's not being displaced. He's in Argentina, his passport bro haven, living well off making slop content. So he should have it well enough in himself to not have to call a black man a slave to make a point. There's no emotional labor that he's undertaking to excuse him from that basic decency.
But if you want
absolute poetry. All right, and on that note, chat, we're gonna have to end. I've got to get to Thai class. I probably should have left earlier. Damn, there we go. Look, there's more to this. There's like 6 minutes, I think. There's 6 minutes left of this. That was a weird time, but that's what we're left with. Wait, but let me pause. I'm gonna pause the clock because we do have time on the clock. I'm gonna actually roll it back a little bit, I think. Wait, is there a way to pause? What is are there like, open control panel? Pause. Yeah, I can pause. I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna add some time back. There we go. And I'll be back. Your task for tonight is verbal portion of Thai class. Wait. Use key appreciative or a key thankful in a natural conversation. Yeah, I'll try to work that in. I just gotta make sure to pronounce it correctly or else you'll get confused and think I'm talking about Jack Ryan, a bicycle, that like, wait, what is it? Oh my god, the other key means to ride. So anyway, I use the example of a bicycle coming out of somebody's butts. Anyway, I gotta get going. I gotta do this quickly. What has chat? Oh, Destiny Orbit implodes. That's in first place, right? But when I add in the bonus, yeah, wait, 6 plus, oh shit, it's tied, chat. It's tied. Wait, let me rewind, reload. That's what I need to do. I need to reload the poll and see if there are any other votes that have come in. Oh my God. If you're, this is a great time to vote, chat, if you haven't already. Great time also to like the stream. I've been bullying you this whole time, and I think only now have I worn down your will to the point where you're actually intimidated and will be forced thus to hit like. My psychic powers will force you to hit like. We are literally tied. 61 votes. And yeah, with the Destiny's, with the PBD bonus, right? It's tied with Destiny's Orbit Implodes, chat. I don't know. We'll have to maybe do a showdown. Maybe we'll do I gotta get to class here. I think I mean, unless there's like any like last minute events here, I think I'm gonna and again, we'll start with like, I don't know, 20, maybe I'll buff it up to 30 minutes on the bonus stream. We did that last time, and it actually ended up having enough time to cover everything that we needed to. But chat, there's a few things I gotta do before I can go to class, and it's gonna start with this, hopefully. Anybody know about the Twitch era where it shows you streams that are not currently streaming? Like this looks like one of them. This is a fa moment, right? I could really, this is time I can't waste. Reload. I have to reload in order to see what is actually going on Twitch right now. What is going on Twitch right now? So be back in 2 minutes. I gotta speak correctly. 2 hours, right? Be back in 2 hours, because I will be on again. We will be finishing the last little bit of this FT Signifier, as well as the bonus material, whatever ends up getting chosen, which right now it's in a tie. So I'll probably have a runoff between PBD and Destiny's Orbiters Implode into his butthole. No, I don't think that's how it works, chat, but they implode somewhere, I guess. Here we go. We haven't hit up neurodetergent in a hot minute. And there we go. So you get in the raid if you haven't already. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. I am also going to thank my Patreons, because I appreciate what you do for me every month by supporting me on Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to Neopergos. Shouts out to JMB, Emily French, Big Al, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orlitz Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. And with that, chat, I have been No Comment Chick. I will be back in 2 hours. Get in that raid too. There's more of you. Have you fallen asleep? I don't know. Did you figure out how to get in the raid and do it right now? Because I'm gonna raid very quickly tonight. So thank you, mods. Thank you, Thumb Gang. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back in 2 hours. We're gonna finish this little 6 minutes of this, and then we'll go right into whatever bonus topic that you select, which I'll do another poll when I come back with the bonus stream, and I'll try to figure out a way that that everybody who is watching now, even if you fall asleep by then, can still see it. I get that it's very early in the morning for you. Much love, everyone. Good night. Take care of yourself and each other. I'm gonna prepare like a quick drink and a tea for myself, and go straight to class. Like a good girl. Anyway, chat, like a slightly tardy a good girl, but that's okay. I don't think I'm not as late as some